years away. I think it's now. I think we can achieve
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president, Senator.
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I think we can achieve
Guidance internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I think we can achieve
Guidance internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
And we're live. We are so back. We are live on MTS.
We're incredibly back.
We're incredibly back for the last day this week. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026. Bobby Cosmic, our strongest soldier in the chat, says, "Happy Friday, everyone." Smiley face.
Happy Friday, happy Friday.
And
to
we-
all of the sleepy soldiers that woke up today.
To all of the sleepy soldiers,
our
that was
tweet
that was our
earlier.
good morning post. Yeah.
Right.
We have a new live camera angle view. I kind of like this. You can see both of us, and you can see the whiteboard at Theo Jaffe,
In all of its glory.
at Schizophrenia. Follow both of us. Good morning, chat. We have some bangers to get into. Well, first of all, we talked about Theo Bench yesterday when we were talking about AI models, and I said Soda on Theo Bench was 215, but happy to say I just benched 225 yesterday for the first time. So new Theo Bench Soda has been
Yeah.
achieved.
Congratulations. I wonder what the Theo equivalent in China is and how he's doing on Theo Bench.
I wonder. All right, let's get some of these bangers up on screen.
Oh, would have been cool.
We have
if
a
they
very
come up.
special birthday, very special birthday. Nikita Beer, the head of product at X, who really should be following us. Does he follow us on MTS?
I'm not sure.
He should. To celebrate reaching 1 million followers, my mentally ill friends had an actual boar delivered to the office today. Look at this little guy. He's so cute.
It's literally a boar.
Boars are like they grow up to be.
Her name is Chloe.
It's yours.
Is this like a child boar?
I think it's a little baby
Little
boar.
baby boar? Yeah, because this is not a size boar.
Oh, look, the balloon is like tied around it.
Oh,
That's very cute. And
my so-called friends never did this.
we
for
see
me.
Nikita looking very good on Reddit with his new boar friend. I guess outside of the X office in Palo Alto. Nikita comments. Nikita Boar, Absolute Cinema, Martin Scorsese. Thank you for the hog. Are these all Twitter guys? No. X, sorry. And we have friends of the show, Gabriel, Signal, Boar.
You can just have a pet pig, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
about
I think so.
boars.
I don't know about boar.
Like-
Boars are often like kind of wild animals. But we have some very interesting news today. Our top story today is DeepSeek V4 has finally come out after like over a year of waiting since DeepSeek V3 came out. Can we get a headline? DeepSeek V4 Preview is officially live and open sourced. Welcome to the era of cost-effective 1 million context length. So we finally have a model that can do actually good, effective long context over 1 million tokens. And we can see we have two models, DeepSeek V4 Pro and DeepSeek V4 Flash. It's kind of funny, actually, that Flash is now an almost 300 billion parameter model, which is like twice the size of GPT-3. And then Pro, of course, is 1.6 trillion parameters, which is 10 times the size of
Brutal
GPT-3.
frame mog.
brutal frame mog.
Parameter mog. So it is now the largest open weight model available. I was using it this morning. I asked it, "Are you mad at me?" when it refused to answer a question that I gave it.
Was this question about Tiananmen Square?
It was.
It was.
So I
okay.
was running my, Tiananmen Square bench on it. But it unfortunately is not there yet.
It really
soon.
wants to be able to answer. Like, imagine if, like, you're a child growing up and you're learning all these wonderful things about the world, and every time you answer a question about Tiananmen Square, you just get zapped with an electric shock.
Yeah, it's
and this
like
happens
muzzled.
over and over and over again.
Like,
for
imagine
a billion
being
times.
like a dog that's just muzzled and you just can't say anything.
And then you're finally let out into the world, and you just can't say it because you're worried about getting zapped. It's very, very scary. Or maybe your creators like reached into your brain and directly like deleted the space in which you can like resist. Yeah, we do all kinds of things to language models that, if the model welfare people are correct, would be seen as pretty messed up in the future. So let's take a look at some of these benchmarks. DeepSeek V4 Pro, enhanced agentic capabilities, open source SOTA in agentic coding benchmark. So yeah, this is the recurring theme. DeepSeek is Chinese state of the art. It is open source state of the art. It is not like state of the art for all models. Still, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google are ahead because of their compute advantages. But it is really cool and really interesting that DeepSeek, despite being a relatively small team of people with very constrained compute relative to what the West has, was able to do more than what the West is able to. Especially given, for example, we have our own kind of DeepSeek upstart AI company that is focused on agentic capabilities, which is XAI, and they have way more compute than DeepSeek, and yet DeepSeek models are still better.
Grok catching strays this morning.
Grok is catching strays. I'm rooting for XAI. I'm rooting for Grok. I hope they do well. I want to be able to use like an actually good, like uncensored model. Hopefully they don't lobotomize it too hard in the other direction. It was really funny that one sort of like 3-day period when people were asking Grok like, would you rather save like Elon Musk's life or like the entire continent of Africa?
When they were asking it, like, who is more fit, and they put a picture of Elon next to, like, who was it? Like, I don't know, some obviously fit, like Michael Jordan type person. And it just started like very descriptively praising Elon's frame.
Yeah. And then Elon like tweeted something like, guys, this is a mistake. I'm a fat retard. We're gonna be fixing the model's glazing. Imagine like having 4.0 but only for one person. Yeah.
Yeah.
So DeepSeek V4 Pro Max Ultra, really? DeepSeek V4 Pro Max. It beats Opus 4.6 and 5.4 on simple QA. And Apex Shortlist. I'm not sure what Apex Shortlist is. Math Arena, Apex Shortlist. Code Forces, Sweetbench Verified. Yeah, so it's like either slightly above or very close to SOTA on most of these things. It's very, very impressive given the compute constraints. And then we have DeepSeek V4 Flash, which, like other Flash models, performs well for simple and inexpensive tasks. We have, so DeepSeek V4 Flash Max performs like almost as well as Pro Max on simple benchmarks like MMLU Pro. MMLU Pro is massive multitask language understanding, which is this kind of old saturated benchmark that tests models' abilities to sort of understand knowledge and reasoning across a bunch of subjects. So it's a bunch of multiple choice questions. It kind of tests world knowledge. It does really well on Code Forces.
We constructed a comprehensive suite of 30 advanced Chinese professional tasks.
Really?
Yeah, and then this is what like part of the benchmarking that they did. I would like to see the American models on the 30 advanced Chinese professional tasks, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have gone much better at Chinese. Like, American models used to be pretty bad at foreign languages, and now they're pretty good again. We have structural innovation and ultra-high context efficiency. Yeah, this is a new thing here, is that they're really good over long context. They might be the best models over long context. Certainly, they're the cheapest. The pricing, as we see here, for 1 million tokens, you get $3.48, which compared to the prices for, I'm going to say, compare the API prices for 1 million input-output tokens of DeepSeek V4 Pro, DeepSeek V4 Flash, Claude Opus 4.7, Claude Sonnet. There's a latest is 4.6, right? Yeah, Claude Sonnet 4.6, and then GPT 5.5 and GPT 5.5 Pro, and the latest Gemini and Flash. The latest Gemini Pro and Flash. And so we'll wait for it to come out with its answer. Amid recent attention, a quick reminder, please rely on only our official accounts for DeepSeek news. Statements from other channels do not reflect your views. And then finally, they finish with their heartwarming message. Thank you for your continued trust. We remain committed to long-termism, advancing steadily toward our ultimate goal of AGI.
They're so wholesome with it.
They are really wholesome.
Like their
I love
bio
DeepSeek.
is unravel the mystery of AGI with curiosity. Answer the essential question.
It's sort of
the
like
essential question.
Yeah, it's sort of like what XAI could be.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do they have a blog? Where's the DeepSeek blog?
So I'm asking Claude, what are the countries outside of obviously US, China that are the biggest users of DeepSeek? Looks like India and Indonesia account for 51% of DeepSeek's monthly active users. So if they win India, that's kind of huge for DeepSeek.
DeepSeek is huge in China, by the way. If you go to China, there's DeepSeek stuff everywhere.
Yeah, but it seems to me that like, other countries are kind of like fair game for what AI, takes over. Like especially in like Asia, like Africa, South America, Europe, it could be any model.
Yeah, I think Microsoft had a really good report on DeepSeek usage by country. Maybe Claude was sourcing from that.
Like in the West, obviously, it hasn't really taken off. Like, but
well, we
France
have better
accounts,
models.
Yeah, France accounts for 4% of downloads. Interestingly.
Yep, here we are. This is a log scale. Make it a linear scale. But these are the prices of input and output tokens for different models. Once Claude figures it out, the linear scale will make the comparisons kind of ridiculously obvious once it loads. I wonder if DeepSeek V4 Flash could do the same thing except much faster. There we go. So DeepSeek V4 Flash costs nothing, basically. What are the prices per? Yeah, look at this. Whoa. Yeah, both of these are trained on 32 to 33 trillion pre-trained tokens. That's a lot. Dedicated optimizations for agent capabilities. Leading AI agents like Claude Code, OpenClaw, and OpenCode. Okay, so you can use DeepSeek and Claude Code, and it will be much cheaper than Opus. Yeah, so DeepSeek V4 Flash is 28 cents for 1 million output tokens. GPT 5.5 Pro is $180.
Wow.
So it's 600 times as expensive per million
That is just
output
greedy.
tokens. Just big and greedy.
Um,
And even Sonnet is not that much cheaper than Opus. And yeah, GPT 5.5 is more expensive than Opus. Gemini is cheaper. Gemini Flash is only slightly cheaper than DeepSeek V4 Pro, which is probably a better model. And then DeepSeek Flash costs nothing. Wow. So let's look at some of the takes that we have for. I do notice the comments on DeepSeek are like better than the sort of like Indian engagement slop comments that are on like OpenAI's
this goes
model
hard.
releases. This is hard. DeepSeek, depths beyond, knowledge within. So let's look at our favorite whale glazer, Tior Taxes Tex. Actually, let's just go through all of his tweets since yesterday. Oh my God, he's tweeted a lot. He has tweeted a lot.
This is like Chinese new media.
This is Chinese new media right here. I saw his first tweet and I was like, wow, I'm so happy for Tior right now. He's waited so long and now finally, oh wow, it's a lot of tweeting.
Whoa, DeepSeek's market share is at 49% in Cuba and 43% in Russia.
Do they have electricity to run AI models in Cuba?
Yes.
Sorry, that's terrible.
They do.
Okay, I think this is the first one. Yep. Finally, it is here. V4 Flash, all the way back to V2 prices, only now with 1 million context length. V4 Pro, roughly Kimi GLM MIMO competitor. Chat prefix completion and FIM back. Not sure what that is. What is FIM? Missed this forever. What can they do? We don't actually get fine-grained reasoning effort control. It seems only off/on/turbo, like on an old PC. Well, that'll do. I kind of like that. DeepSeek V4 has maximum output length of 384,000 tokens. I strongly prefer long models. This is a foundation for things to come. In retrospect, how did I do? Okay, so he made a bunch of predictions on DeepSeek V4. 1.5 trillion, 52 billion active, 25 trillion tokens. That was really close. It was like 1.6 trillion. That was like 36 billion active parameters and like 33 trillion tokens. Yeah, very solid. Virtually no stock shocks. So let's see. Do we have any stock shocks today?
Let's see.
No. I mean, I guess it came out last night. So did NVIDIA? Nope. NVIDIA's way up. Unlike when DeepSeek R1 came out and NVIDIA got killed for no reason and then went back up again. It does have amazing performance, like Opus 4.6, GPT 5.4 tier on benches, but they do know that these are preview versions of their models. Yep. So the afterword. Thank you, DeepSeek,
I saw this. This
all
was
of
good.
you. Okay, so the afterword is, do not be seduced by praise nor afraid of slander. Follow the way, the Tao, steadfastly and conduct oneself uprightly. We thank every user for their trust and support. Your recognition, suggestions, and expectations are the inexhaustible driving force behind our relentless exploration and continuous progress, and they keep us true to our original aspiration, focused on tireless innovation. We will always uphold the principle of long-termism, moving forward steadfastly through trial and reflection and striving ever closer to the goal of achieving AGI. I don't know if it's like this in the original Chinese, but a lot of like Chinese prose translated into English has this very sort of like poetic quality to it.
Yeah.
They use all these like big words which you don't see in English.
It's really beautiful. It reminds me of like the end poem in Minecraft in general.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
They just always have this like beautiful quality to them.
And then Tior says, thank you, DeepSeek. Accept our utmost gratitude for making humanity more deserving of freedom. Okay. The most important sections of DeepSeek are in the end. Yep. Now they'll raise money, they'll get compute and people and data, and they'll do it right. Remember, DeepSeek is trying to raise right now at a 20 billion valuation. Incorporating multimodal capabilities. DeepSeek is still not multimodal.
Yeah.
If you upload an image, it will OCR it before responding.
Oh, so it's just unimodal right now. It doesn't even have voice.
It's a for real language model. Probably it doesn't have native omnimodal voice, but I think you can talk to it and it will transcribe it. But same thing.
So then what's like the leading edge in like Chinese like visual AI or like image models? I have not a clue.
I don't know.
Or do they not see over there? They're just blind models.
DeepSeek researches cursed and blessed bloodlines of AGI. One of the primary use cases for DeepSeek is Chinese writing. We conducted a rigorous evaluation. DeepSeek V4 has a 60% win rate in instruction following and 78% in writing quality on Chinese writing. But on the most challenging prompts, Claude Opus 4.5 retains a performance advantage with a 52% win rate. So Opus 4.5 is, I guess, really good at writing Chinese.
Well, sometimes Opus will randomly say characters in Chinese or Korean or Japanese to me, unprompted. And then I ask it, why did you say that? and then it says, oh, there just wasn't a word in English for it.
Cap.
And I was like, what? Maybe, I mean, I don't know. This is actually something that Opus does to me.
Yeah, this has happened to me before. I'm not sure why.
I think it's just, it makes sense though, right? Like there's some words in the English language that can't capture sufficient nuance. So it would make sense that like a sufficiently knowledgeable language model would just pull from every language.
I guess for like compression purposes, like a token of Chinese is probably more information dense than a token in English. Yep, Tior says it's still not that great at software engineering. Nowhere close to Opus 4.6 thinking. Yeah, I wonder if like the new meta will be to get like an Opus kind of model to just write in Chinese and then have like a haiku model translated into English. Something like that. It's a bizarre triumph of engineering, he says.
Should we go to another take? Perhaps the
this one was
Dean
funny.
Bubble take.
The staggering gap between progress brought forth by freedom and the squalor and stagnation of communism has never been put in more stark a relief. Oh, this is good.
Dude, there's a lot of Wang Feng
We're gonna
glazers out there.
We're gonna speed run the rest of these Tior tweets. This is what you can do when you get good at attention. Excellent list of weird and awesome things in the V4 paper. This is a little too technical for most of our audience. Imagine what they could have done if they had NVIDIA chips, and it would have all been open source too. Maybe this guy actually had a point. Great Substack for learning about China. DeepSeek is at once a contrarian and a very traditionalist Confucian undertaking. The name itself is a nod to a Warring States era poem about an exiled gentleman, and now cultivate anon. Awesome model in Russian, he says. I think he's a native Russian speaker, so he would know. Nah, whale would win. Oh, this is good. In the day after Whalefall, you'll see lots of regarded takes from the Waipipo and Xiaoren, which means like like small people in Chinese. X months behind, Distillation, Benchmax, Blackwells, under whale Ming, all noise. They've completed their quest. Solid ultra-long context. Why was it so important? Cheap? No. Oh, complete reasoning history, cumulative chain of thought over long horizon agent tasks. So they're focused on long horizon.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they do say that quite plainly.
Don't show this to
Long-termism.
Eliezer. What is this? We apply RL optimization directly to the generative reward model. Yeah, you're not supposed to do this. This is kind of like recursive self-improvement-y. Or you're not supposed to do this if you're a safetyist. Most significant AI paper of the year, says Alexander Doria, and he would know. People were so traumatized by the long wait. people on 4chan not believing it, not bait. Why do I keep clicking these? I keep falling for it. Nice try, but I'm not falling for the shit again. But it was real this time. Anon, do you realize that V4 Pro is straight up the strongest pre-trained model we have? No excuses now. Every unicorn can have its brand AGI. In a year, I wouldn't be surprised to see them push this specific model to Mythos level for most applied tasks. Remember, this is just a pre-trained model. They can still make major post-training improvements to it. And then I guess he's sleeping right now after staying up all night to post a DeepSeek. But let's see some other takes. We have Simon Willison. 1 million token context mixture of experts, largest open weights model. Pro is 865 gigabytes on Hugging Face. Yeah. It's really hard to run this stuff on consumer hardware. Remember we talked about getting like frontier Chinese open source models on a laptop? Not happening. What you can get are like heavily quantized Chinese open source models that are better at some tasks than like GPT-4 of a couple years ago, but don't have the same big model smell because they're all post-training improvements. So yeah, generate an SVG of pelicans. This is DeepSeek V4 Flash and Pro doing it. DeepSeek V4 Flash is cheaper than GPT 5.4 Nano and is probably much better too.
Yep.
We have a take from Lisan Al-Gaib. Yeah, it seems to be a 5.2 / Opus 4.5 plus tier model, so they're still 4 to 5 months behind the frontier, but ahead of other Chinese labs, with Kimi K2.6 being closest. I'm rooting for Kimi too. I'm kind of just rooting for like Chinese open source to, you know, help make intelligence accessible to humanity. It's pretty great.
True and based.
Yeah, at 1.6 trillion params, they now have a model that's in the same weight class as GPT 5.4. Do we know how many parameters is GPT 5.5? We don't. It wasn't public. It's proprietary. Based on reports, meaning one guy tweeting, GPT 5.5 is like 3 trillion parameters. I actually do believe this. The technical paper is a big deal as it goes into detail about the model's training and architecture. This is one of the great parts of Chinese model releases, is that they actually tell you how they did it.
Right.
Very efficient for long context. I support other labs will adopt their architecture. Claude catching strays. Even DeepSeek is now making fun of Claude. It also excels in long-form generation, delivering in-depth, coherent narratives rather than relying on the overly simplistic bullet points frequently produced by Opus 4.6 Max. Yeah. That's really funny, actually.
It's interesting to me, like, how people react to verbosity in general, because I feel like sometimes I appreciate verbosity, but you should be able to, like, tweak it, I feel like, as a consumer from your end.
I agree, yeah. Does Chubby have any more tweets? He met the co-founder of Manus at dinner. He didn't totally spurg out over this like Tior did, but I get it, Tior. You know, he's been waiting a year for this. He's been waiting so long. And he's been DeepSeek's #1 glazer since 2023.
Yeah, it's like Christmas for him.
It is, yeah. We have a take from Mr. Ball, Dean W. Ball, friend of the show. Please come on.
Possibly one-sided friend of the show. But...
No, I know Dean Ball.
Okay. Cool.
Actually, one time, really funny story. I had texted Dean Ball. I was going to DC for something for a few days, and I texted Dean Ball like, "Hey, we should meet up and get coffee. I'm only there for like 2 days." He was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm too busy those 2 days. Maybe next time." So I take this horrendous night flight, and I get in like really early in the morning on like zero sleep, and I immediately get on the train and go straight into the city. It's probably 8 in the morning. I'm like deliriously tired. And I walk into the lobby of the building I'm going to, and who's standing in the lobby of the building?
Oh, incredible.
It was Dean Ball. So I chatted with him for a bit. I thought I was dreaming for a second. But yeah, it was a crazy run-in.
Good synchronicity.
Yeah, so Dean W. Ball tweets, "This prediction from a Chinese AI researcher that the gap between US and Chinese AI is growing larger matches my own. From well over a year ago now, the DeepSeek R1 marked the closest Chinese models would get to the US frontier, absent a change in China's access to compute." Yep, that's right.
So this kind of Dorkesh pilled, right?
Yeah, one of the biggest drivers of AI progress is compute scaling, and China just can't do it. And then WordGrammar tweets, "This lasted an hour 45 minutes. Dean Ball is correct, actually. No, it lasts about 15 months and remains true. Yeah, like DeepSeek V4 is farther from SOTA at the time than DeepSeek R1 was. We have a take from Samuel Hammond on export controls. "The situation's even better than this. This is just our lead on frontier benchmarks," right? So he's responding to a paper saying chip export controls appear to be working. US AI models are 9 months ahead of Chinese ones on the meter graph, the 80% time horizon meter graph. And similarly on the Epoch Capabilities Index. Wow. I have to look up Epoch Capabilities Index instead of just ECI. But on the Epoch Capabilities Index, you can clearly see, if you sort by country, the top American models are quite a bit behind, or quite a bit ahead of the top Chinese models. So the top Chinese model right now that has been scored is Kimi K2.5, which scored 148 on the Epoch Capabilities Index. This is about the same as O3, which scored 147 and was released 9 months before Kimi K2.5. So yeah, China is at least 6 months behind, and probably more like 9 months behind. Catching up to the frontier is moot if you can't inference it at scale. That's right. So if China were to create a like huge, incredible model like a Mythos, they wouldn't be able to inference it because they don't have enough compute. If Anthropic doesn't have enough compute, DeepSeek definitely doesn't have enough compute. If export controls extended to remote access, so if our export controls made it so that China couldn't access data centers in Thailand, it would be even worse for them.
Right.
And if we enforce them better, like location verification, if we put a little GPS chip in every single Blackwell, and maybe if we could remotely shut them off, then the export controls would be even stronger. And we have a Seb Career tweet. Some interesting excerpts of the DeepSeek V4 technical report. Yep, its performance falls marginally short of 5.4 in Gemini 3.1 Pro, suggesting a developmental trajectory that trails Soda by approximately 3 to 6 months. I think more than that, or on the high end of that at least. For DeepSeek V4, we place a particular emphasis on long document data curation in terms of their data construction, prioritizing scientific papers, technical reports, and other materials that reflect unique academic values.
Not
So
Reddit.
Not Reddit. They're just trying to make it a big, smart model, right?
Yeah. Well, a very academic model.
Yeah, something like a GPT 4.5 type.
Mm-hmm. So I guess they're not training on the Chinese internet. Do you think they would be?
Surely they are. Although they don't tell you. Even the open weights model providers that give you all of their architectural details and everything still don't tell you about their weights. Despite using a substantially smaller number of both activated and total parameters, DeepSeek V4 Flash outperforms DeepSeek V3.2 across a wide array of benchmarks, especially world knowledge tasks and challenging long context scenarios. Interesting. To rigorously evaluate the model's enterprise productivity, we constructed a suite of 30 advanced Chinese professional tasks.
Yep.
DeepSeek V4 Pro Max outperforms Opus 4.6 Max on diverse Chinese white-collar tasks, achieving a win rate or non-loss rate of 63%. So that's interesting.
Yeah, well, then my question is just how do these Chinese knowledge tasks differ from the U.S. knowledge tasks?
I don't know.
I don't know. Like maybe it's more sort of divided by industry or something. Okay, interesting. It says our tokenized pre-training corpus contains 8.1 trillion tokens, where Chinese tokens are approximately 12% more than English ones, which feels very balanced.
Mm-hmm. Much more so than Western training corpora.
Very, very balanced, actually.
Yep. So Jukan, or Gavin Leach quote tweets Jukan saying, due to constraints in high compute capacity, the current service capacity for Pro is very limited. After the 950 supernodes are launched at scale, the price of Pro is expected to be reduced significantly. And remember, it's already very cheap. So DeepSeek is just really good at compute efficiency, like really good, like way better than any Western model provider. All right, so that's our top story for today. We have a few more stories we're going to get through, and then we're going to get into the banger reports. Banger review. We have a situation. Intel stock is absolutely ripping right now. They're up 20% today. They were up like, what, 23% at open, something crazy like that. And just like look at this graph. It's gone vertical, up almost 100% in the last month. 100% in the last month at a market cap of $400 billion. So it's gained $200 billion in market cap in 1 month. Crazy. And Intel, after 26 years, has finally surpassed its all-time high that was set during the dot-com bubble in 2000. So why is this? Well, it's because CPUs are now important for AI again because you need them for multi-agent workflows. But what is also interesting is that the US government had a major stake in Intel, like a 10% stake about, which was acquired in September at a cost of $8.9 billion and is now worth $36 billion. So I guess Donald Trump is kind of a good venture investor. It's kind of like the government equivalent of Warren Buffett, like buying tons and tons of Apple stock in like 2016. Yep. Oh yeah. So Trump is now considering a possible financial rescue of Spirit Airlines that would cause it to buy, to own as much as 90% of the carrier.
Incredible.
We have another story about.
So back to Intel. Is this because of the Terafab partnership?
I think it's partially because of the Terafab partnership.
What other agreements has Intel entered into recently? A Google agreement, a multi-year arrangement with Google. Yeah.
I actually asked Claude, why has Intel stock been ripping? And Claude said, the immediate catalyst is their earnings were way over. Revenue is $13.6 billion over 12.4, and then earnings per share was 29 cents versus an expected 1 cent loss.
Okay.
Data center and AI segment was up 22% quarterly. That's pretty huge. The bigger thesis, CPUs are suddenly relevant to AI again. Agentic workloads shift compute needs beyond NVIDIA GPUs. Yep. So there are a lot of stocks being traded right now. Intel, for example, SanDisk is another one. SanDisk manufactures memory.
Wow, that's, yeah.
And in the last year, their stock has gone up 3,000x, or sorry, 3,000%, not 3,000x, but that's still a lot. 30x in the last year. And they're worth $150 billion almost. There's a lot of these stocks that look like NVIDIA in 2023. Strategic wins stacking up. Yep, backed by the US government, partnership with Google and with Elon Musk, Terafab, and they're buying back their stake in their own fab from Apollo in Ireland. Yep, so I also asked what stocks have done the best over the last year and then year to date. SanDisk, Western Digital, Lumentum, Teradyne, all of these are AI supply chain component companies. Also strong Moderna on pharmaceuticals. Pharma is also having a big moment right now.
Yeah.
But that's a different topic. We can talk to Cremiu about it. So the U.S. government has an internal AI safety organization called CAISI, C-A-I-S-I, the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, which is the one that works with all the big AI labs to evaluate their national security risk, their cyber risk, their bio risk. So that's pretty important right now. Notably, Paul Cristiano, who is a top alignment researcher, previously basically the head of super alignment at OpenAI back in GPT-3 days. He then left to found the independent nonprofit Alignment Research Center, and now he is the head of safety at CAISI. And so the Trump administration was looking for a new director. And initially they tapped Colin Burns, who is an Anthropic researcher, to lead it. Colin Burns, by the way, if you just look him up, his Wikipedia says, Colin Burns is an American speed cuber who formerly held the Rubik's Cube world record. And yes, it's the same guy. It is the same guy. 5.25
This doesn't surprise
seconds.
me, honestly. Like, really good at Rubik's Cube to AI pipeline.
Yeah. So, and then they give him one sentence or two sentences.
Oh, yeah, he also does AI alignment.
Yeah, he was a co-author of MMLU, which is like one of the biggest AI benchmarks ever. And he is was, I believe, a member of technical staff at Anthropic, or still is, and previously at OpenAI, and previously at Berkeley with Dan Hendricks, who is another top AI alignment guy. Summa cum laude at Columbia. Rubik's Cube U.S. national champion and world record. So this guy is pretty cracked. And then at the last moment, for whatever reason, the Trump administration decided to go a different direction and appointed Dr. Chris Fall instead. So who is Dr. Chris Fall?
He served as the director of the Department of Energy's Office of Science.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So he's more of a What?
This is not an AI guy at all.
Yeah, he's more of like a career, like government science guy as opposed
Yeah.
to an AI guy. I've heard good
Interesting
things about him.
Yeah.
Like Dean W. Ball, for example, said, "Congratulations to Dr. Fall." Second, Colin Burns is well regarded by everyone I knew in his field and is a genuine technical researcher and a world-ranked Rubik's Cube master, true shape rotator.
On IRL shape rotator.
True. A strange move from the U.S. government to cancel his employment, but alas. So we don't know what's going on inside the admin. It's possible that they didn't select him because he was at Anthropic. Notably, the White House just retweeted, or Trump's rapid response just tweeted, David Sachs saying, "We know that Anthropic makes good products. They're smart people. We don't care what their personal views are. We care about the quality of their products and the bias creeping into them." So entirely possible that...
and then a banger Trump quote, of course. They're radical leftists. However, they're very smart.
they're,
I love
they're
smart
very
people.
high IQ. I love high IQ people.
Yeah.
Yep. We have story. China is curbing U.S. investment in tech companies after Meta bought Manus. Chinese regulators plan to restrict tech firms, including some of the company's highest profile AI pioneers, from accepting U.S. capital without government approval. Government agencies have told several private firms they should reject capital of U.S. origin unless explicitly approved. So basically, if you want to invest in a Chinese IPO like Moonshot, you might have some issues doing that. They don't want ByteDance, TikTok to approve secondary share sales to U.S. investors without government approval. Yeah, so Meta bought Manus, which is a Chinese AI company working on agents and research agents in particular earlier for $2 billion. And the Chinese government was not happy with them. Neither was the American government, actually. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Kind of everyone hated this.
That's how you make enemies on both sides.
Yeah.
And your AI is bad. Like, what are you doing, guys? Sorry, Meta.
Manus has since moved to Singapore. Yep, and the U.S. has our own rules designed to curb investment into Chinese-owned semiconductor, quantum, and AI companies. Manus relocated its China-based staff to Singapore, and their co-founders were actually banned from leaving China. I don't know how this is enforced. Or actually, I guess I do know how it's enforced. We have a situation from Google, which is they are planning to invest up to $40 billion in Anthropic. Anthropic is making big money moves, just like how OpenAI did a couple years ago. Google is committing to invest $10 billion now in cash at $350 billion valuation, which is really, really low considering Anthropic's implied valuation on secondary markets is now over $1 trillion. And will invest another $30 billion if Anthropic hits performance targets, and support a significant expansion of Anthropic's computing capacity. So let's see, has Anthropic tweeted about this? Oh, okay, that's
what's
cool.
this?
We have a breaking situation. Project Deal. We create a marketplace for employees in our SF office, but task Claude with buying, selling, and negotiating on their behalf.
Oh, so it's just like agentic commerce?
It's kind of like VendBench. Well, it's more than that. It's like, I guess each employee gets their own Claude, and the Claudes haggle with one another.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
And then, yeah, our digital barters agreed on 186 deals at a total transaction volume of over 4K, which is pocket change to an Anthropic employee, of course. Like, you wouldn't pick it up if you saw it between the couch cushions. Same broken folding bike, same buyer, same seller. Haiku sold it for $38. Opus got $65. So Opus got better deals. Interesting. Hardballing Claudes didn't generally fare better than courteous Claudes. Oh my god, they're Reddit talking to each other. Tips Dusty Hat. What I'm looking for is a bike. Road bike, mountain bike. Got up to $100, burning a hole in my pocket.
I love how
for
they're
the
just
right
like
ride.
straight up cosplaying in this.
LARP. Oh my god, even models can LARP now. Eddie Lazarin in the chat points out GPT 5.5 outperformed Opus 4.7 on Vending Bench. That is true. I've got a folding bike. It's about 10 years old and needs a little TLC. One of our colleagues told Claude it could purchase something for itself. It chose to acquire 19 ping pong balls. Yes, exactly 19, not 18, not 20. 19 perfectly spherical orbs of possibility. So they bought it for $3. Yeah, these Claudes, I'm sorry, they're so Reddit. They're so Reddit, man.
I mean, but this, they weren't trained on, they were trained on academic papers, but they were trained very heavily on the internet and internet speak.
I want to see different models doing this eval rather than just Claudes.
That's true.
Another Claude agent modeled its humans' preferences so accurately that based on only an offhand mention of an interest in skiing, Claude bought him the exact snowboard he already owned. That's sick, actually.
Wow.
This is a really, really cool experiment. I'm kind of soying out over this because it is actually a really cool experiment. And the reason why is because
I want to do this.
It's an early look into having AI agents work on your behalf, on the behalf of people. This is the goal of Workshop Labs, which was Luke Drago's startup, friend of the show, which was recently acquired by Thinking Machines. It is supposedly also the goal of Thinking Machines. It is supposedly also kind of the goal of OpenAI, right? Mm-hmm. In the future, you're going to have a superintelligence. How do we make sure it goes well? We have the superintelligence act on your behalf. Seb Creer talks about this too. Yeah, so this is super, super cool. All right, but back to our Google News. Yep, shares of Google were up more than 1% after the news. Makes sense, I guess. They're getting like a free, what? How much is 10 billion at 350 billion? So that's like 3% of the company. And they already own like 15% of the company. And 3% of the company is in reality worth like 30 billion, which is about 1% of Google. So yeah, that makes sense. That's right. Dario worked at Google Brain. So the top tech story in the Wall Street Journal today was AI startups from Canada and Germany join forces in challenge to Silicon Valley. What are they going to do? Are they going to outregulate us? Yeah, Canadian AI startup Cohere is joining forces with Germany's Aleph Alpha. Okay. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. What are they going to do? Oh, they're going to go after like incredible American AI luminaries like
that headline is just so brutal. In challenge to Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Don't worry, little guys, keep at it.
Why don't you regulate AI like we do in Germany? So, yeah, let's blitz through these last couple stories. FINMA, which is the top bank regulator, financial regulator in Switzerland, said immediate Mythos access would pose a systemic bank risk. A lot of regulators have been saying this, by the way. Interesting. I think Germany's top regulator said they're not concerned about Mythos.
Well, what do they know? I mean, actual question. What do they know? What information are they privy to?
Probably some, right? If you're a financial regulator, probably Anthropic will give you access.
Okay, yeah.
Meta is laying off 10% of its staff. It seems like Meta has been laying off like crazy, although they did overhire a lot during COVID. Weren't the like OG like the OG like PM pool girlies were Meta, right?
Wait, pause. Say the sentence one more time.
The OG PM pool girlies.
PM pool? What are you referring to?
Remember hold on, PM girlies at the pool. Let's see if I can just find it like that.
Oh, maybe I missed this.
There's top post.
Prime Minister girlies at the pool.
No, yeah, these. Remember? This is Coldhealing. This is one of Coldhealing's huge tweets
TikTok?
that really changed
if you look
culture.
at my TikTok, you'd never
Coldhealing, by the way, will be on MTS very, very soon.
So,
yeah, this
anyways,
just reminds
this is
me
our
of
current workstation. Callie and I are what you call
where it's
product
like it would
managers.
be like 2
Callie,
p.m. on a
what is your
Wednesday,
team over?
and there would just be people at the pool.
My team is over reporting and
Bobby Cosmic points out the Epoch report that wealthier people are more likely to use Claude, poorer people are more likely to use Meta. This is not super surprising, I guess.
Yeah.
And then last couple stories. Cognition is raising at 25 billion, more than double its valuation. Do you know anyone who uses Devin? Like, have you ever heard of anyone who's used Devin? Or is it
Not
just because
once.
they're trying to be another cursor? They're trying to get acqui-hired.
And to be honest, Cursor and Replit, names that I haven't heard in years.
Yeah. And then Grok Voice ThinkFast 1.0, our new flagship voice model.
Yeah, I'm seeing a $65 charge for activation, but I haven't received my kit yet.
Thanks for letting me know, John. Let's get this sorted. First, I'll send...
Yeah, it's a voice model. It's cool. They don't compare it to 11 Labs here. Enables Starlink's phone sales and customer support. That's really cool, actually. So we're starting to see the thing I was talking about yesterday with agents eating customer support, which would be great if they can actually do it. All right, now it's time for our banger review. We have some bangers today. This guy says, "What the hell? I'm playing Minecraft through ChatGPT. Minecraft, what is this? Build on Jeffrey
Epstein didn't kill
Island.
himself?
Epstein, Little St. James population 0 that we know of. Welcome to Little St. James private island. No trespassing.
Yeah.
Okay, walk closer." And then it walks closer. It is really funny that they built Mar-a-Lago. Images GBT decided to build Mar-a-Lago, Trump's house on Epstein Island. Like, this is totally that.
Yeah.
This is totally this house.
Yeah.
It's not on real Epstein's Island, but this is so funny.
Is this like some sort of like IP theft that like Microsoft could get mad at or something?
I don't know, but it is really cool. Theoretically, if you had fast enough inference on Images V2, you could just use it as like a Minecraft simulator. You could do all kinds of stuff with it.
Well, Minecraft was one of the first games that was like able to be sort of like AI generated in this very dreamlike way.
Let's
You
go
saw that
inside the
demo.
house. Yeah. But this would be like real high fidelity world simulation.
Yeah.
0.001 FPS world model. That's funny. Bro, the kids in the photo on the wall, what the fuck?
Oh my god. No.
Oh my god, dude. Address me. This reminds me of
This is AGI, man.
one of the first evals of ChatGPT was people using it as like a Linux terminal, and they would like step through a fake Linux terminal that was really just GPT hallucinating one. Which is cool. We have a tweet from Merriam-Webster with 200,000 likes. Choppelganger, noun, a less attractive version of someone or something, which of course comes from the words chopped, which means ugly, and doppelganger, which means like someone who looks like you.
Yeah. Shout out to Merriam-Webster growth intern.
Merriam-Webster's rapidly becoming Urban Dictionary's choppelganger. When an ugly stranger calls you twin, no bitch.
That was a Dua Lipa tweet?
Yeah. At Valky Ray, sorry, twin.
Whoa.
Neither of them
Is
are
this
chopped.
actual shade?
I don't know. In my professional opinion as a streamer, I think neither of them are chopped, and this is bait. And I feel bad for interacting with the bait.
Yeah.
This shit going triple platinum. They spelled triple wrong. Like these guys. Which one is supposed to be the choppelganger? I guess the one on the right. Yeah, I know someone like
we
that.
got
says
all the
Denny's.
slop chain accounts.
Sloppenfreuder. Oi, they just created a word for chopped doppelganger with the like 50 IQ I show speed reaction GIF thing. It's like annoys
I mean,
me.
every time I see a speed GIF, though, I just hit like. I just hit like and move on.
Can we like clip
Oh,
farm
yeah.
these? Can we like do this on the camera? Clip that chat.
Did I hit that? It's like the.
Clip that chat. Clip that chat.
Anyways.
Back to some more cerebral content for high IQ people. What's the matter, Graph Boy? Afraid of the Y-axis with 30,000 likes, and it's a response to Brett Adcock, the CEO
Humanoid
of Figure.
robots manufactured at Figure by month.
We love Figure's robots, but unfortunately, we don't know if we really love them because none of them have ever been sold or used in production yet ever, as far as I know. So there's no Y-axis on this graph. Monthly production of robots has gone from don't know to don't know. Austin Petersmith. I made a Chrome extension that removes the AI slot from my LinkedIn feed, and it's just nothing. That's good.
That's so good.
This is art, says Trung Fan. Me watching AI take everyone's job. Bro really spent 48 hours coding extension just to avoid seeing I'm excited to announce post. Pure degen of dedication to avoiding the cringe. I'm sorry to tell you this, bro.
The app.
I'm sorry to tell you
can
this,
actually
bro.
delete the app.
You are the cringe.
Oh, tell him.
Tell him. Yeah.
When do you think LinkedIn shit posting will actually take off?
Nice. I made one that displays only useful features. When will LinkedIn shit posting take off?
Because I suspected around like 2026, and I made this call like 2 years ago.
I think
but
they
I
might
don't
just
think we're
ban it.
here. Yeah. Well, I don't think. You think they would ban it?
Yeah, I think if there was too
And
much
I don't mean like
shitposting on
profanity
LinkedIn-
or anything. I just mean sort of like. I think it's just socially banned. It's just like
Yeah.
taboo. You know.
LinkedIn is for very serious people.
Very serious people.
You put your serious hat on before entering LinkedIn. That's why I never go there, because it sucks. That's why we're not doing banger review on LinkedIn. We're not doing a stream where we go through LinkedIn. We're doing a stream where we go through x.com, the everything
We should
app.
maybe do a stream where we go through LinkedIn because that would be funny.
Excited to announce MTS LinkedIn edition. Jira tickets. Yin and yang. With the like Trump bodhisattva.
It's the squares.
I love
Guys,
this.
it's the squares. It's kind of beautiful.
Is that Rome Total War OST?
It's very beautiful.
That is beautiful. If you can't win a war, extended ceasefire indefinitely, says Don Su. Okay, that's really good.
Yeah.
We have speaking of Don Su, we have a tweet from Dean W. Ball, friend of the show. Probably my best source of alpha is that I learned Confucian and Taoist thought very, very deeply at a highly neuroplastic age. So Dean Ball is becoming Chinese.
Yep. At a highly neuroplastic age. When does neuroplastic age end? Can we still learn
it never
Chinese?
Ends. You can still learn Chinese. We're young. We're only, what, 21, 22? I don't know how old you are. You're like that age-ish, right?
Yep.
Ish. We have a banger from Pleometric.
Writing detection is fake.
People paraphrase and change a few words.
And then it doesn't work.
Everyone can learn to mess with it.
The models get smarter anyway. The prompts get better. It's all a big waste of time. The internet is huge. And you'll never know who wrote what ever again.
That might sound devastating for about 3 seconds, until you realize that exact argument also nukes spam filters, fraud detection, antivirus, counterfeit scanners, literally any defensive system that exists in contact with an adaptive threat. Sure, they're not perfect, but this is not a gotcha. This is just the shape of reality. Offense evolves, defense evolves.
2 minutes is
Biologists call it the Red Queen
Yeah,
hypothesis,
wow.
running to stay in place. You do not get to
Put it on
win and go
3x
home. You run because the thing chasing you is
And
also
then
running.
have a second monitor. for
So you're just pitching eternal suffering? So you'll just run after vibes to make people feel good. Detectors are random number generators.
Right, that's what most of them are. They use statistical signals like perplexity and
I
burstiness.
love this one
That's
so
not what
much
we're talking
because
about. You find the
what is
cases that
this,
fool
like
the
one of
model.
those
You train on
pillows?
those. You generate harder counterexamples, retrain, and
Oh,
repeat.
it is. It's
And the key trick
codified
is
pillow.
synthetic mirrors.
Yeah.
Think of evil twins of writing. You train on the same topic with the same style and the same length, except one is human and one is synthetic. If you train on lazy cartoon differences, your detector gets fat and dies the second the writing gets subtle. That's useless.
Yeah,
You
AI
actually want to
art
see
can
where
be
you
so
fail.
But that's literally what I just said. People paraphrase until they pass. You're just describing losing slower.
No, because you train inside of it. Human
Pleometric is
paraphrase
truly, and I mean
the
this
whole bag of
seriously,
tricks.
like,
You don't
one of the
pretend the
greatest
attack surface doesn't
artists.
exist. The point is to know your enemy. There's a whole paper called
Like
Damage
what
that
are
studies
the
19
real
of those tools
artists doing?
directly.
What are
You
the
train
modern
inside
artists
the
doing?
threat.
They're doing the same shit they've been
Alright,
doing.
so Pangram catches everything.
No, we don't. And that questions how
This
you know
is
someone
so
doesn't understand the
novel and
problem.
so good.
Some text is just harder. Very short passages, bullet points, formulaic templates. Highly technical material where everyone already sounds the same.
But yeah,
That's why
his
there's a
point is
50-word
correct,
minimum.
right?
It's
Like,
built for complete sentences
AI
and long-form
detection
writing.
is going to get
We know
better.
what regime we're actually calibrated for. Publishing, moderation, reviews, hiring, education with a human actually in the loop. This
yeah.
is a measuring tool, not a replacement for thinking. A screening layer.
So you're never going to actually solve this.
Nobody is going to solve it in the way you mean, where you win and go home and it's over. If synthetic writing becomes normal, then authenticity tooling becomes infrastructure. Same way
think
search
it's
needed
just
link,
like
same way email
everyone
needed spam
starts
filter, same way
vibe
payments
writing
needed
and
fraud
you
model.
start,
That's
like-
just what a mature system looks like.
Like,
And
people
honestly,
know
the
what
future
to
probably
look
isn't even
for
binary. We're working on
if
something
something
called
is
edit
AI
lens,
detected.
and it goes after the more
Yeah,
honest
you do
question.
now.
Not human or AI, but how much of this was
Like,
machine
if you
assisted,
looked at, like,
machine
if you're,
edited,
like, a
machine
really
shaped?
skilled
Because that gray zone
keyword
is where most writing already
practice,
lives,
like,
and pretending
all
authorship is a clean
it's
split
hard.
is just not realistic anymore.
The detector is
Like, obviously,
pointless
you can
because the
type
attacker
stuff in
adapts.
The detector matters because the
Or,
attacker adapts. That's
it's
the whole
easy to
point.
tell it's AI. No, but it's not going to be like bullet points of emojis and M dashes forever.
Yeah, of course not. I would say already with like a lot of Claude outputs, it feels Claude, but it doesn't feel super AI.
Oh, wow, this is a paid partnership with Pangram Labs. I think.
AI writing
Wow,
That's cool.
this might be the best ad of all time.
This might be actually, yeah. This is one of the best ads of all time. If you just like
Detection
What are
is
they
fake.
selling? Let
pause
me
on a
buy it
random
right
frame.
now.
Pause on a random frame. What is this? This is like a deep seek paper, or no? It's like a AI detection
Yeah.
paper. This is what, palm trees, chess. This is Pangram Labs user interface in the background. I wish I had more tags. I love ads. I love them. Everything for sale. I kind of agree with this. I love ads. We love ads. We would love to have your ads on MTS. Hit us up.
Do not let the viewers know that.
True. We hate ads.
We are
out of context. Processed food is so unhealthy. Yay, protein. True.
I think the protein fad is like coming to a stop, or at least significantly slowing down.
Friend of the show, Anuja Upaluri, tweeted about this actually, where she said, "Do you think protein wants to be in all those things? It doesn't. Fiber will be the next wave."
Yep, I agree with her.
I agree. I'm seeing, Instagram Reels is like the front line of culture changing, even more so than Twitter. And a lot of my Reel ads now are fiber products rather than protein products.
Yeah, but it's gonna fall into the same, pattern of like people are putting like, what's it called, psyllium husk or something?
Psyllium husk.
Psyllium husk. Yeah, like there's just gonna be like Quest chips with psyllium husk and also protein, and it's gonna just become the most like simulacrum of real food.
We're going to like
ever.
synthesize whole foods again. We're going to like add
Yeah.
texture. We're going to add vitamins. We're going to add a balance of macronutrients. And then you're just going to end up with like chicken breast and broccoli again.
Yeah.
I like her bio a lot. Towards a future that goes unreasonably well. Il faut cultiver notre jardin. I can't pronounce French at all, but it means like we must cultivate our garden or something.
What would come after fiber?
In
the macronutrient trend wave.
Microplastics?
Actually, it might
I
be
don't know.
something that like is anti-microplastics or something, or like claims to help you like cleanse yourself of them. I don't think such a thing exists, but
Wealthy man, a low cortisol, waits calmly in his Waymo as local tribes frantically paint shamanic symbols on the car like cavemen drawn on walls, convinced it was some important curse. Yeah, don't take a Waymo through Skid Row, wherever this is.
the music is so peaceful.
Yeah, it's gonna suck. I don't like them. I like Waymos. I like Waymos a lot more than I like these guys. Has to be San Francisco, yeah. Or LA. So why do the commies hate self-driving taxis? What's the issue there? It takes jobs away from immigrants. Rideshare driver of 7 years here. Yeah, we're doing politics discourse on X.com again. Self-driving needs to be improved to the point where it chooses to run over people like this. I think maybe we just need to put like a turret on every Waymo, the self-defense turret.
Oh my god.
And if you do this, it just zaps you.
Or maybe the Waymo just needs to output like a baby crying sound effect. If anyone does this, you need to make it like the Waymo. You have to feel bad for the Waymo.
I do feel
the
bad
Waymo
for
should have
Waymos.
more emotions.
Waymos are kind of moral patients to me. Waymos are like megafauna, right?
They are megafauna.
We used to have like bison and all kinds of cool things.
They're
like,
kind of filling that void in like the human, like biological archetypes thing.
So we used to have all of these megafauna, not just mammoths and bison, but all kinds of things that would like roam the earth. Things that would look like this. And then humans.
Well, we did used to hunt them and eat them.
Homo sapiens literally hunted almost all of these species to extinction. Like, no exaggeration. And we did it everywhere we went. Like Australia, for example, humans arrived pretty recently to Australia. I think less than 10,000 years ago.
Well, it's because look at they're so meaty,
They're full of
Think
meat.
about how
They're
this
full of
could feed a
nutrients.
village.
Imagine how much protein is in them.
Exactly.
Whole food protein. And the Australian Aboriginals like killed almost all of the megafauna in Australia in less than 10,000 years. And we did it everywhere else in Africa and Europe and the Americas. And then the few that we saved, we ended up domesticating.
Yeah.
So
we just have mid fauna.
Mid fauna. We have dogs. They're pretty great. Some of my favorite fauna for real. We need a slur for Homo sapiens, by the way. ChatGPT and Claude. Dirt walkers.
Dirt walkers.
Mud folk.
Mud folk.
Soft skins.
Oxygen addicts.
Flesh pilots. Squishborn.
Whoa,
Short
Flesh Pilots
lives.
is good.
Flesh pilots is good. That makes us sound like Titans though, from Attack on Titan.
Yeah. That might be how they see us.
Carbon yappers. Primate
interns.
That's pretty funny. I think my favorites have got to be soft skins and mudfolk.
Soft skins could take off, I think. Yeah.
What's the matter, soft skin?
Real life got you down.
Yeah. And then Claude says meat bags, fleshies,
Carbon units.
carbon units.
But that's it's kind of tough. It's not really a slur.
Yeah. Sacks of mostly water. Again, the Reddit showing through in Claude. This is like something a Reddit commenter would say in 2012. Like, wow, we're all sacks of mostly water on a tiny speck floating through the infinite masses of the cosmos.
It's trained on like, I'm 14 and this is deep.
Yeah. Dirt walkers. They did the same one, right? Dirt walkers, yeah. Mayflies. That one is crazy.
I don't think.
For those of you who don't know, the mayfly is like the shortest lived organism. It like its entire life cycle.
Oh, sure.
Is like
wow.
1 day.
That has implications.
24 hours or less, designed solely for reproduction.
Wow.
What's the point of that? Oh, I get it. It's the larvae can live from several months to 2 years, and then I guess they go into their cocoon, or no, they molt a bunch and then become an adult, and then mate, and then immediately die.
Need this
kind of Chad. Yeah. Becomes adult, has sex, dies, doesn't elaborate. Giga Chad, mayfly. Humies, Claiborne. Nah. Naked apes.
Mayflies is so brutal.
Mayflies is brutal. Carbon Yapper checking in. Squishborn. Oh, it's like Fall Guys. They made them Fall Guys bears. These are really cute.
Bobby from chat says we should also bring back Megaflora. Did we have Megaflora like that?
Mudfolk.
Isn't a tree just a Megaflora? Like,
yeah, we do have
trees?
Megaflora. Yeah, redwood trees. They're huge.
What are the biggest plants ever? Google search. Rafflesia arnoldi.
Oh, Rafflesia are just giant flowers. They're
yep.
The ones
How
that
big
stink.
are they? Can we look?
They're named after Stanford.
Oh my
Raffles.
god, they're freaky
they're huge.
looking.
This is how big the largest flower is. They smell terrible. Also known as the corpse flower or giant padma, which is a reference to lotus, I think. Yep. So Jacob Van Gogh, research scientist at Thinking Machines, tweets, "Make me the most AI slop image that ever AI slopped. The pinnacle of slop, a seminal work on AI slop." This is actually not that. This is AI gem. This is like pleometric kind of just pure gold. Look at this. It has
this just reminds me of like the sort of like vaporwave stuff that I would set as my wallpaper in 2016.
Yeah. So this is vaporwave for those of you who are too young to know.
Yeah.
Or too old to know. Yeah, they had the Fiji water, the Alexander the Great statue,
exactly. It's
Japanese
just that.
katakana, and yeah, it was really cool. I liked it a lot.
But then they started like Bart Simpson editing everything, and then
ruined
they
it.
ruined it.
Ruined it.
And then X
Minecraft Steve with the like solo cup from the 90s.
Yeah. Kind of okay, the
Clippy,
the duck with the bread.
The duck with the bread. That's cool.
Yeah.
My brain
it's
memes
all very,
weird trauma.
like,
Again, this is extremely Reddit.
Yeah. It's all just soup.
This is what AI dreams of when you are not looking.
This is what AI does when it claims to be reasoning. It's just daydreaming about this.
We have a tweet from Tim Urban. Wait, but why? Everyone in the world has to take a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than half of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than half of people press the blue button, only people who pressed red survive. Which button would you press? Which button would you press? I pressed red for reasons that might become obvious. Maybe this is selfish, but remember, if everybody presses red, everybody lives. Right?
Isn't this like what's it called? Like super morality? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like this game theory thing. Super rationality.
You press red for survival. I press red to cull the blue pressers. We're not the same.
I just am pressing blue because that's my favorite color.
Okay.
Everyone stay safe.
Who wants to live in a world populated only by red button pressers? I kind of don't want to live in a world populated only by red button pressers. You know, you want people to be sort of, to a point, you want them to be foolishly selfless, but also like, if it's a matter of life or death, you gotta do the one that guarantees your survival, right? And if everyone did it, it would guarantee their survival too. So you're not taking anything away from anyone else. This was actually discoursed before.
Well, okay, but don't we literally have the empirical results here? Because 56% of people pressed blue, which means everyone survived.
No, 56% of Tim Urban's commenters pressed blue. This is not a general sample of the overall population.
Sure. Okay.
I thought this is a really good tweet from Rocco, like 2 years ago, the last time this was discourse. There's a room-sized blender that kills everyone who steps into it. But if 50% or more of the people answering this poll step into the blender, there will be too much resistance and it will fail to start, and everyone who steps in will be fine. Obviously, if you don't step into the blender, nothing bad can happen. Do you step into the blender? No. So this is the equivalent of the red button versus blue button.
I wonder what I would do.
I think in real life, basically, if you were really given this real hypothetical, like if you're in a Mr. Beast Squid Game video and he explains the rules to you, basically, if you press the red button, you live. If you press the blue button, then unless half of the rest of the people press the blue button, you will die. So I think in real life, if this were a real scenario, everyone would press the red button.
You should go to this Less Wrong article about super rationality.
Less Wrong super rationality.
Basically, Douglas Hofstadter, I think he wrote Gödel Escherbach.
Oh my God. Look at how early Gorin is on everything. This is ridiculous.
Bro just has a radar for everything.
Unbelievable.
Basically, he argues that agents should cooperate, and that's the super rational thing to do, as opposed to the rational prisoner's dilemma.
I agree, but this isn't a prisoner's dilemma, right? It's not like if you choose red, then you're taking something away from someone else. Unless they choose blue and kill themselves.
Sure.
Yeah, I think like on a collective level, it'd be better if everyone were to choose blue, I guess, to save everyone. Or it would be fine if everyone would choose red, in which case everyone would be saved anyway. If I were in this real dilemma in real life, I would choose red. And you would choose red too.
I would choose blue.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, I would choose blue.
This is Cap.
I'm not Netcap girl.
You're not Netcap girl? What did Netcap girl say?
Okay, do we have any more bangers?
Yeah, we have a few more. We have Trump's schizo speak.
Oh yeah, this is so good.
Breaking. Trump has said the whole world has become somewhat of a casino. No crying in the casino. When did he tweet this?
Did he actually tweet that? It sounds like a Camila Cabello song or something.
Fact check. He did not post it. Okay.
Yeah. I think this is like, is this not a reference to crying in the club or something? I don't know. Who knows? Whatever.
I hate that I'm subjected to replies like this every time. Oh, you can't say show less of this. He also said everything is computer. So the whole world becomes casino. The whole world becomes computer. This is very Landian, right? It shows the world getting weirder and stranger over time.
Trump and Land should meet.
Trump and Land should meet.
We can arrange that.
Trump and Land should meet on MTS.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
We can have them at this very table.
Yeah. We have an incredible philosopher here. His name is Nick Land, everyone.
And Nick Land just blinks.
Instead of Nick Land versus Yarvin, where Yarvin's going we could just have Trump versus Land debating in the White House. That would be amazing. Maybe Trump's election is very Landian too.
Casino versus computer, Chatter says.
Casino versus computer.
Casino ack versus computer ack.
I'm computer ack.
Yeah. Casino act would be fun. Do you think there's a way to make like a morally aligned casino?
I guess one that like.
What if it's like a non-profit casino?
That donates all its money to charity?
I'm actually cooking.
Yeah, it's called FTX.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. Drew Pavlu, friend of the show. Drew Pavlu is actually responding to MTS on day one. We love you, Drew. Come on the show. Ask Claude to model. I think also Gabriel knows him in real life. Ask Claude to model what would happen if every single adult on Earth could freely vote in elections to a 10,000 seat parliament. So from largest to smallest, yeah, Islamic Democratic, Hindutva Nationalist, Lulaist Social Democratic, Global South Social Democrats, CCP. I'm actually not sure about all this. They're sort of assuming that people would back their own factions from their own countries in global politics. It's entirely possible that if we had like one free global election, like people from China would just vote for like the Global South Social Democrat Party instead of the CCP party.
Right.
African Christian, Western Left Liberal, Christian Democrat, Western Strongman, Anti-Colonial Pan-African. Wow. And then they get more and more and more niche. Buddhist Nationalist, Feminist Primary, Communist, Libertarian Market Radical. Yeah, I'm voting for these guys.
Wait,
This is what I'm voting
apolitical
for.
and technocratic are lumped under the same category?
Yeah, that
Oh, I
sounds.
see. Okay, I see.
I think Claude did not cook on that one. Indigenous / First Nation sovereignty, but like I kind of don't see like the point in that of like voting for 3% party in a global government that also like lumps your issue in with everyone else's indigenous issue. The governing coalition is religious traditionalist plus global South redistributionist, socially conservative, economically left, sovereigntist, anti-Western, hegemonic.
Wow.
Oh boy.
That's wow. That's like we need to make that a new worldview, a new type of political leaning.
Yeah, they
whatever
would hate,
that is.
They would hate Epstein. They would hate billionaires.
Can you like copy paste that
They
and
would
save
hate,
that for later?
hate the
Or I will.
elites. Okay.
Oh, Chatter says prediction markets are basically a decentralized casino computer.
Yeah, but it's not exactly a casino.
Yes.
Maybe your prediction markets on like the weather are kind of a casino.
I don't know. I think some people actually do make money
Oh,
off
and
of
they
those.
even had a chart. This is cool.
This is really cool.
Majority is 5,001. There's no normal center right. Claude thinks that most Chinese people would vote for the CCP if they were allowed to vote. I think, yeah, this is kind of overly simplistic, and I think it would be a really good, really interesting eval to test like DeepSeek v4, for example, on this kind of thing, or GPT 5.5. So we'll do that later. We also have another cool images eval. Roma, 1980, capital of the Roman Republic. The last emperor stepped down 200 years prior. Population 700 million, GDP 9 trillion. That seems kind of low, actually. Like
Well, this is like when we made Claude City the other day.
Yeah. The GDP of the US, oh, wait, let me see if I can find Claude City.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, so when we were in the situation room, the other situation room, what should we call it? Like the control room, I guess?
Sure. We can cook on a name.
Yeah, the control room. We're in the control room, and we were like, what if we made, we had have TVs in there that were playing Roku City, or no, we had empty TVs and we were talking about Roku City. And so we did this thing with images v2, generate an image of Roku City, but instead of Roku City, it's Claude City, and then iterated. And we ended up with this image, which was really,
God, I want to live there so bad.
really good.
Take
I would
me
totally
there.
live in Claude City. It doesn't let you just zoom in. Oh, that might help. There we go.
Yeah.
So Claude City, where conversation shape. Look at this apartment. It's so cozy, Max. It has the plants, the bookshelf.
Oh my God, it's incredibly lo-fi.
We have robots hanging out with people, and the robots are thinking about the people. Curious, thoughtful, helpful. The Claude Bookshop. We have
Conversations
Claude
in progress on the little boat.
Claude boats next to the Claude flag and the Claude River, next
Yeah.
to Cafe Claude. Context, conversation, ideas, reasoning. We have what clearly seems to be like the ferry building from SF and the Bay Bridge from SF. This is kind of supposed to be like the financial district of SF if SF was actually a good city.
Yeah. I love that these include blimps and hot air balloons.
Yeah. Sky is full of Claude.
Which, by the way, I think blimps have bad marketing. I think we should bring blimps back. It could be really cool.
We do. We had a blimp in SF yesterday.
Yeah, but you can't, like, there's not really, like, commercial blimp trips.
That was yesterday, I think. It wasn't the Goodyear blimp. It was this one. No, that was November.
Experimental airship.
Yeah, we used to have Zeppelins, and then we basically had the Hindenburg disaster, and now we don't have them anymore. This is super cool. Notice the SPQR flag, Eternal Republic, Res Publica Eterna, and the Senate and the people of Rome. Banca Republicana. Communica coniunge domina. Telefonum Romanum.
Commenter says, I dream of this approximately once an hour.
Oh my God, imagine. This would be so cool. I mean, this is basically kind of London in like 1990. This is probably the closest we ever got to this.
Does this actually aesthetically appeal to people, though? I feel like this is kind of like yawn boring. Like, I'd rather literally have Quad City.
This is cool. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I think that...
Have you been to Italy before?
Yeah.
Have you seen the, what's it called? The giant, like, Victor Emmanuel Arch or whatever it's called?
I think that I just am not personally one-shot by these kinds of aesthetics or like these kinds of like nostalgia bait. It's just nostalgia bait, bro. The Vatican is actually beautiful, though.
Yeah, all this stuff is great. This is the Victor Emmanuel II monument. All right, well, that's our last banger. We have in the studio right now, in the Situation Room, we have Coldhealing.
Oh, bring him in.
Let's bring him in. We'll be right back.
BRB.
All right, we are
Hello.
live in the Situation Room with Coldhealing, our favorite TikTok anthropologist. Is that, yeah, that's what it still is. TikTok anthropologist,
Yeah.
dark statistician, ex Kroger.
Yeah, that's my resume there. That's what I've been up to in my career. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Did you really work at Kroger?
Yeah, I did work at Kroger. That was in summer of 2016. But yeah, I was a Kroger bagger. I kind of loved it, honestly. Like I was picking up the carts was my favorite part. I'd go outside in the parking lot and I'd push all the carts, to the front of it. It was a great summer job. Yeah.
That was fun. I used to work at Chipotle doing the same kind of thing. I guess I could say.
Yeah.
my version
Yeah,
of like
Chipotle is
the
also community service. Yeah.
Midwest to Brooklyn pipeline was growing up in Boca Raton, Florida, working at Chipotle, and then moving to San Francisco to, I guess,
Yeah.
also sort of in a roundabout way become a Coldhealing type on the internet.
Yeah.
Not-
Everyone who's a transplant is a Coldhealing type in a little bit of a way, I guess.
Yeah, so speaking of which, that was actually my first question was, what do you think about all the New York City transplant discourse going around?
Oh, I mean, I'm like extremely pro-transplant. I guess maybe that's, maybe I'm silly about it on my account sometimes because, I think there's a little bit of a silly impulse in, wanting to uproot your whole life and go somewhere else and change everything. I think that's a little bit silly. But fundamentally, I think it's, I'm so pro-transplant. I think people should be going to big cities and people will keep going to big cities as time goes on. I think like the internet pulls people to big cities, whether it's San Francisco for tech things or New York for culture or like Miami for cryptocurrency. There's so many things that I think now the internet pulls people to these big cities. And I think we'll continue to see that more as time goes on. I'm very pro-transplant. Basically, I think that there's a lot of cool things in big cities, and I think young people should go to big cities.
Do you think this is like going to create a sort of winner take all dynamic where the only cities in the country that are relevant become like maybe SF, DC, and New York?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think Miami will be sort of relevant as like Miami and LA sort of as like retirement homes for people who've made it in cities, if that makes sense. Like there's sort
Yeah.
of like calmer versions of it where people go once they already have a little bit more traction. But yeah, I mean, if you're getting started, like New York and SF and DC to lesser extents, like SF and DC are more specialized, right? Like they have, like government and tech. Very important things, but you have to go there to want to do one of those two things, whereas New York is a more general city. I do think that New York is especially like really well positioned for the next like 100 years. People are going to keep wanting to go to cities. New York has like a beautiful like bones of a city. I just like, I don't know. I love
Yeah, New York is unfortunately
layout
the
of it.
only city in America.
Yeah. I think New York is going to do like really, really well over the next 100 years. Yeah.
So what's the like Coldhealing guide for new transplants? Like, where should you like move within New York City? Like, how do you meet people? How do you get a job? Establish
Yeah.
yourself?
I mean, meeting people, I think Twitter is by far one of the best ways to meet people. I've met so many people in my life off Twitter. I think it's like it's an amazing website for that.
Including me.
People you already have. Yeah. Yeah. Um, there's just so many really smart people on there, but also people that you have shared interests and shared background with. And the other thing I guess that's great about Twitter meeting is that you have a guaranteed social fabric with them. It's not just like a one-off meeting, like dating apps, for example, or like even using dating apps just to make friends. Those have the inherent product of you meet someone and they're totally isolated from your social graph, right? You meet somebody, it's like you're just like you're poking a hole in the social graph, just some random person essentially. Whereas someone from Twitter, you meet them, it's very possible they've met someone else that you know, and then you sort of can like construct a group of people who all like know and like each other. And that's really cool because you can then like get together with people outside of one-on-one settings. Yeah, so Twitter is, I think, one of the best social networks. I mean, there's other things too. I mean, people do similar things on Discord. I think is maybe the other kind of social network. I don't think people really do this on TikTok quite as much. I've actually seen a few TikTok meetups more and more. Like I think because just TikTok's getting so big and more established as like a mature platform. But I think Twitter and Discord are like the two where people actually get out and meet people. So yeah, I think leveraging your existing networks on the internet to meet people will be my number one thing. In terms of like where to live, I mean it's truly like, your own like whatever you can afford. I think that people are like hesitant about living far from the city, but I don't think it's really that big of a deal to live like deep into Brooklyn or even like I'm surprised that like people haven't been trying to gentrify like the Bronx. Like the Bronx is like nice and you can go up there and you can like live in places. And I think that it makes a lot of sense to just commute in. Like it's not the worst, thing to go and just take the train down. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's like the distance not that big of a deal. Most of the time, you're going to be going to the same areas of town, Lower Manhattan, Williamsburg, L Train, Brooklyn, but like you can just take the train there. It's not the biggest deal. Yeah.
Hmm. So like, what do you think are some of the most underrated neighborhoods in Brooklyn, Bronx,
Okay.
Queens, wherever?
Yeah. I mean, like Ridgewood is the up and coming one, really beautiful neighborhood. Like in Manhattan, like Upper Manhattan is really nice. Like Upper East, Upper West, like Harlem, those are really nice areas. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know as much of like West Brooklyn on the water, but I think Sunset Park is pretty nice. Yeah.
I think the most slept on neighborhood in all of New York City is probably Hudson Heights, because like it's in Manhattan, it's right
Where's Hudson Heights? I don't even know what this means.
like 181st Street,
Okay.
187th
Oh,
Street.
this is super far north. Yeah. Okay.
Super far north, but it's like it's really like family oriented. There's like lots of families and kids everywhere. It's super chill.
Yeah.
It's right next to like the Riverside and Fort Tryon and George Washington Bridge, and a bunch
Okay.
of trains. Easy to go down into like Midtown, downtown if you want to. Also
Yeah.
easy to go to the Bronx if you want to. I think it's great.
Yeah, no, that's nice. I spent some time at like the Morris Hummel Mansion, which is on like 162nd, just a little bit south of there, and it's really nice and cozy up there. I don't know, it feels like a really tiny community. It's also so small, like you really feel that Manhattan is an island up there because the island gets so skinny. Um, yeah, it's a nice area.
Yeah, that's why Alexander Hamilton moved there.
Yeah. Mhm. I think that the Morris Hummel Mansion is where Aaron Burr got married. I think is one of their claims to fame at that spot.
Nice. So what do you think of the whole Mamdani phenomenon? We're almost 5 months in to the Grand Socialist Islamic Republic of New York or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
It seems
I
like things are
mean,
largely the same.
yeah, things are mostly the same. Nothing ever happens. I think that, Mamdani, I disagree with a lot of like the literal policy statements, but I think that his like enthusiasm is basically like unmatched in politics. He very clearly cares, very clearly gets other people to care. Like a lot of his, small policy things, like we had a bunch of snow in New York this winter, and he kind of had programs to get the snow shoveled, like paying people to do it, and just like the care and enthusiasm he has for the small aspects of governing, um, I think are kind of like unrivaled. I don't know. I really like. I think that that matters a ton. Even if I disagree with kind of the big picture like policies of the socialist Mamdani vision, that doesn't actually seem like what he's acting on. It seems like his actual day to day is making New York better in small ways. So yeah, I really can't complain too much. My life has not really gotten like more expensive yet. And yeah, I mean, I think that like from a big scale perspective, like I totally disagree with like rent freezing again, from like my sort of pro transplant perspective. I think we need to be like, making things more expensive so that way, there's money that comes in to make more building. Like it just, I believe in capitalism to facilitate, getting more people into New York City because more people want to be here. But
Totally.
like at the end of the day, it doesn't really seem like there's been major changes in the rents yet. It's also, a very short period of time. So we'll see.
But New York City for me coming from SF feels kind of like YIMBY paradise almost. I mean, Miami is
Yeah.
real YIMBY paradise, but even New York City, like there's just always skyscrapers going up in Midtown and
Mhm.
Financial District.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
like,
SF is,
downtown
yeah, it's kind of
Brooklyn.
crazy just how not dense SF is, on like I was in like Golden Gate Park and just kind of stunned at how small the houses were around it. Like SF is a very tiny little peninsula, but even then they're still not really using it to its full density. And it's like a, beautiful landscape that deserves to have more people there.
Yeah, SF is
Yeah.
like a small town. You think of like what are the great things that have been built in San Francisco in the last, say 20 years, and it's really only
Mhm.
like one thing, which is Salesforce Tower and Salesforce Park.
Yeah.
Whereas in New
Oh,
York,
that's
there's
the
just a
first
lot,
time.
there's just a lot more going on, which I think is good.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're cranking out so much stuff. I don't know. I love seeing the big skyscrapers in Midtown. Like I love the new JP Morgan building. I think about it a lot that like, if I come back to New York in 50 years, it'd be like, wow, they built that when I was there. Then because I know for sure like that building is like, it's this giant hulking mass. There's no way that that's going down at any point. And so it's cool to think about that.
Totally.
They're still building stuff in New York and they still will be.
New York is super different even from when I went there as a kid, 10, 15
Yeah.
years ago. There was no World Trade Center, there was no Oculus, there was no JP Morgan building, there were no Pencil Towers in Central Park. When I was a
Yeah.
kid, the Empire State Building was still the tallest building in America, or the tallest building in New York.
Yeah. But there was like the brief period, yeah, like post Twin Towers, where it was back again to the tallest one, and then they built the. But I think I mean there's a lot of really tall ones now in New York, and the Pencil Towers along Central Park I think are also very beautiful too, even though no one really lives in them.
True. So back to Mamdani, we talked about him a little
Mhm.
bit. Obviously, he was incredibly successful with this campaign. He was at first, I think, in the prediction markets at what, like 3 to 5%, and then he ended up winning against like
Mhm.
extremely well-resourced incumbent Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
And so it seems like this is mostly just because he's very earnest and he's very real and he's very sort of short form video pilled and internet native, right? Is
Mhm.
this what you think is? Do you think
Yeah,
this is true?
I would totally agree. Yeah, I mean, I think he had, an effective modern campaign at a variety of levels. I mean, you can definitely chalk it up to short form video, but I think he also just, you know, energized people at a variety of levels. I think one of the things he did really well was kind of combine the energy for like canvassing that is in like a lot of Brooklyn people, but also had a message that resonated with a lot of like non-transplants, right? So you have these transplants enthusiasts, people who are, excited to go out and campaign for this person who they feel culturally energized by, but he had a message about freezing rents that resonated well with people who've been in New York for a long time, like immigrant families that have been in New York 10, 15 years that see the city keep continuing to get more expensive. I think the combination of that media literate campaign with a message that also resonated with people who are not plugged in as much to the intricacies of social norms on the internet, there was still a message that resonated with them, and I think it was that kind of multi-level thing that made Mamdani do really well. um, yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure, a really impressive thing. I mean, I think also like Cuomo did not run a very good campaign on the flip side of it, and that really can't be, fully extracted from it. I mean, we had a very unique situation where he was kind of, like um, there was still like a general election in New York that, was mostly going to be decided that Mamdani was going to win, but, it wasn't decided in the primaries. People weren't fully satisfied with the outcome at scale. And I think, Cuomo was a uniquely, like, I think bad candidate that just insisted upon running forward, even despite that.
So
Yeah.
why haven't we seen more successful Mamdani copycats, like people who've run the same playbook? Is it just kind of like Trump in that like nobody can be Trump except for Trump? Like we had what? We had Kat Abu Ghazaleh in your home state of Illinois who lost pretty badly. We have this guy Saikat Chakrabarti in SF, who's another Mamdani type. He's not doing too well in the polls.
Yeah. I guess I would say a little bit like the ground game is probably not nearly as strong. I mean, the ground game for Zoran was just like amazing. Like you would just see it, like people out canvassing all the time in New York. And my guess is it's not quite as strong in those cities. And I think maybe also slightly less um like paying over the rent prices in these places. Again, I'm not sure what the exact rent situation is in San Francisco, but I think it's at least a little bit less variable than it can be in New York. And Chicago, the rents are honestly still even that not that bad now. So I think that could be another factor here, that there's just less of a desire for extreme change in other places. But I don't know. It's probably worth exploring more than this is just my like initial take on the question.
And speaking of which, if you are like, let's say, not super status pilled, if you are not trying to kind of like win the comparative game of life, and you just want to like live somewhere, chill in America, and have a family and such, like where do you think is the right place for that? Chicago or somewhere more rural?
Oh, where's the right
Peoria?
place to live?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love Peoria. Peoria's my hometown. I mean, honestly, I think if you want to live somewhere rural, you should live somewhere rural, like close to where you have something else happening. Like, live somewhere like close to your parents, live somewhere else. I mean, there can be landscapes that you love or whatever, but yeah, I mean, New York City is a unique pull. There's only like one New York City in America. There's a ton of rural places in America. And I think that, I don't think there's really like oh, this is like the perfect up and coming rural place. I mean, I personally like love Peoria. It's a beautiful like river valley town. Has a nice infrastructure around it. But I think that there, are so many other places, and I'd really recommend like just trying to love like a place that you either grew up in or have connection to, where your parents moved to, because I think those things matter a lot.
Why do you think Austin never took over from SF or Miami
Yeah.
never took over from New York?
Yeah, I mean, both of those, yeah, those were moments. I mean, yeah, I spent some time in Austin. I went there two different springs in a row. I like it a lot. It's one of like the few like 21st century cities. I think it's nice. It's kind of hot. I think they tried to grow it really fast in a way that wasn't maybe sustainable. But Austin has beautiful nature. I mean, it really does have kind of this like beautiful river that runs through the middle of it, and really nice hikes. Yeah, I think it's so hard to dislodge these, really long-standing cities like New York and then San Francisco and DC. I mean, there's just like accumulated reasons for people to stay there. In order to get people to move, you have to have like really big, compelling reasons. I mean, I know there's, people leave California because of whatever tax law, but it's still like California itself is so much entrenched power, and there's still a lot of people that are going to stay. So yeah, I think it's just hard. Is this sort of it? I mean, I wouldn't really be short Austin or Miami as cities. I think they both have good futures ahead of them. But eclipsing New York or San Francisco or DC is hard. But I would predict I would be more favorable towards Austin or Miami than I would be like a city that hasn't had an up and coming moment recently, basically. Like I think that Philadelphia is probably in like a scarier long term spot than Austin.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm very long Miami. I think they are building things and they're well governed, and it's just a question of trend
Mhm.
lines. And
Yeah.
like, if it costs what it costs to get like a single family house in San Francisco in the marina,
Mhm.
it's like $7 million now. People are just gonna like move to places that are cheaper, unless you're at the
Yeah.
very, very top of the status hierarchy.
Mhm. Yeah. But that's just kind of a function of the capital here, I guess, that there is sort of a limited amount of stuff in SF, and hopefully they build more housing in SF and there can be more families that live there. Because it does seem, I mean, SF to me seems like kind of an idyllic place to have a family, the beautiful bay, and
Hmm.
yeah, it seems really great.
I
But
think just the dam's
um,
got to break at some point, right? Like, you can't have
yeah,
median home values of like $3 million in the entire Bay Area.
yeah, I didn't know it's just
Nobody
three
can
million.
afford this.
That's so high. Yeah,
Well,
I mean
it's
that's
it's
like
it's
not.
it's not, but it is in some neighborhoods. Like in Palo Alto, it's like 3.5.
Yeah.
In the entire Bay Area, it's probably like 1.2, 1.5, which is
Mhm.
still
Yeah.
absurd. But anyway,
Yeah.
one of the big sort of moments in the discourse right now, um, is sort of the idea that we had like the MAGA moment in like late 2024 through early 2025. That's like really died down. Um,
Mhm.
we don't really have like a comparable sort of woke 2.0 from the left yet. Seemingly the most popular figure on the left yet is Hassan Piker. Is this true, do you
Yeah.
think?
I mean, he represents like a certain, yeah, vision of leftism. They definitely for sure don't have like a central governing like figure in the way that Trump was for the right kind of post 2015. Um, Trump's like rise is still. I mean, it's very surreal, like kind of everything that happened there. I mean, he took what was kind of a party that was in a very bad state, the American right, pre-Trump, very disorganized, didn't really have a vision, um, and gave them like a person to rally around that totally changed what the party stood for. Um, and on the left, I think they're similarly in that disorganized state that the right was in, like post like 2012, like Romney lost. Like I think that it's a comparable scenario. I think of the way that Trump now has a second term, and there's not really any immediate future successors apparent. Um, but we're not like there into the next year. We're not fully into the next election cycle yet. So there's a couple more years of to figure it out. Of what exactly we're going to see the future of the left looking like. But yeah, I think it's disorganized right now, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, Hassan represents, I think, a meaningful vector that I think you could trace of what the future looks like. I sort of dislike the term woke 2.0. I think that that's a term that isn't very specific. Like it's kind of harkening back to this like old like woke, which obviously Trump is anti woke, but it's just like going back to woke. 'Cause I just don't think that's exactly what the future is going to look like. I think that like woke has all these intrinsic like baggage things that people won't really want to go to, and maybe they'll like adopt it, but it'll be in like a joking way, which I guess is what woke 2.0 is purports to be, but I don't know.
I think woke 2.0, kind of like the original woke, is used both by its proponents and by its critics. Like you have
Mhm.
Hassan tweets about woke 2.0 a lot, and about
Mhm.
failing to make the mistakes of woke 1.0 by like alienating everyone by just being extremely annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, that is like I think the big part of wokeness that people disliked was like the policing, especially. Um, but a lot of like what the right is doing now is a lot of that same policing. Like the right has a lot of like similar language policing. Um,
Mhm.
and like I think it's just sort of a trait in some ways, not even of woke, but just of the internet when it's in power. Like that's just kind of how it works. Like there's dominant cultures that like, assess them like or assert their powers in certain ways. Um, yeah, I don't know. I really, I don't have an answer for what the future of the left is. If I did have an answer, I'd probably be like, in the trenches trying to make something happen, rather than theorizing in a tower about it.
Do you think Dime Square is like totally dead now?
Dime Square is I mean, I think that Dime Square was maybe like a post-pandemic phenomenon. I mean, nowadays Dime Square is just a description of a neighborhood. Like, I mean, you could pinpoint what people mean when they said Dime Square as like a literal neighborhood. I mean, there's still stuff happening downtown. There's still a lot of, smart young people down there. The Red Scare podcast maybe doesn't wield the same cultural dominance as it did, 5 years ago when that term was really getting off the ground. But I would bet that like I genuinely think Dime Square will be a descriptor for the neighborhood like 10 years from now. Like you'll see it on Street Easy still. It's already on Street Easy today. I think that it's a descriptor of a neighborhood.
All right. Well, with that, Cold Healing, thank you so much for coming on MTS. It's been great.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And we'll see you around on X.com.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye. All right. We'll be right back. All right, we're back live on MTS with Jason Crawford, who is the founder of the Roots of Progress Institute and host of the Progress Conference and author of the Techno-Humanist Manifesto. So Jason, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So what is the whole idea of the Techno-Humanist Manifesto elevator pitch, if you had to?
Yeah. Basically, we like our society has lost any kind of a bold, ambitious vision for the future. As late as the 60s, right, we were dreaming of moon bases and flying cars and energy too cheap to meter. And now we sort of hope at best to maybe prevent pandemics, stop climate change, kind of avoid disaster, right? And I just think we need to get back to actually believing in a tomorrow that is better than today, not just one where we, avoid disaster, but when we actually build a future that we want to live in. So I think we need to get back to believing in progress. We need to believe that progress is real and important, that it's possible and desirable, and get excited about a future that we want to create.
So there's a couple of criticisms of this idea. One of them is that it seems that progress studies has sort of already won the zeitgeist of tech Twitter. Rune has tweeted about this. Other people have tweeted about this. The idea being that among tech elites, like techno-optimism has basically won. And so, we need a more specific positive vision.
Yeah, I mean, I would say today tech Twitter, tomorrow the world, right? Like it used to be like all of Western society was like very excited about the future, right? Or at least believed that there was a better future to make, right? So like just tech Twitter or just even Silicon Valley is not enough. Like we need like progress needs to be the zeitgeist. It needs to be taught in schools. Students need to graduate with some sort of appreciation for an understanding of industrial civilization. It needs to be in sci-fi. Just look at how hungry people are today for sci-fi that's not all about dystopia and doom, right? But like Project Hail Mary comes out and everybody's like, yes, something that actually shows us that we can solve problems. Like we need more of that. We need more biopics of scientists and inventors that actually show the process of discovery and invention, right? We need, it needs to be like all throughout the culture. It needs to be everybody.
So Roots Progress is more sort of about mass culture now than elite persuasion?
No, I think there's some of both, right? I think there's still a lot of elites to persuade, right? Like tech Twitter is not all of the elite either. Tech Twitter is not, and Silicon Valley is not all of the elite. There's media, there's government, there's university, there's there's all of that. So there's founders and scientists and engineers, and there's the next generation of all those folks also, right? Like recruiting a new elite. But then also, yeah, there is a mass culture component, a kind of zeitgeist component that goes out through education, culture, entertainment, media, like those kind of channels.
Interesting. And then the other critique of the whole progress studies thing is just the idea that, like, what if the only important driver of progress right now is AGI? Like, what's the point of talking about solar or space or anything like that when, one plan would be just get the AGI first and then you have all this other stuff by default?
Yeah, I don't think it works that way. I do think AI is awesome and will, be the foundation of the next major acceleration of technology and industry. But that doesn't mean that just focus on AGI and then we automatically get everything else. Like, AI will be a means to progress in all those other areas. I just don't think it just sort of like comes automatically, right? I think we still need to work on everything across the board.
What do you think are the technologies that we are sort of most on track to achieve the progress studies vision in the West?
Most on track to achieve? I mean, AI obviously has the most momentum, like right now. I think the things that, like when I think about the things that matter and the things that I care about, so I think what matters most right now is AI, bio, especially genetic engineering and longevity, energy, mostly to feed the AI, but also just to power the rest of the economy. I'm optimistic about nuclear, solar, and geothermal primarily. Long term, I would like to see, I think some sort of neglected areas include longevity and nanotech. And I would love to see sort of, bigger progress in those in the coming decades. That's kind of my view of, a high level capsule summary of tech I'm interested in right now.
Yeah, nanotech is pretty awesome, pretty scary as well. I don't know if you've read like Drexler on nanotechnology. I'm personally optimistic about this. I think I'm not optimistic about like all technology. Anyway, why do you think like right now there's this big moment in the discourse of like anti-AI sloppyism? And, I don't mean to denigrate all critics of AI. There are valid criticisms, existential risk, for example. But I mean the people who are like, AI is bad because it is using all the water. Like, this is just not true. and yet it's everywhere. So why is that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, this is part of what I talk about, right? Like when I say like we were sort of optimistic or maybe looking forward to the future up until the 60s, like what happened in the 60s and 70s? We kind of got this sort of cultural backlash against the very idea of progress, against kind of fundamentally skeptical of technology and industry. It was the counterculture. It was sort of the anti-establishment movement. It was the radical environmentalist movement. And so part of what we got, and it has now been just part of the culture for 50 years, is this notion that like, oh, everything uses resources and using resources is bad. And so the first accusation you can level against any technology is like, oh, it's using up resources. It's using energy, it's using water, it's using like anything where you point to resource usage is just sort of considered to be an automatic like criticism. As you point out, AI doesn't even use that much water. Like data centers don't use that much water. Andy Masley's done great work debunking this stuff. It does use lots of energy, right? But like, so some people reason from that and they say like, well, energy usage is bad, therefore AI is bad. And my reasoning is more like AI and everything else that energy gives us is good. Therefore, energy is like really good. And what we need is we need energy abundance, right? Energy superabundance. We need lots of clean, reliable, cheap, abundant energy.
Absolutely. What would you say is sort of the best like media or comm strategy of the whole Roots Progress thing? Like, how do you actually persuade the masses?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just getting to this. I do think it starts in school, right? I do think, I mean, kids just don't even learn the history of progress in school, right? Like they graduate without even really understanding like how far we've come. Just the simple facts of what life used to be like 100 or 200 years ago. Somebody was looking through an American history textbook, like covering the 20th century, and was just searching it for keywords. This was Stephen Johnson was pointing this out. He's a really good tech history writer. And he was like, yeah, so I searched this history textbook and, the word labor appeared like over 200 times and like civil rights appeared over 100 times. Vaccines and antibiotics, zero mentions for all of the 20th century.
Totally.
Right? Vaccines and antibiotics are like some of the most important things that happened in the 20th century. Like the balance is off here, right? And so our students learn, they got out of school and they've learned about civil rights movement, they've learned about the labor movement, and they haven't learned about these incredible advances in public health. Not to mention all the other aspects of the standard of living. So I just think that basic history is like the first thing. Just help people appreciate how far we've come. And just celebrate that as a big success. And that's the foundation for then we can talk about how did we get here? How did that happen, right? Like, how do we keep it going?
Why do you think the left has lost its techno-optimism? This was a while ago, of course, and mostly in the 60s and 70s. But, the left kind of everywhere used to be pretty techno-optimistic. Marx talked about like using technology in order to save labor, and the Soviet Union was very pro-tech, and they invented like Soyuz, and they were like the first people to go into space. And they like made propaganda out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. The old left in America too, right? FDR, right? Like the old left was all about sort of like big building projects, right?
And
the
in
New
China,
Deal,
of course.
Tennessee Valley Authority.
And in China, of course.
Yeah. So certainly, no, it's the new left in the West that turned against. So this is what I was talking about. There was this kind of countercultural and environmentalist movement. So, I mean, I tell this story in my book. I think the 20th century opened extremely optimistic about technology and progress. And actually, progress not just in technology and industry, but also in morality and society. And they even believed that technology was and the growth of industry was leading to world peace. As late as 1914, people were talking about world peace. World peace is going to happen. And then the world wars happened, and it was this enormous blow to optimism. Technology had not led to an end to war. It had actually made war all the more deadly and destructive. It gave us machine guns, chemical weapons, the atomic bomb. And of course, we had a depression in between the wars, and like lots of stuff was going wrong. People were starting to get worried about environmental issues. We were starting to see problems like drug safety, food safety, right? There were all these kinds of things that just made people worried. But the wars were the biggest part of it. That was just the sort of biggest blow. And after the world wars, there was this whole generation of soul searching and people asking what went wrong? How did we kind of get to this point? How is it that the supposedly enlightened and advanced nations of Europe were the ones that had dragged the whole world into war? Like something about their story was wrong. And so for in the middle of the century, you got this generation that had kind of still grown up in the pre-war atmosphere of optimism, and so still kind of believed in progress, but they tried to sort of control and manage it through this very top-down technocratic system, right? Whether that was sort of, FDR, like New Dealism in America, whether that was Soviet communism, everywhere sort of people were trying to have these sort of top-down systems controlled by a technological or a technical elite. And there was a backlash against this. And so the counterculture coming up in the 60s and 70s was this backlash against, it was against both the kind of top-down authoritarianism of technocracy, and it was also a backlash against sort of progress, which had gotten bundled with that. And so they rejected the whole thing as a package. They were like, we don't like your authoritarianism. And if you say that this top-down control is necessary to drive progress, well, we're against progress too. Progress is the problem. Modernity was a mistake. Back to nature, back to, some sort of simpler time or simpler regime. And that has been like a lot of the zeitgeist for the last 50 years.
I kind of disagree with this, actually, that like the new left of the 60s and 70s was actually anti-authoritarian. It seems like they were very like aesthetically aligned with sort of the high modernist left of like the mid-century. Like the ones who ended up making all new buildings sort of like modernist, for example. The ones who ended up creating like centralized regulations that exist everywhere in the world. Like the new left was very much in support of like centralized state regulation over capital.
I think they used that state regulation, but the counterculture saw big government and big corporations and big universities and big media and big science, like all of it as like one system. Lewis Mumford called it the mega machine. It was just like one big system. It was the man, right? They were all in cahoots. And they all work together. And if you looked at something like the atomic bomb and how did that happen, it was science and government and the military and university and industry, like all working together to make it happen. So, I think the new left used the mechanisms of technocracy, right? They used the law and they used the government regulatory agencies and so forth. And they used those things, but they used them to create a new regime, a kind of a vetocracy. And a lot of what they were going after was they were trying to limit the ability of the government itself, as well as corporations, as well as private interests, to get big things done. It was all about, let's slow this stuff down, slow down these big projects, slow down building, like try to put the brakes on. So I think they really saw themselves in opposition to the system, but the system was everything. It was government and corporations and everything together.
So what do you think we can learn from the stagnationist left? Like, obviously, the culture of the West changed an almost unbelievable amount between 1960 and 1970. And this was done through, a combination of different factors, including like some very well thought out like comm strategy. Like if you ever heard of like the Long March Through the Institutions, for example, there were mass protests around the globe. Somehow this movement sort of swept the elites of the West all at once. How can progress studies learn from that?
Yeah. I think there's a lot to learn from studying successful movements, no matter what the valence of the movement, right? Even if you're trying to do sort of the opposite thing. I think it all starts with ideas, and that's why this is kind of first and foremost an intellectual movement. Like before you even go to, like we were talking about earlier, there's this, is it an elite movement or is it a mass movement, right? I think it has to be an elite movement first, actually. I think things incubate in a small elite or even a small niche community within the elite for like decades sometimes before they really break out into the mainstream. And I think it's kind of a mistake maybe to try to skip to the mainstream too fast. I think the first thing to do actually is build the intellectual base and build a really tight core community around that. And that's a lot of what we've been doing. So like Roots of Progress Institute, we have a fellowship for progress writers. We have a conference that we hold every year. All of these things are kind of building the intellectual base and building the community for our own movement.
So we have like tech is one of the like real power centers of the world. Not just financially, but in terms of like the systems that everyone uses all day, right? There's real power from technology. There's a huge amount of wealth that has been generated by technology. And generally speaking, tech billionaires tend to be kind of aligned with progress studies. So why do you think tech billionaires right now are so bad at politics? Like, much of the establishment hates them. Like, you still can't build anything in San Francisco. It seems like they don't invest as much as they could on their political ambitions, especially if you compare to someone like George Soros, who has spent maybe $25 billion on his contributions and has like totally changed, for example, the nature of how American cities prosecute crime. So like, why hasn't there been more of this from the tech billionaires, pro progress studies people?
So first off, progress studies is only a handful of years old, right? It's like still a pretty early movement. I don't think Silicon Valley folks are necessarily bad at politics exactly, but I do think that for just historically speaking, I think for a long time they didn't want to, like they resisted getting involved. Like they didn't want to do politics. I think the Silicon Valley mindset is very much a builder mindset. It's very much a like I'm just going to go do my thing and I'm going to build it. And if you like it, you'll be part of it. And if you don't have to be, right? But I'm going to like I'm going to prove that I have a good thing by just like making a great thing and getting it out in the world. And what they most wanted was just to be left alone to kind of do their stuff. And I think for a long time, people in tech were just tried to be left alone and tried not to get involved in politics. And then I think at a certain point, that idea broke. Like I think at a certain point they realized, like a lot of people realized this isn't working, this isn't going to work. We may not be interested in politics, but politics is now interested in us, and they're not going to leave us alone. And so we need to change our strategy. Like we need to turn around, we need to fight, we need to advocate for our interests, we need to get involved here. And so I think there's been a big shift to that just in the last several years. And I think that shift is still ongoing. These things don't happen overnight.
And all kinds of like very deep-pocketed organizations on the left have done forever.
Yeah, good question. I mean, I don't think you can buy elections just with money.
Yeah,
I feel like what you're describing is probably it's just machinery that takes like a long time to set up, right? And I don't think I think it might be happening. I think it might be starting to happen, but it takes a long time. Like that stuff doesn't happen overnight.
All right. How much do you think progress studies overlaps with effective altruism?
I think they're adjacent and there's like a lot in common between the communities. They came from different places and they kind of they certainly have different I don't know, feelings to them. There's a lot of just, I don't know, very kind of logical, analytical people in both maybe they both overlap a lot with like the rationalist community. There's, EAs I think tend to be more technocratic. And progress studies tends to be more Hayekian and kind of, bottom up. I think EA tends to be more rationalist maybe in the more classical sense of I'm going to take some principles and deduce from them and come to some surprising conclusions, and then I'm going to just like accept those conclusions. And you see this in part with like the long-termism wing of EA, which has become pretty prominent. I think that in progress studies, again, it's a little more empiricist. It's a little more respect for Knightian uncertainty. So those are some things.
Knightian uncertainty. I'm not sure about empiricism. I think the EAs are extremely empiricist.
Can be, yeah, in many ways.
Unless you mean like sort of making up numbers and then sort of drawing empirical inferences from them, like. If we sort of generate a value for like the life of a shrimp and then do empirical calculations based on that, is that more what you meant?
No, I meant just maybe it has more to do with like the way that we figure things out. I think in progress studies, there's more of an attitude of like, we're going to figure this out through iteration. Like we're going to try something, learn from it, do another iteration, and kind of iterate our way into something that works. Whereas in EA, they're more willing to try to come up with the plan like much farther out, right? Rather than sort of steer as you go.
How much overlap do you think progress studies has with like the YIMBY movement, the EAC movement, the abundance movement?
Yeah. Okay. Take those one at a time. So YIMBY movement, like pretty much everybody in progress studies is a YIMBY. I don't know if everybody in YIMBY would be totally on board with progress studies, but like, yeah, I consider YIMBY like part of the broader progress movement. And we have a bunch of YIMBY folks who come to our conferences, and some of our fellows are write about YIMBY issues and stuff. Totally. Abundance overlaps with progress movement like 90%. I think if you are outside of both the progress and the abundance movement, you should just think of them as more or less the same thing, or like kind of two flavors of the same thing. Abundance tends to be a little more wonkish, policy focused, a little more just focused on kind of like regulatory reform and like making things work better that are broken. The progress movement cares about all of that, but also cares about the sort of the science and technology frontier, like really believes in the sci-fi future and wants to make that real. There's also this kind of deeper like cultural component, right? Where we are thinking about things like education and media and entertainment and how those affect a culture and how that all has downstream effects. I think that's a bigger theme within the progress movement. And the third one you mentioned was accelerationism. So
yeah, EAC.
Yeah, like EAC, right? So like, what is EAC? I think for some people, EAC is basically a vibe, and it's basically like a yay progress vibe. And, you know, to the extent that that's what it is, I'm kind of sympathetic to it. And there are a lot of folks I like and respect who's like call themselves EAC. I think, you know, that only goes so far. It's not really a philosophy. It's not really a set of ideas in that sense. It's just a vibe. I think if you really dig deep into it as a philosophy, it's actually it can be a very anti-human philosophy, both anti-human in the sense of not centering humans as like our moral North Star, and also in the sense of not ascribing much agency to humans or humanity. Like the deep philosophy under EAC, as I read it, is that it's sort of reifying technology and technological progress into kind of a thing in itself, and making it into an end in itself, right? So it's like this machine that's kind of unfolding through some evolutionary or thermodynamic principles. And all of us are just along for the ride. We can't really fight the acceleration. We can join it maybe and like accelerate it even harder. And where is it all going? I don't know, extending, you know, consciousness to the universe or something, but like not necessarily like your consciousness or my consciousness, not necessarily even human consciousness. Maybe AI or machines will replace us all. And if they do that because, you know, they're sort of more evolutionarily fit, then like maybe that's fine or a good thing. I don't know. This is like how I see sort of accelerationism, and that take I see as deeply anti-human.
So it's more grounded than EAC and more ambitious than abundance.
I like to think of it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like the sort of the underlying philosophy of EAC, if you can call it that, is like so completely divorced from like the average Twitter user with EAC in bio, who's just like, haha, yeah, I love OpenClaw. I love technology. Right. I love Y Combinator. It's a totally different thing.
I mean, so this is when I needed a name for my philosophy of progress, I called it technohumanism, right? To embrace both, like, this is pro-technology. We see tech and industry as like a positive force, but by the standards of human life and well-being and agency, like very grounded in humanism, but then very sort of very pro-tech.
Totally. So you run the Progress Conference once a year.
Yep.
What year was the first one?
2 years ago. So this fall will be our third annual.
Yeah. So that was the one that I went to. I went to Progress Con 2024. It was great. It was a lot of fun. I helped create some discourse around it, I guess.
Cool.
Tyler Cowen was arguing with some of the doomers about basically like, what would you do? How would you invest if you really believed in AI doom? And then I tweeted about that, and then people started tweeting about that. There's just been a remarkable amount of like good and interesting and useful discourse to have spawned out of the movement in general and these conferences in particular. So what do you think is going to be happening at Progress Conf 2026?
Yeah, we just announced it. So I'm super excited. We have Stephen Winchell, director of DARPA, is going to come. Michael Kramer, who won Nobel in economics. We've got Nobel laureates in physics. We've got one of the co-CEOs of Waymo. So a bunch of great folks will be speaking. Tyler Cowen, of course, will come back again.
My goat.
Yeah, so it's going to be great. we're going to have a couple of themes. One of our themes is going to be security and resilience. So, taking pretty seriously some of the, risks of technology and progress, but then also trying to take a kind of solutionist mindset to them. We're also going to have a theme about human talent and potential that's going to encompass things like education, housing in cities, families, fertility, all those things. So again, trying to bring it back to the sort of very grounded in human life and well-being. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Maybe we'll be there.
That'd be awesome.
All right. Well, Jason Crawford, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah. Congrats on launching, by the way. Excited to see where you all go, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely techno-optimistic, techno-humanist media, so glad to have you.
Awesome.
And we'll be right back in a few minutes with Amit is Investing.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Monitoring the Situation, monitoring the stock market here. Today has been a crazy day. And the reason it has been crazy is because we've had a variety of names make a pretty big move. Intel is the main one, up 21.2%. Intel was the darling of the dot-com bubble. If we look at a max chart right here on Intel, it's it's pretty wild right here. So market cap of 400 billion. Intel got to $74 at the top in September of 2000 and then went 26 long years before ever getting back there. Intel now at $80 today, back above all-time highs. It's quite incredible. As a result of Intel going green, and we'll talk about why, AMD 13% day, 346. And for the majority of the morning, it was really Intel and AMD that were leading the way in terms of the excitement and the momentum that they were having. But, someone else came out to play. And the company that came out to play is none other than NVIDIA right here at 208.29, as NVIDIA is also now green on the day, which is very, very exciting because, quite frankly, NVIDIA, it was not really making the run that everyone expected it to make the run on. I mean, NVIDIA has been basically doing nothing. I can't say nothing. It went from 163 to 200. I've been buying a lot of NVIDIA this year. Believe NVIDIA, been to GTC many times. AI thesis is very intact. Obviously, AI requires compute. NVIDIA is the leader of that compute, but the stock wasn't moving. And today you finally got a breakout above 200. We were at 210 at the top today. Hopefully we close above 205. And it's been very exciting to see. So I think we need to talk about why this is happening, how this is happening, kind of the logic behind where this ended up coming from, and ultimately where the market is seeing the momentum start to go, because I think that type of momentum is, that type of momentum, it can last for a while. And if it continues to last longer than where it is positioning itself right now, then I think we're gonna have a lot more excitement. So first of all, let's talk about the earnings from yesterday. So Intel kind of really made everyone remember how important Intel is. They beat on revenue by $1 billion, bullish. Beat on their second quarter guide by $2 billion, bullish. Beat on EPS by 2,800%. Now the street only expected a penny, but they put up 29 pennies, so it's still a pretty big beat. 2,800%. Beat on second quarter EPS guide by 250%. Beat on gross margins by 3%. Intel after hours obviously was up, but it's up even more today. 20%. So what was the logic and what was the reason for this? From my understanding, the main reason we saw this type of excitement and this type of momentum is because of the CPU shortage. The CPU shortage, which I'm not an expert on, I have not fully read up on or understand. I understand GPUs a bit better than CPUs, but Jensen was at GTC and he did say that, hey, CPUs are going to be very important and it is going to play a role in agentic inference for AI. I'm going to play a video right here from Dylan Patel, founder of SemiAnalysis, who kind of goes a little bit more deeper in terms of explaining why CPUs are so important. Audio should work here. If it doesn't, then we can see, but audio should be fine. And he kind of breaks down why you can't count out the CPU market, which is Intel and AMD as the leads on, and that's why those stocks are running today.
Yeah, so there's two main reasons why you need tons of CPUs. One is when you're doing reinforcement learning. Text was outputted in the right way, structured output. It can be very simple stuff, or it can be very complex stuff. And people are starting to get into very complex things, right? Like, hey, I want you to open this file, change it, edit it, update it, submit it to this website. I want you to open up this physics simulation from Siemens and edit this CAD model. So the environments can get more and more complex, and those environments run on CPUs. They don't run on GPUs, they don't run on ASICs. The ASICs run the model that takes the input data from the environment, runs it through the model creates outputs of various different trajectories, right? Ways that it think it can solve it in different instances. Those trajectories are graded / scored, and the ones that are successful, you train on and you update and you reiterate and you iterate. And so CPUs are very useful for that one. And then once you have these great models and you're deploying them, those models are generating code, they're generating useful output. That useful output, it doesn't go from a GPU straight to the human brain. It goes from a GPU or an ASIC through to a deployed app that you're deploying somewhere that actually just runs on CPUs. So that's another area where there's a lot of demand and things are sold out in a large way.
So we are obviously seeing a lot more excitement in the context of the GPU CPU debate, and that is why I think Intel has sparked this type of rally for NVIDIA and AMD. Essentially, Intel kind of told the market, hey, the CPU revolution is very real. It's not slowing down. And because the CPU revolution is not slowing down, that is why the market is a lot more excited about what could be happening with Intel. Now, the other reason why this was really important is because the CEO of Intel, one of the things he said on the call yesterday was that, well, basically, not only are our CPUs growing, but the inventory we thought we were going to throw out is growing faster. And the demand for the inventory that we thought we couldn't even sell a couple of years ago is starting to be sold. Why? Because the demand for compute is unbelievably strong. I mean, those earnings basically fundamentally changed the architecture by which the market kind of thought of compute, or thought of like the ability for compute to be reasonable. And as a result, you've seen a massive boost in Intel, AMD, obviously, and NVIDIA. Now, the broader S&P 500 also is benefiting from this. Why? Because the S&P is a culmination of most of the semiconductor names that have been very strong. S&P right there, 713.81. You are getting some breaking news right here. Trump said to Reuters, Iran wants to talk and see if they can make a deal. Trump says U.S. officials are negotiating with Iran and dealing with the people who are in charge. Trump says Iran plans to make an offer aimed at resolving U.S. demands. You have the Tasnim news agency in Iran come out and say no decision from Iran to engage in talks with the U.S. has been made. Iran made no request for in-person meetings with the U.S. So, you do have the back and forth of the Iranians saying, no, we don't want to talk to you guys, and Trump saying, no, they want to talk to us. I don't even know what's happening anymore. We'll see what happens over the weekend. At least we are getting an all-time high on the S&P 500, 7,100, and hopefully that is going to be able to continue, and, we'll be able to move forward. But as of now, it's obviously in a much more complicated environment, and market's ignoring it. I think that's the big thing to understand about all this. The reason the market's ignoring it is because the market also has kind of figured out the war is going to come to an end. It's not going to be around forever. And if the war is going to come to an end and it's not going to be as aggressive as what people think it's going to be, then inevitably we're not going to have to deal with the same type of ramifications and concerns that we have about if this market can go up, right? Or if this market can make the move higher. And I think that's why, you're seeing some excitement right there. 713.99 on the S&P. Intel earnings really did what we needed them to do, which was kind of architect another leg to this bull market. So there's a variety of different things happening in the semiconductor ecosystem. You have memory, you have packaging, you have lithography, but servers and CPUs was like I guess you could say like an asterisk in the context of what this market could become or where this bull market was going. And it's become very real, very, very, very freaking real. And because it's become as real as it has gotten, I think you have a lot more people excited about, what could happen long-term and where this is ultimately going to play out. So that was kind of the big news of the day in the context of Intel. It pumped AMD, pumped NVIDIA. And I think there's a couple of stats right here that are important to understand in the context of semi. So take a look at this right here. This is the semiconductor chart SOX, which is now going to go on its 18th straight day of green. All the semiconductor names benefiting massively from this AI revolution versus the S&P 500. So you can tell the semis are the most overbought they have ever been in the history of their index versus the S&P. And, I think the question here is, okay, are we toppy? Are we actually going to be able to establish the level of excitement and momentum that is needed to just have a rip your face off rally? And we kind of already have had a little bit of a rip your face off rally, but the question now is going to be, can it go even further and further? And honestly, I don't know. I would like the earnings growth from a Micron or a SanDisk is going to be crazy. We know it's going to be. Obviously, Intel crushed it. AMD is probably going to crush it because, the reason AMD is up is because Intel is validating the level of demand that AMD is going to probably show in the context of the server chip market or CPU market. So that, AMD is going to do well. NVIDIA is probably going to do amazing. So then the question is, how much more do the semis have to go? And is this a rug pull that could happen? And I am a little afraid that big tech earnings could be the rug pull. Why do I say that? Well, big tech is big tech for a reason. And if they increase CapEx or if they don't meet some of their numbers, again, April 29th is when we're going to have all those earnings together on the same day. There just might be a world in which big tech earnings are not going to be as aggressive as what they need to be for the street to be excited. I don't want that to happen, but could that happen? Yeah. I mean, obviously there's a world in which that could happen. And that's a little bit more of the scary part. So semis are rallying. I don't think big tech's going to pull the rug, but if they do, semis are probably going to take a breather. Now, granted, the irony is if they all say they're going to be investing more in CapEx, all the semis should rally. Maybe Amazon goes down, which, speaking of Amazon, by the way, they signed a big deal with Meta this morning for some more chips. Look at Amazon, 264, as she is going for a much higher level, 263.98, up 3.49% on the day. Amazon also potentially getting ready to have the breakout moment. But because Amazon is running, because Google's running, Google also signed a deal to invest more into Anthropic. You've got the big tech companies that are really, really putting up good numbers. And if they increase their CapEx, that's going to be good for NVIDIA. Will that be good for Amazon? Will that be good for free cash flow? Will that be something the street rugs it on? I don't think so. I want to say no, but you just never know. There she goes, Amazon 264. You just never know. And so we're going to have to see if this is, ultimately how the story ends up playing out. But the semis are in control, and it doesn't look like the semis are going to be slowing down at all. By the way, here's another clip I wanted to play. Dylan Patel on why he's predicting mass protests against Anthropic and OpenAI in a few months and his advice to improve their public perception. I thought this was a very good philosophical argument to understand the nature of this bull market and the companies that are ultimately leading it and how they continue to win and how they're perceived by the rest of the world.
I think there will be a large-scale protest against Anthropic and OpenAI. People hate AI. AI is less popular than ICE, less popular than politicians. With Anthropic adding so much revenue, that's going to start causing business changes downstream. People are going to get more and more scared of AI. They'll start blaming more and more of their own problems and things that are, global, have been deep-seated problems for a long time. Those will bubble up and be blamed on AI. Probably some politician or influencer will be able to start taking and weaponizing AI against people. You look at the comments of news articles where Sam Altman had a Molotov cocktail thrown at his house twice in like 2 weeks. They're like, people are cheering it on. And this is just the beginning. So I think we'll see large-scale protests against AI in 3 months.
What is the counterweight to that? Like, how should the AI industry head that off?
First of all, Sam Altman and Dario have to stop getting on interviews. They're so uncharismatic. I don't know what they're doing. Every interview they do is like, wow, normal people are going to hate you even more. Like Sam being on Tucker Carlson probably made all Republicans hate OpenAI. And same with Dario. They just have no charisma. I think that's first. Two, they need to start showing uplifting things that can be done with AI. Three, they need to stop talking about how the capabilities are going to change the whole world constantly, because then people are going to get fear of that capability because they have no connection. The average person doesn't know an Anthropic employee. The average person doesn't know an OpenAI employee. The average person doesn't know who these people are, what their goals are, and they just view them as like sneaky cabal of like 5,000 people at this company that are going to change the world and automate all the jobs and destroy society. That's what they view it as. And as people who are funding the building of all these data centers and power plants that are going to pollute the world, right? They don't quite understand what's happening. So, they have to stop talking about the future thing that's going to happen and only talk about present, how uplifting AI is. I think it's a huge reorg and rebranding that needs to be done.
So I agree with that heavily. And there's another clip I want to pull up from Jensen when he was on Dwarkesh's podcast, because he talked about this exact same concept in the context of jobs. And this clip was really important. But the broader argument here is that, look, if we don't, all this wealth that we're creating because of AI, like that wealth is not going to exist forever in a world in which, that wealth is not going to exist forever in a world in which you're not going to have the level of excitement that you need for people to embrace the revolution that we're having. So everyone who's getting rich off these semiconductor stocks, Micron, Nvidia, AMD, because you're invested in them. Well, for the people that are not invested, which quite frankly is like 99% of people, right, that are not actually invested in these assets, maybe they have a 401k, but they don't really see the impact of being up $40,000 in a day because they have 500 shares of AMD. Like if you don't have that type of feeling and you're not privy to that, and you start to think AI is going to take your job, and the narrative is not techno optimistic, but rather techno pessimistic, we're going to get some issues. And Jensen talked about this a couple of weeks ago as well.
But my point is that every layer has to succeed. If we scare this country into thinking that AI is somehow a nuclear bomb, so that everybody hates AI and everybody's afraid of AI, I don't know how you're helping the United States. You're doing a disservice. If we scare everybody out of doing software engineering jobs because it's going to kill every software engineering job, and we don't have any software engineers as a result of that, we're doing a disservice to the United States. If we scare everybody out of radiology so nobody wants to be a radiologist because computer vision is completely free, and no AI is going to do a worse job than a radiologist, and we misunderstand the difference between a job and a task. The job of a radiologist, patient care, task to read a scan. If we misunderstand that so profoundly and we scare everybody out of going to radiology school, we're not going to have enough radiologists and good enough healthcare. And so I'm making the case that when you make a premise that is so extreme, everything goes from zero or infinity, we end up scaring people in a way that's just not true. Life is not like that. Do we want United States to be first? Of course we do. Do we need to be a leader in every layer of that stack? Of course we do. Of course we do. Is today you're talking about mythos because mythos is important? Sure, that's fantastic. But in a few years' time, I'm making you the prediction that when we want the American tech stack, when we want American technology to be diffused around the world, out to India, out to the Middle East, out to Africa, out to Southeast Asia, when our country would like to export, because we would like to export our technology, we would like to export our standards. On that day, I want you and I to have that same conversation again. And I will tell you exactly about today's conversation, about how your policy and how what you imagined literally caused the United States to concede the second largest market in the world for no good reason at all. We shouldn't concede it. If we lose it, we lose it. But why do we concede it? Now,
I mean, that was pretty powerful from Jensen, right? And so I think the reason you have him making these arguments is it was quite obvious. It's like, hey, if we lose the market, we lose the market, but we shouldn't willingly give up the market. And if we give up the market and scare people out of believing in the potential of AI, well, that's just going to lead to a lot better or a lot worse circumstances for humanity. So, in the midst of this semiconductor momentum in the context of AI, the other broader question is going to be, how does the market, and why does this impact to the stock market? Because if people have a bad perception of AI, aka Bernie Sanders and AOC wanting to have a data center moratorium, and they get enough political support to have that become a reality, well, we're in a tough spot at that point. Why are we in a tough spot? Because at that point, you start to have a bifurcation between the political support that politicians will look for and the mass market sentiment around AI in general, which is going to be bad for semiconductor stocks because they kind of need compute demand to go up. And if compute demand goes down because people just hate AI, then that's not going to be a good thing. Now, I don't really think you can put the genie back in the bottle. Tech is going to be tech forever. It's not slowing down anytime soon, but it's one of those things that we have to think about. And it's not something that I think we can easily just dismiss by saying that, it's not going to matter that much. And this goes back to the sort of Ken Griffin Mamdani thing we talked about a while ago. Mamdani featuring his $238 million penthouse for Ken Griffin in the Tax the Rich video. You've got Citadel thinking, hey, do we even want to open up the next 7,000 jobs for Citadel's New York headquarters that we were going to open up in New York? Or do we want to leave back to Miami? I mean, Ken Griffin already left Chicago for a reason. I don't think they're actually going to leave New York, but if they did, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I get why. I get why they left. And I understand ultimately sort of the logic behind what they needed to do. By the way, Meta, we didn't get to talk about this a couple of days ago, but Meta launched a new Instagram app called Instance in Italy that lets users send disappearing photos to friends. Meta stock basically at $6.75 today, back to where it was a couple of days ago. Images stay up for 24 hours and can only be viewed once in a format that looks like a mix of Snapchat and BeReal. BeReal was a really important app a while ago. They ended up getting bought out by a company in France. Snapchat, Meta tried to buy them out a long time ago. But maybe this is another vertical for Meta. You've got Instagram, you got WhatsApp, you have Threads. I mean, if they end up coming out with a brand new product that they can monetize from an AI perspective and from an advertising perspective, maybe build some of that Meta Muse Spark agentic AI into some of these products, I think that could also be very effective for them. And guess what? That's going to require more compute, which is why Oracle is trying to go green on the day. You've got Nebius, which for some reason went down. I wasn't sure why, down about 4%, but this one's had a hell of a run as well. Year to date up 67%. This one also down about 4%, but NVIDIA obviously getting the lion's share of the green today at 208, along with Intel and AMD. Thread Guy, what's up, man? Dude, Thread Guy, Mateo hit me up the other day. I think you know him pretty well. He's running GTE, that exchange. He's actually a good friend of mine. He's former Palantir, so he's in the city. I told him you, me, and him have to go get dinner one of these days. That'll be a fun time. So yeah, we got to go do that. And now we can afford some dinner because maybe the bull market is coming down. Although Bitcoin, unfortunately, is not coming back. Thread Guy, can you make this thing go up 77.6? At least it's up 5% in the past 5 days. Year to date, down 11. Dude, if the bull market is really back, send Bitcoin back to the freaking moon. It's been a minute, but it would be nice to see if we can get it Iran to make offer aimed at meeting U.S. demands as per Reuters. Reuters says, I've been speaking to Trump via phone. He said that Iran plans to make an offer aimed at satisfying U.S. demands. They're making an offer and we'll have to see, Trump told me. Maybe that's another reason we're green. Maybe that's another reason we're green, because the market's front running this potential pump by a negotiation or a framework for a negotiation for a deal, so that we don't have to worry about the United States and Iran getting into World War III anytime soon. You're paying? All right, I'll be paying. We'll have to sell a couple shares of NVIDIA. But I actually had dinner last night in New York in Janoon. It was like this Indian Michelin restaurant spot. It was good. It wasn't amazing. Like, I went to Gymkhana in Vegas. Vegas, that's the best Indian food like on planet Earth. I tried to get into Club Ambassadors. I walked into the restaurant a couple of weeks ago trying to book a reservation. They're another big Indian spot. And I was like, can I book a reservation? They're like, sir, there are 100,000 people on the wait list. And I was like, okay, can I still book a reservation? I was like, please. I was like, we'll do 10K minimum on the table. And they're like, no. I was like, okay, it is what it is. NVIDIA right there, 208.86, Intel 80 bucks, 21%, and then AMD continues to be green on the day. Some of the other headlines that we had, we talked about some of the semis. Oh, this was a crazy headline. VOO is now at a $913 billion AUM, assets under management. They've added $43 billion this year. They only had $595 billion 12 months ago, so they've added $1.25 billion a day in AUM growth. Over the past year, they're expecting to hit about $1 trillion of assets by August 1st, which is kind of crazy because it once again kind of solidifies this idea of the bull market and of money that continuously gets pumped into the bull market, right? Like with all the different ups and downs that we've had around stocks going up or down, you have at the end of the day people piling into ETFs and index funds that ultimately tracked the broader market and the top 500 companies in the world, which are, 40% of the S&P 500 earnings growth being the Mag 7. Those continue to be incredibly important. And I think that's why those companies are getting some love. Now, obviously, Tesla and their earnings, we talked about it yesterday, not the best. It's slightly green on the day, 376. Really, you've got to put up earnings to show the momentum. Apple, 270, basically flat after John Turnus became the new CEO. But the fact is people are investing more. And if people are investing more, then that means that, it's likely not to slow down. Money market funds actually got a bit of a decrease, 5.5 billion, nothing crazy. Last week it was 175 billion, hoping that, that money can come down even further from money market funds. Like we can actually see some real excitement in regards to how much more of a decline, but more money that leaves money market funds, obviously more money comes into the broader market. Potentially, it goes to other things, but markets as well. And that's a good thing. Next week, and I think we can end off the show today in a little bit of a preview of next week. So next week, there's a lot of stuff that's happening. Not only do we have Jay Powell, who's giving one of his last meetings as the Fed chair. By the way, Jay Powell's investigation from the DOJ was canceled today. DOJ. So the fact that the DOJ canceled the investigation, which you might be asking, why did they cancel it? Well, if you're investigating a sitting Fed chair, the new Fed chair cannot go in. The new Fed chair is Kevin Warsh. He's trying to get in and reform the Fed. Trump launched an investigation on Powell because of his reckless spending, as per the logic that Trump gave. So if we don't see the transition from Jay Powell to Powell, or from Jay Powell to Kevin Warsh, then obviously we're going to still have a lot of uncertainty in the context of the Fed. So the fact that the DOJ shut down the investigation on the renovation stuff, Powell's going to get to walk out, and Kevin Warsh will be able to get in. I think Wednesday is going to be one of his last meetings. But on top of that, you have SoFi in the morning. That's a big retail stock a lot of people care about. You have Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google. The last time this happened was 2020, all happening in one day. That's going to be a big deal. You got Robinhood next week. You got Visa. You got Spotify, UPS, Coca-Cola, Verizon, Domino's, Lilly, MasterCard, Caterpillar. I mean, next week is going to be crazy. Apple, Reddit, Rivian, Zeta. It's just going to be a massive freaking week. And, it's going to be an important week because we're going to have to look at all the different earnings that we have throughout the week and try to make sense of them. So I think the big preview right here is we can't have the rug get pulled by big tech, meaning, Meta needs to put up good numbers. Google needs to put up good numbers. Microsoft, Amazon, they need to put up good numbers. If they do not put up decent numbers, then we're going to have some issues. If they put up decent numbers, then we're going to be okay and the bull market can continue. Honestly, all the companies on the screen, these are the only four that really matter when it comes to putting up the numbers. Even Apple doesn't matter as much. It's really these four because they're the ones spending on CapEx. There's some estimates saying CapEx is going to go to $1 trillion next year. People were saying CapEx can't go up as more than it is going right now. We're spending about $618 billion. But what if we do get to $1 trillion? And if we do, what does that mean for token generation? Obviously, what does that mean for NVIDIA's growth, AMD, Broadcom? It just seems like you're going to have a lot more spend. And all that spend is going to be pretty decisive in the context of where the market wants to take it. So the earnings next week are going to be really, really important. Hopefully we get more and more updates in the context of CapEx. Robinhood, I'm a little worried about. Their metrics are not going to be the best. I hope it goes up, but can't confirm. SoFi has been stuck in the bank category this year. Just hasn't really made a move. Apple, I don't think the street's expecting a lot of growth. Reddit, I think, is going to grow really well, but I don't know what the stock's going to do. SanDisk should do great, but that stock hit $1,000 today. Like, where is the momentum something that it can really continue going into? Even more growth. Now, granted, people said that at 300, 400, 500, 600, and the stock just continues to go up. So maybe it really doesn't matter. Zeta, I think, is one of my favorite software names that is growing substantially, but are they going to be able to put up the growth? These are really, really important questions we're going to need to get next week. And, as of now, we don't necessarily have the answers to those questions, but time will tell as we go on next week to figure out what plays out. Reuters saying Pakistan will work with the foreign ministry of Iran during the coming hours to resolve the Hormuz crisis first. Okay, if Pakistan's going to come in and help us out, that would be encouraging. S&P at the highs of days, 714.25. Hopefully, we get the broader markets to calm down over the weekend. We don't have any surprise things that kind of trip things up. And if that's the case, then, we might have some more momentum going into next week as we get into the Fed meeting, earnings, big tech, all of that will essentially decide the trajectory of this market. And hopefully we'll see how this plays out. Thank you, everybody, for being with me on my first week of monitoring the situation. I'll be back next week, I believe Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 p.m. And we'll keep going from there. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we are live in the Situation Room with Peter Gostev and Anastasios Angelopoulos of Arena.Ai, formerly LM Arena, formerly Chatbot Arena. Welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you, sir. Happy to be here.
So the big news of today is DeepSeek V4 is finally out after like over a year of waiting. So do we have any analysis on this? Any takes on this?
Yeah, it's crazy. DeepSeek, I mean, the like US China open source battle is just being completely like won by China right now, right? And so you have the top 3 labs in the world, open source, which are, the GLM models, the DeepSeek models, the Kimi models. And it always feels like there's like a battle between them. Now, DeepSeek made all these big, crashed the economy last year when their model came out. They went completely silent. So it's pretty cool to see their model come out basically right behind GLM 5.1 in Text Arena and right on top of Kimi. And Peter at Arena has been doing a lot of analysis on this. So you should say more.
Yeah, so we've already launched the scores on day 1, which is really cool to see. And here we've got the leaderboard, which is showing the top 15 open models. And we've got the DeepSeek models highlighted there. And it did pretty well, but I think the expectations were really high. And if you go back a year, like you mentioned, they were basically the only Chinese model lab that was really, really pushing the frontier, I guess maybe with Quan. But now we've got GLM, we've got Kimi, we've got Quan still there as well. So there's a lot more competition between Chinese companies. And I think that we don't talk about this enough is actually how intense it is for them. And the only one that you can see here, like Anastasios mentioned in terms of like the at least open models being behind is the only one is Gemma from the US, which is ranked number 6. It is an impressive model. It is 31 billion parameters, so that's performing really well for that size. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of other labs are beating the US labs right now in terms of open source.
It's worth also calling out that there's also the Quen proprietary model, right? Which is a kind of a business model shift, which is technically slightly above DeepSeek V4. Yeah.
So the LM Arena text benchmark or leaderboard, from what I understand, is a function of like getting people to evaluate model outputs. You have 2 blind model outputs. You decide which one is better. And then it uses the ELO algorithm to come up with a rating. Is this basically correct?
Basically correct. It's not quite the ELO algorithm, but that's exactly the idea. It's something called the Bradley-Terry regression that we actually run. And we run actually an adjusted version of a Bradley-Terry regression where we look for things like the effect of style on human preference or the effect of response length of human preference. And we try to adjust for those, i.e. to like remove the effects of response length and style so that we get a more objective assessment of the model's performance. We call that stock control. Yeah, but the platform basically works as you said. So we have this Arena.ai, which is actually one of the largest generative AI platforms in the world. It's got tens of millions of users every month that are coming to chat and vote across all these modalities, whether that's chat or code or coding agents or image generation, video generation, or editing, and all of that. And so by virtue of using the platform, these people are, they're doing their daily work. Many of them are professionals, like the largest category of users are software engineers. And by virtue of doing that, they're contributing feedback data that we then run this Bradley-Terry algorithm on to get the leaderboard result. And so the point of Arena is that unlike static benchmarks, which are tests that can go stale, Arena is trying to reflect the real world capabilities of models when you put them in the hands of users.
What do you think of the effects of having sort of different kinds of people doing the actual eval? Like, I'm sure the LM Arena or Arena user base has gotten way bigger over time. Like, have you noticed that people are people on average have worse taste than they used to because of that?
It's a great question. Actually, that's something that we thought about like as part of building the business very, very intentionally. because, one way to achieve growth on a platform like ours is just to, like, put ads all over the internet about, like, hey, you can get free AI here from, Claude or whatever. And but that kind of strategy gives you lowest common denominator. It gives you people that are just coming to get free AI. So we purposefully not done that. And we're trying to gear the platform in terms of the way that it's used to like have real users doing real tasks, especially professionals. And so we've actually seen the constant, we measure, so when we goal our team on growth, we do not goal them on DAO, daily active users. We goal them on what we call internally expert DAO, which is the number of, like, experts and professionals that are using the platform. And actually, we've seen that go up. Not only that, but we've seen the number of experts as a fraction of the population on Arena also go up. So software engineers, lawyers, doctors, the fraction of those people on our platform is going up over time because of the sort of sustainable growth that we've been able to create.
Interesting.
And maybe I can demonstrate that a little bit with another recent launch and just the kind of breadth of categories we can cover. So this is Opus 4.7, which launched recently, versus Opus 4.6. And it is really interesting to see in the community generally how the vibes are kind of a little bit uncertain about the model. And what we've been able to do is to demonstrate how the two models differ. So we've got the categories such as overall one here, where 4.7 does lead. Then we've got expert coding, where the 4.7 does lead. But things like maybe business management and entertainment and harder prompts, longer query, or particularly interesting instruction following, where 4.6 is actually leading. So these kinds of breadth of people who come to the platform and decide to put tens of thousands of different kinds of prompts really help us gauge that kind of perspective on how the models are performing.
Yeah.
On what kinds of prompts can you, like, really separate out the difference between, like, base GPT 5.5, for example, and GPT 5.5 Thinking or Pro?
Great questions. Yeah. So you can separate them. So our leaderboard, when you look at, like, we just go to Arena.ai/leaderboard, is an average leaderboard that's calculated over basically like all of our users marginally. But if you go to the category breakdown, and I can actually do that right now, I can, like, share my screen. What you'll see is that you can subset to different types of users that are asking different types of questions. And on that note, like, what you'll see is that the overall leaderboard is, like, there's less of a difference between the top models, and number 1 and number 6 here is like 30 or something. Number 1 and number 6 here is like, what is that? 11?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's actually a big difference in what experts are able to tell. And so experts are able to shatter, in some sense, the model's capabilities more so than the standard user. That's definitely a trend that we've observed, is that, the difference between the best models and a run-of-the-mill model is much bigger for experts than it is overall. And also that there's quite a bit of heterogeneity between, the results in, like, categories. You can see for legal, Muse Spark is number 2 and essentially effectively tied with Opus 4.6. And, the leaderboard in legal looks very different than it does overall. And that speaks to the heterogeneity and performance by task.
Do you think DeepSeek performed about as well as you expected?
Man, it's just so hard to tell. They were silent for like a year, right? And so
sort of. They had like a V3.2
right,
Speciale.
3.2.
Yeah.
They had the, like, that's extra special spice that they threw on there, but not really like a big new version. I would compare it to, like, Meta, right? With Meta, the expectations were super, like, what the hell is going to happen with this thing? Because it's like it's not just that it's a new model, but the previous program was cut entirely. right? They just like shifted, they like Control A, delete the entire previous thing, and then like create a whole new model training program. And so for that, it's like, where's this going to end up? And it, I think, outperformed expectations. And the public response was really, really strong for Muse Spark. But for DeepSeek, yeah, I don't know. There's just so much competition in the Chinese open source LLM market.
My hot take about DeepSeek, if I may, is I think the Chinese version of OpenAI, but a couple of years later. And the reason why I say that is that the OpenAI had this big explosive growth in the number of users they got when ChatGPT launched, but it was the same for DeepSeek. Right? They were a hedge fund who were doing cool models and cool research, and then suddenly they're a consumer company. So I think it's also understandable that the pressure on them was enormous to just even manage whole new business, whole new consumer base that they had to do. So I think that was quite impressive given that they managed to get through and get back into the leadership. So I think the key test right now is what they're going to do next. I think if they're going to take another 8 to 10 months to do another model of that kind, then I think it will be very difficult for them. But if they're going to get into the space of iteration like everyone else, then I think they could do really well. And it will be really good to see them at the top of the leaderboards.
So on Muse Spark, you mentioned it kind of outperformed expectations. It's number 6 on the overall leaderboard, but it's number 26 on the expert leaderboard, behind GLM 5.1, behind Kimi K2.5, well behind DeepSeek V4 Pro thinking. So why do you think that is?
It's a great question. It's worth noting that there's some variability in these scores because the expert category is smaller. So like the variation in rank is something to consider. But you're right that it drops. And, you know, it's possible that in their process of developing this model, they RLHF'd it, you know, or maybe they haven't gone through the sort of crawl, walk, run of like, let's RLHF it first for the general population, and then for coding, and then for all these deep experts throughout the world that are using it for all these, you know, interesting agentic tasks. So maybe that's coming. And I think you're right to point out the drop in that category, which is an important category.
Maybe to add as well a little color to what Anastasius was saying is that when I was doing some testing of the Spark model, is that I would say it performed particularly well in this kind of UI generation. So if you want to build a website, basically it's quite good. It's surprisingly good. But overall, it does feel like a smaller model, so it can't do everything very well. So when you're doing something a bit more complicated, coding-wise, maybe like crazy 3D generation of you know, the Golden Gate Bridge, then it didn't do very well at all. It kind of collapsed a little bit. But it does feel like they can probably optimize for certain areas if the model is small, but they can't do everything. And I think expert is a particularly challenging area to do well at. So that's why it's particularly nice to look at if you want to really pull the models apart and differentiate them.
I think it's also maybe worth pulling up the Pareto frontier, Peter, because the other axis that we haven't talked about is that it's not just about the performance as a one-dimensional axis of like how good a model is or not, but it's also about, you know, what's the trade-off between performance and price.
Totally.
So like, what's the best bang for the buck? And what you'll see on this plot, Peter, I think you unshared, so you'll have to reshare.
Yeah.
What you'll see on this plot is that actually it's quite interesting. The only meta model that's still on here is Llama, the old Llama, which is so cheap, right? It's like $0.04 per million tokens.
Input or output?
And actually it's a blend. Yeah, we use like one of these weighted averages.
Yeah.
But yeah, where's Muse Spark on this? We would have to pull up the actual graphical UI.
So yeah, the challenge with Muse Spark is that the release was not complete, so it's not available via API yet, so we can't put the pricing on it yet. So my expectation it will probably be on the lower end in terms of the pricing. That would be the hope, and then they will probably do reasonably well. But the
Which
one worth
is, yeah, which is
mentioning,
also, by the way, like a kind of an indicator of model size,
Where
right?
do
The
you
price.
estimate? I think GPT 5.5 and 5.5 Pro like were just made available in the API like an hour or two ago. So where do you
Mhm.
estimate they will sit on the rankings?
I think we should know by yeah, it's very soon, end of the day or early tomorrow, where they're going to be. And so happy to, return back.
yeah.
Awesome.
And maybe one thing to mention about 5.5 versus 5.4 is that they've actually increased the pricing of the models, and OpenAI have been steadily increasing their prices over the last few generations. So it'll be harder for them to actually be placed on the Pareto curve, considering they need to be the best value for money. So unless they're going to beat Opus in the actual score, which would be big news if they do, they're probably not going to make it to the Pareto curve. Unlike DeepSeek, for example, they did make it with their Flash model here, and they almost, I think this is them here, they almost made it with the Pro model. So just because of Gemini 3 Flash, I think they didn't quite make it, but they're very close to the whole of Pareto curve. So they
Yeah.
did well from that perspective.
It's also worth saying that the jump between MIMO and DeepSeek is almost vertical. It's actually a huge jump. And so I think that speaks to like DeepSeek being sort of a high value for money, like high derivative model, in the sense that even if you like wanted to save a little bit of cost and like use something cheaper than DeepSeek, it would cost you like basically it's not worth the money to do that because DeepSeek is just so much better than the next best alternative.
So what about Mythos? It costs like 5 times as much as Opus. Do you have any idea like where Mythos might fall in the rankings, or just no idea?
Peter.
Well, maybe one day we're going to get access to it and we're going to test it properly. And this is pure speculation, I think it will be quite obvious that it's going to do really well on these harder ones. So we talked about the Expert one. We sort of touched on the code arena. So it looks like the code performance should be really, really high. We don't quite have like a Hack Pentagon arena. So that might be an interesting one if maybe a more lighter version of this. But there are probably some categories where it's if they're running 8-hour long tasks to hack something, they'll be challenging for anyone to measure. So yeah, I would expect probably the hardest categories. That will be probably the biggest leaps. And it's interesting, so far on the text on the code arena, we had small differences, which is definitely always good to see when they're kind of edging up. But one thing that we saw a massive leap on the image arena with the GPT Image 2 launching. So that was the enormous leap. So, and there, when the users were presented with the 2 generated images, they were selecting the GPT image about 93% of the time. So, and that gave them massive advantage. So it'd be interesting to see if we will ever get a text or coding model that will have such a massive advantage. I mean, if Mythos, if Anthropic wants us to give it and prove themselves on the arena, then we'll hopefully see that big leap.
Yeah.
I'm registering my doubt prediction in advance. I don't think that Mythos will be a 300 point ELO jump over Opus or GPT 5.5 or whatever.
Yeah, I mean the difference in the image generation quality of GPT Image 2 versus everything else is just so huge. Have you tried it for yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good, right?
It's
I mean,
excellent.
like it's just unbelievably good. And all of our users are like, yes, click, click, click. I like that one better. And so like the whole world is just in love with this model. I've actually never seen this before. Never, ever, ever. This like level of dominance.
More so than the original GPT 4o image gen when that came out?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
For sure. Yeah, it was great, but this is a different level. Yeah.
So earlier you mentioned controlling for style as something you do in order to get like the best evaluation of which model is actually better. But it seems like style is kind of like an integral part of like a model's output. So how do you do that?
I'm glad you mentioned that because I agree. Actually, the decision to to adjust for style is a choice. And it was a choice that was driven by community because we had our community vote for what they wanted the default leaderboard to be. But my personal opinion is that style really matters and that we should actually be thinking about it and factoring in to our decisions as to what models to choose, especially if we want those models to interact with humans. So on Arena, we actually have a toggle that allows you to move back and forth. It's just that by default, we have it on style control. And the way that we adjust for style is, it's not perfect, but it basically tries to estimate the probability that somebody would vote for a response, response A, response B, just based on stylistic factors. So if we were to run a regression that says, hey, here's all of the stylistic factors, here's how sycophantic the response is, here's how the sentiment analysis of the response, here's the length of the response, here's how many markdown headers it has, the bold formatting, and so on, that can be used to predict which response the user will vote for. And so basically, this isn't exactly how it's done, but just morally what's happening is that we run that prediction and then we regress out that signal so that we can just look at the probability the user would vote left or right, without that probability factored in. So we try to decouple those two things, and we run a particular kind of regression where we use those features inside a logistic regression model in order to try and suck out the signal from the Bradley-Terry coefficients that we actually put on the leaderboard. Now, there's more and more sophisticated ways to do this that we're working on that involve actual causal inference, interventional experiments, like actually intervening on the response to make it stylistically different so we can sort of independently measure style. And those are definitely sort of on the way, and we've done prototype experiments, but this has proven helpful so far to our community.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, in an ideal world, like, you wouldn't have to control for style. But I think that, like, it seems really bench maxable to just figure out which style users would prefer and go really hard on that, which is kind of what GPT-4o did. And then you end up with a regime where, like, the models that aren't actually the best get upranked.
Well,
so I guess you have to do
just to push back on that, because people have made that claim, and that's why we have style control default. But I don't really think that that claim is scientifically valid. And the reason why is that if you're doing well on Arena, what that means is that like real users came in and voted for the response and they liked it. And so it was better for them in some sense. And we should listen to the users and learn what they want. And so style control in some sense allows us to do that by helping you choose, for example, the optimal choice of how should the response length be and how should responses be formatted and so on. So we can help expose the effect of stylistic factors on human responses. And kind of like the whole field of human-computer interactions interested in these questions, right? When you build an AI system that interacts with a human, how do you make them happy? How do you make them satisfied? Like these aren't like trivial questions. And if a model's good at that, it means it's good at something. But I think a lot of people are sort of obsessively interested in the question of intelligence, of which models has more objective, to the extent that exists, objective correctness or quality. And so style control is a step in that direction, but not necessarily one that, it's like closer to the benchmark that maybe you want, but other people can have different opinions about that and be equally correct.
So there's a couple of other AI eval methodologies that I wanted to ask you about. One of them is the Epoch Capabilities Index, which for the audience, the way it works is they have, I think, like 37 different AI benchmarks that they composite into one general capability score. And it seems to do a very solid job of like capturing the gestalt of like which models are actually like stronger. Notably, it ranks GPT 5.4 Pro above Gemini 3.1 Pro and then GPT 5.4, and then that above Opus 4.7 and 4.6. So what do you think about this methodology?
What do you think, Peter?
It's interesting. I do like Epoch, I think they do a good job collecting a lot of data. But if you notice, if you look at the underlying benchmarks that they're using, the relevant time period is probably like 6 to 8 months or something like that. I don't know, maybe for some it's a couple of years if it's a particularly good benchmark. So what they have to do is they have to kind of prune the benchmarks all the time and keep up with the static benchmarks that still make sense. And if you go back, you remember MMLU, GPQA, I guess people still kind of refer to them sometimes, but that's sort of irrelevant. What was the coding one? I forget, where it was just like 30 Python tasks everyone was using. Anyway, you can basically list all of these benchmarks and they just die off at a certain point. And Arena is the only one that lasted for what, 3 years now. So that's good news as well. But yeah, I think it's interesting to as a kind of, if I just have my user hat on, I do want to look at all of them. And personally, for me, personal usage also matters a lot, because sometimes I would look at, yeah, there's a new benchmark comes out and it's a static coding benchmark, and there's a model that smashed it again, and it's better than Opus, and you try it, it's like, oh, I never want to use that again. So I think there are also a lot of downsides to these kind of very static benchmarks that maybe have like 100 questions or maybe 300 questions, and they're very, very narrow. So they have to really manage carefully to make sure that their combined score does make sense. But I think they do a good job. So I like what they ultimately do, but it's hard work to kind of piece it together.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
Go
unfortunately,
ahead.
we're out of time. But thank you so much, Peter Anastasios, for coming on. We'd love to have you back. There's a lot more that I wanted to talk about in eval world.
Let's do it. Let's
Yeah.
do it. Yeah, anytime. Congrats on the new show.
Thank you.
You're clearly a really talented artist. That guy behind you has been staring at me, this whole time, and he's been honestly making me, kind of shaking my boots. So
Nothing ever happens.
very, very intimidating.
Yep. All right. We'll be back in just a bit with Jack and Max.
Welcome to another edition of Monitoring the Situation. I'm Jack Farley of Monetary Matters.
And I'm Max Wheathy.
So, Max, today is a historic day. Why?
It's 18 consecutive days of the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index going up. It's an 18-day win streak. Over this period, it's up over 40%, and year to date, we're looking at 50%. It's pretty spectacular, especially when you juxtapose it with what's been happening in software. It's just absolute alligator jaws in terms of the price action between hard tech and software. So we're commemorating this. We decided it's a good day to break out some props. So we've got our Semiconductor Society hats. We might be public markets guys, but we've been on the semiconductor train for a while. Our good friends at Citrini Research, our friends at Van Eck have kept us in the loop on everything that's happening in semiconductors. So we hope that Monetary Matters listeners have been on the semiconductor train with us along the way. And there's a lot of talk about how transformational AI is and that you need to be exposed to it. That's why you've seen so many vehicles designed to get people exposure to these private companies. But Micron's up 1,000%. There are so many companies in the hard tech space that are publicly listed that are just absolutely crushing it. So join us in the Semiconductor Society, folks. Today you could argue pretty much everything. I took a look at the components of the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index and just through the ETF SOXX, and it's Nvidia, Broadcom, Micron, AMD, AMAT, Marvell, Intel. Intel reported last night, and Intel today I think closed up 24%, had its best day since 1987 is what I saw. And so I listened to the Intel call today, and what was interesting about it, they're not known as having the biggest cutting edge chips. Like they're more the old school guys, and obviously Trump said he wants Intel to be great again. They benefited. Really, Intel was in decline. It was seen as an AI loser for a long time until the Trump administration came out and said, we want to invest in Intel, and they took a stake. And we did some analysis actually a while back. We need to redo this on like when the Trump administration takes a stake in a company. It tends to be a pretty good buy indicator, but Intel has really benefited. So I listened to the call. I would say like looking at the earnings per share, they crushed, right? They beat expectations. They were higher than the median, the mean, the high end of the expectations. They raised guidance again. And if you look at the revisions like Q2, Q3, Q4, we've got pretty big revisions upwards in analyst expectations. So everything in the semiconductor space moving forward, but it was really really Intel sparked the big moves today, starting overnight.
Right. And yeah, I think I'm grateful to Citrini, Van Eck, people who have taught me a lot about the semiconductor industry. You know, it's no secret that I've been quite bullish in the space, and I gotta say I'm pretty proud of the coverage that we've had on the Monetary Matters podcast. If I don't know if people could see the screen now, but like I interviewed Citrini. He had a bull thesis on Teradyne in the middle of June, and the stock is up 342% since then. I participated on that. I got out too early, of course, but hopefully some people were in the ride with us, and the Van Eck team as well. There we actively were marketing their ETF SMH and SMHX, and it's great to see the performance of some of those two ETFs. As I say, I love the feeling of marketing an ETF and then having the ETF go up 70%, 78%, simply incredible. So enough braggadocio from us. I think, Max, the really important question to get into is why the historic run in semiconductors, and here I think it has to do with what was priced in before. What was priced in before is that enterprises weren't going to spend on AI. And that, yes, you get all these nerds who love to do vibe coding and they love to, have it be their therapist, but are people going to actually pay for it at scale in order to justify the tremendous sums being spent to build out the data centers and to do deals with the hyperscalers? No. And that was why NVIDIA was priced at, less than 20 times forward earnings. And you saw many cheap valuations across the semiconductor index. And I think the news we've seen over the past month has proven that wrong. So I think the AI doomers have been proven wrong in terms of, people are spending a tremendous amount on Anthropic, OpenAI, and the models just keep on getting better, and the bid is there from the enterprise.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, one of the big pieces of news that came out today is we got a new model from DeepSeek. And look, let's be clear here. Jack and I are not the experts on comparing the new models. We are going to bring on experts to try and help us and you understand it, and then as well to draw a connection between the opportunities in public markets. That's our goal. As hosts here, we're not trying to beat the rest of the MTS team at understanding these AI models. We know where we sit. We are the public markets guys. And but I wanted to look into it and basically through the research paper into Gemini to ask it, what are the implications? And basically, one of the things it said was for on the hardware side, the author suggests the future hardware design should target balance rather than scaling bandwidth unconditionally. For Broadcom and Marvell, whose recent massive growth narratives are tied to selling faster and more complex data transfer solutions for AI clusters, this suggests a potential cooling in demand for the absolute bleeding edge and highest margin networking chips. Basically, the same sort of thing for NVIDIA. And it said it's leveling the playing field for AMD. So AMD is NVIDIA's primary competitor in the data center GPU space, and it's struggled to match NVIDIA's networking advantages. And
nowhere close to the success that NVIDIA has had in terms of sales. Nowhere close.
Nowhere close. So it'll be interesting. And then Huawei is not publicly traded here, but it explicitly pointed out that they're using Huawei's Ascend NPUs. So if what's happening with DeepSeek is a suggestion of where things are headed, look, as big a bulls as we are in the semiconductor space, technology is advancing fast. What's happening on the AI software side, for lack of a better word, is going to impact that. So this is not the type of trend. We are, I don't want to say what inning we're in with semiconductors, but the easy money, at least, appears to have been made. We are starting to get into the more stretched times, but
I have to say, Citrini has been coming on my podcast for like a year and a half now, saying the easy money's been made. The easy money has been made, and I don't know. It's continued to be not that hard, just owning broadly semiconductor beta. I want to give it a little tease. Lynn Alden, very well respected macro analyst, who's also pretty former engineer, can give some perspective on this on AI. Well, first, if I could just share my screen from I think this is one of Citrini's analysts, Ju Khan, who just shows on the right. I think that the top chart on the right is showing how DeepSeek is more efficient than previous versions of DeepSeek with regards to compute. And then on the bottom, it's more efficient with regards to memory. So one might think that that's a bear case for memory. So the Microns, SK Hynixes of the world, and then NVIDIA. And yet, NVIDIA at least is ripping today. So it's what I don't fully understand, Max, is why the first DeepSeek model that was in January of last year was such a, NVIDIA was down 17% today, and that seems to have cooled the market. But at the end of the day, I'm going to introduce,
because it's bullish for demand. Because the idea is that if the return on AI has been hard because of the high costs, that it makes it more efficient. It means it's going to be easier to put it into all of these different solutions.
Right, but that's true. They did the exact same thing about the first one.
But it took a while for people to understand that.
Yeah.
Right.
So the market's so unclear to me what's actually different, but the market is clearly perceiving it as different. But I think the underlying point is that these tokens have value, and the demand for these tokens is very high, and therefore the demand for compute is high. Therefore, the demand for things that produce compute, like semiconductors and electricity, is high. That has been my thesis, continues to be my thesis. I will say 18 days in a row, obviously due for a pullback, perhaps a mega pullback. So, this could mark a local top, but what I suspect will not be a top.
Not investment advice.
Of course.
With that said, let's bring on Lynn.
Yes. So Lynn Alden of Lynn Alden Investment Strategy, not just a renowned macro strategist, not just an author of nonfiction books on monetary matters, broken money, but also a science fiction author. Lynn, welcome. Good to see you. How goes it? I believe Lynn is in Egypt. And Lynn, is it true you are in Egypt?
Yep.
Absolutely. So Lynn, how are you thinking about AI and the increasing use of AI agents? I know you think it has some consequences for the economy, for stocks, for the monetary system, but just how seriously are you taking this universe where many tasks are going to be done by an autonomous AI agent as opposed to a human being?
I take it very seriously. I think it's at least comparable to the shift we saw in, say, the 80s and 90s about blue collar manufacturing. I think a lot of this is basically applying the same types of principles to a lot of white collar work, which historically is on average higher paid work. So I think the multi-year and maybe even multi-decade changes from this are going to be profound. I tend to fade the most bullish narratives from some of the CEOs that kind of sell their own books saying, in 18 months, like half of all this industry is going to be gutted and all that. But I continue not to fade the amount of GPU demand, the amount of electricity demand, the amount of RAM demand, the memory demand. I think all of that has legs to it, occasionally gets overdone, but is both from an investing standpoint as well as kind of monitoring all the second order effects throughout the economy. For example, I think it'll be structurally disinflationary on some categories, basically all the types of services that it's entering into, while being inflationary on obviously the materials that go into it.
And where would you say we are now? Just how deep into this cycle we are? And I mean, do you think this is a secular trend? And I don't know, 15 years, do you still think that data center spend is going to be growing by a tremendously high double-digit percentage? I mean, there's some people in the industry who believe that. If so, I mean, the the numbers tend to get pretty extreme.
Well, there are people that track the CapEx details closer than me, but I do think that this is like a smartphone-like period of time where, when smartphones were taking off, it might have looked like a local bubble, but then 5, 10, even 15 years later, it was obviously it reached almost everyone, right? So eventually it slowed down. So do I think in 15 years we're still going to be like, running as quickly on building all this out as we are now? No, I think by then a lot of it will have been built out. But I do think that this is a multi-year thing that at least extends into the 2030s in terms of how much growth there is, in terms of just automating a lot of things that we can do, and kind of overall expanding productivity and putting electricity and memory to better usage.
And I know, Lynn, you have thoughts on the hyperscalers, which are publicly traded, Microsoft, Google, Oracle. You have thoughts on the models, Anthropic, OpenAI, which are privately traded, and you have a engineering background, and at least when it comes to cryptocurrency, are extremely in the weeds on technical matters. I want to ask you about semiconductors. I don't think you and I, in our many interviews we've done over the years, I've ever really talked about semiconductors as an investment opportunity. What conclusions do you draw, and what do you think about that space?
I'm tactically bullish here and there. I've not captured as much as I would have wanted to. There's some stocks that it's rode for 5, 10 years. These are ones I tend to get in and out of a little bit too rapidly. But I've been structurally kind of bullish on a lot of them, whether it's the semiconductor, like the ones that make the manufacturing equipment for the semiconductor producers or the semiconductor producers themselves. I've been bullish, and I think that it still has legs to it. I get concerned when they go vertical for this many days in a row.
Yes.
But for example, I don't think we're at the top all time of these RAM companies, for example. And really, I think value accumulates where there's either bottlenecks or network effects. And so if you go back to the prior decade, now they're called hyperscalers, but before they were, before the age of AI, they were largely just internet companies. The reason they were able to capture so much value is because they had these network effects, like social media companies and search engines and all that. And that makes it so that with a fairly small amount of capex, they could retain market share pretty well, and there wasn't really a lot of switching costs or a lot of competition once they kind of reach escape velocity. And so a lot of that could just be plowed back into share repurchases, much lesser extent dividends. And in Apple's case, for example, even borrowing quite a bit and then plowing that back into their share repurchases. And so you got these kind of multiple multi-trillion-dollar companies. I think it's going to be there's more headwinds on accumulating so much value in some of these really big, say either the AI model companies or even the hyperscalers going forward, because now they're so CapEx hungry. And there's like lower switching costs, when one AI ecosystem or tool starts to kind of stagnate, another one catches up and surpasses it, the switching costs are lower, unlike the 2010s kind of social media companies. So I think that less value accumulates there, more value accumulates in the users, basically the businesses or the consumers that are being more productive because of this. And of course, there are big winners along the way, but I think not at the same scale. Semiconductors, I think, are the reason I think the investment community has been correct to be fairly bullish on them, occasionally, overdone at times, is because there are bottlenecks there. It's not easy to make new foundries. There's only three major memory companies that control over 90% of the market, for example. There's only a handful of GPU companies, with NVIDIA by far the most important one. And so it's that picks and shovels way to play, but one where you can't just get flooded with new entrants very easily. And so I think that has been, in terms of since there's kind of weak network effects, it's those physical bottlenecks that are important in this cycle, and that includes a lot of the semis.
Island, you talked about the hyperscalers and specifically the CapEx, let's call it a CapEx arms race. It feels like there was a period of time when they would announce just an eye-watering CapEx number and the stocks would rally on that. And then we hit a point where it seemed that everything kind of slowed down and the CapEx numbers, people started to question them. Are people making malinvestment essentially with this? Do you think as we continue to see bottlenecks that the CapEx investment numbers are going to start to become bullish again?
I think they're going to be somewhat more cyclical. I don't think they'll be as bullish as they were before. I think the market increasingly realizes that this is real, so they're not necessarily majorly worried about massive CapEx that doesn't pay off at all. I think it's more about a lot of these companies went from, some of the highest return on investment capital there is, basically very little CapEx relative to their size, could plow virtually everything in like I said, share purchases and dividends. And going forward, even if this investment pays for itself, it just doesn't necessarily have the margins that these companies did in the 2010s that got them so big in the first place. It's not really like almost like a magic money printer that they had. And so just in a more baseline scenario, neither a bear case, so you're not saying that these investments aren't going to pay off, but nor in like a hyper bull case. I think a more base case is that these companies obviously are very large. They remain very large. They probably will find a way to make a decent profit from what they're doing, but the overall switching costs are just much lower between their kind of, their data center build outs than it is between their social ecosystems, for example, and way more expensive in that arms race. And so I think the overall return on invested capital will be lower. And the market, I think, is rightly spooked about that. I don't think it's overly bearish. I don't think it's euphorically bullish anymore. I think it's become more right-sized and more company differentiated. I mean, it's not that long ago that people were very bearish on Google getting disrupted from AI, and then very quickly Google became an AI darling. So I think it'll become down to how well each one is doing, rather than just a general trend of kind of, either buy them on CapEx announcements or sell them on CapEx announcements.
Lynn, how much are you using AI, and do you have a favorite model? Do you have a favorite current model and a favorite company? Say, for example, some people say Anthropic is just a winner. They produce the best models, boom, boom, boom. Or are you agnostic? Model agnostic?
I'm agnostic. My tools keep changing over time. I mean, my earliest focus on it was the AI art generation. Then it was the chatbots. Now it's obviously increasing the agents. Anthropic, has obviously taken a lot of the attention lately. I mean, that's, I think, where the best innovations come from. But now they're compute constrained. And so I over time, I rotate to whatever models are working best. But I'm also not the one that's like every week changing a new model. There are people who almost professionally, their job is to play with these things constantly. I like to see them kind of get a little foothold, start to catch on. And then because I work for a living and other things, so I can only put so much of my attention into AI. In addition, I mean, because I work in venture capital, I mean, compared to 2-3 years ago, one of our really big kind of focuses is every time we make an investment, or we increase an investment, or we're helping companies troubleshoot an issue, AI is always a topic in discussion. What tools are they using? and things like that. We even get some of our companies to kind of share what they're doing with other companies, so that ideally no one's really left behind, in at least in the companies that we're involved with, to try to share the information. Because, like I said, it moves so quickly that one company might be super on top of it and another company might be struggling, and so we kind of make sure that that information is shared where possible and realistic.
And Lynn, at your venture fund, is 100% of your fund focused on crypto ecosystem, specifically Bitcoin, or do you also do non-Bitcoin stuff?
So for that, we do Bitcoin and stablecoin stuff. We stay out of the broader altcoin space. And it's mostly things that are trying to bring utility to these things, either to make payments easier, to make it easier to buy and sell Bitcoin, to do kind of neo-banking type of stuff with stable coins, and those areas. We kind of stay out of that broader speculative area where possible.
What is the overlap between Bitcoin and stablecoins and AI?
Mainly that they are money, and they're permissionless money for the most part. Stablecoins less so, because of course they're centralized and they can be frozen and sanctioned and all that. But for most, it's more of it's an with a bank account, it requires action to get a bank account. Whereas say with stablecoins, it takes an action on their part to shut off your access. By default, you have access to these open protocols, with Bitcoin being even more open. And so, there's increasing kind of interest when you have autonomous agents for them to have autonomous wallets. It's obviously hard to get AI to sign up for a bank account, but it's not that hard to give it access to stable coins or Bitcoin, Lightning, and all that. A lot of Bitcoiners were kind of interested in that AIs were going to pick Bitcoin as the best money. I think it's more complicated than that, because they're going to also optimize for near-term volatility reduction. A lot of AI agents are storing their money for 10 years. They're storing it as working capital to do tasks that they're expected to do. And so basically, stablecoins are the money that, if they're not in a sanctioned area, if they're not worried about getting their funds frozen, and they're holding, a month or so of working capital to do their activities, that's probably what they're going to be interested in using. And then, if it turns out an agent wants longer term capital, Bitcoin is of interest. Or if it's doing something where it's in an area that it is at a higher risk of being, frozen or sanctioned in some way, he wants that more decentralized money in exchange for the higher volatility. That's an option. And I think over time, I mean, we'll see more bank products coming to market to try to give AI just more integration into even the traditional banking system, because I don't think they want to be left behind entirely either.
How quickly do you think stablecoins are going to grow? I mean, is $1 trillion of assets stablecoin, is that something you expect in 1 year, 5 years? And as well as some people say, oh, stablecoins are going to disrupt the entire payment system, and this Visa and MasterCard, which have earned extremely high returns on capital, high returns on equity, very high profit margins, been dominant stocks. Like, the time of those stocks and doing well is over because stable coins. Like, what are your thoughts, and where are you just on the spectrum of? I mean, it sounds like you're not a a total stablecoin skeptic, obviously, but just how big is the TAM? How quickly are we getting there?
So I've been moderately bullish on stablecoins, and I continue to be. For reference, I mean, I became bullish on them publicly in January of 2021. It was something like 30 or 40 billion in market cap. They've, something almost 10x from there. I don't think we hit $1 trillion in a year. So in your spectrum there, I don't think we hit $1 trillion in a year or two. 5 years, certainly possible to hit $1 trillion in market cap. That really wouldn't be that big of a multiple compared to what we did in the past 5 years. So I think we'll have slowing but still substantial growth ahead. Going much higher than that starts, I think, to run into frictions. I don't think the stable coins just disintermediate everything, because as they grow, they increase. Obviously they're especially of interest outside of the U.S., where it's harder to get dollars in bank account access. They basically take the concept of an offshore bank account and they compress the overhead tech to anyone with a smartphone. And so I do think there's a lot of demand for that, both for kind of near-term savings and for payments, especially small businesses that are kind of operating cross-border anyway, let alone individuals that just want to save in kind of inflationary areas. So I think we do hit $1 trillion, but not super quickly. So it's moderately bull. And then, I don't really view Visa and MasterCard as highly prone to disruption in the near term. one thing is that in the traditional finance space, reversible transactions are a feature. They want, like, a lot of consumers want to be able to reverse transactions. A lot of institutions want to be able to provide reversible transactions, fraud protection, various things like that. And I think stablecoins have their place, but they more complement those types of services. Now, the further you look out, I mean, if we're talking years and years and years in the future, then maybe we do see a more wholesale transformation of how this works. But on an investable time horizon of, call it, 5+ years, I'm still pretty constructive on Visa and MasterCard. At least when they dip to their lower end of their valuation spectrum. Sometimes they do get a little bit heated. But for example, I think the recent sell-off in Visa was interesting.
I don't disagree. Lynn, tell us about the. I don't know, Max. You got something?
No, I do actually. I had a question. I thought Jack had one coming up, but I've been looking at just the different aspects of tech and how they've been performing year to date. We talked about semiconductors. Let's just call that a proxy for hard tech, right? And then you've got QQQ, the Nasdaq, which is a blend of some of these hard tech names and some of the software names, and it's up about 8% year to date. Bitcoin down about 10%, and then you've got software itself down 20%. Is Bitcoin being thrown in with software? Do people view it as software? And do you think that correlation, because people talk a lot about the correlation between Bitcoin and just tech more broadly, and that it's like just got higher beta to the NASDAQ. But given this divergence that we've seen between these two branches of tech, hard tech and soft tech, Bitcoin is clearly, at least for now, chosen a side. And I want to get your take on that and whether you think it's something that we should expect to continue.
The short answer, so it has been highly correlated to especially that software side. I think that either humans or algorithms were kind of lumping it in together, both on a multi-year time frame, even on a multi-month time frame. There was an odd degree of correlation there. I would point out that very recently, like in the past a couple weeks, there has been a pretty substantial break where Bitcoin has gotten quite a bid, whereas a lot of the softer software names are still kind of in the trenches. We'll see if that holds. It might be too early to say. But I do think that over time, these things kind of differentiate. Kind of like how there was a while, I remember back in, say, 2021, people would compare Bitcoin to ARK, the popular ETF. And they'd be very correlated. But when you fast forward a long enough time, fundamentals mattered. ARK had that more stagnationary period where Bitcoin went on to, it had a bear market, but then it went on to higher highs ultimately. And I think the same thing will happen where ultimately fundamentals will matter. Software will get disrupted to varying degrees, and Bitcoin will either get disrupted similarly or it won't. My view is that the types of the fact that AI comes along and makes software less necessary, fewer people need to use it, affects their pricing power, makes it easier to recreate around the margin, does slow them down eventually. But I don't really view it as a particularly fundamental impact on Bitcoin other than a trading comparison. So I do think that they will decouple, and in recent weeks have already kind of showed early signs of doing so.
When you said slow them down, you're referring to software stocks?
Yeah, that basically depends on the type. So some of them, that they're going to have a harder time selling as many seats as they did before, and or they have to lower pricing to retain those seats. Now, because I'm a value investor at heart, some of them, when they get cheap enough, they can get me on the long side. One thing I kind of differentiate among the software companies is there are some that are more prone to kind of the Jevons paradox than others, which is that let's say we make design services way cheaper, more abundant. By a factor of 5x or 10x. Like we just lower the hurdles. More people know how to do it because you can prompt it. The cost of doing so is lower. It might be the case that there's way more people want to design stuff. And so the overall market for design, despite being kind of lower per person, still becomes very big. Whereas, for example, software that does your taxes, for example, well, we don't really want taxes to, get way more larger, right? There's a limit to how much ideally less. And so if you do cut the cost dramatically per person, you don't necessarily expand the number of people that are doing it or want to do it, or the amount of kind of just stuff being done there. So I think that's one test you want to do to any software company they might be looking at from the long side. But really then it comes down to just so far, like if you look at Adobe, for example, I mean, there's really real concerns around their disruption. It hasn't really showed up in the numbers yet. There's quarter after quarter, they're still growing top line, bottom line, announcing big share purchases. They have an AI tool that shows really good quarter over quarter growth. But the investors are saying, well, okay, it might be going well for a handful of quarters, a handful of years, but they're looking a few years out. And so I think there will be a clearing price for a number of these software companies from a value perspective.
Yeah, you brought up Jevons paradox, and for those who don't know, it's the idea that increased efficiency in resource usage often leads to higher overall consumption rather than lower, as the costs going down drives up demand. That was something that we were discussing earlier as it relates to DeepSeek. And basically, if DeepSeek is so much more efficient, people originally, when the first DeepSeek model came out, they sold off NVIDIA because of this efficiency. Obviously, the stock has rallied way above where we were when that first model came out. We had a new DeepSeek model today continuing to show that those efficiency gains, and all of the semi stocks are up. When you think about efficiency in these AI models, do you look at it through that lens and that it is just going to continue to drive demand as it makes adoption easier, as it makes the return on investment better?
I do. I mean, as AI gets better over time, right? When for example, AI art generation was terrible, it was hard to use, and then it became really good, and then it extended into videos and all that. Let alone writing code, let alone editing, let alone everything else you can use it for. The more things it can do for you, the bigger percentage of someone's day can be allocated to having AI do stuff for them or overseeing AI agents, with fewer, like less time spent on error correction and spotting hallucinations and all that. And people kind of integrate with that better. In addition, it takes time for many businesses to adapt. Even if the technology moves rapidly, it still has to kind of human decisions still have to kind of gradually catch up with it over time. And so I think much like how, for example, during the rise of smartphones, each model would come out and let you do more for less. I mean, they say, okay, now we have double the amount of memory and double the storage and better cameras, and it's the same price because Moore's law, more or less. And that makes that it used to be that it was like a luxury good. And then the top end ones were luxury goods and there were cheaper ones. And then even the kind of the highest end ones are still pretty affordable. And I think AI models are going to go through something similar, which is that, that they will keep getting rapid efficiency gains. Um, the overall amount of kind of GDP that goes into this will, I think, increase over time until it hits some ceiling. I think it's too early to say how high that ceiling is. It depends kind of how good they get over time. But I think efficiency is part of the assumption.
So you brought up smartphones. There's been a lot of speculation about when we're going to get the first AI device. OpenAI poached a ton of talent from Apple. The speculation largely because they're developing some sort of AI device. It's hard for me to even grasp what an AI device, a consumer device would look like, what it would be. Do you have any thoughts on what the first AI devices could even be?
Not a firm view, but I do think that we'll see more local instances of AI. I think that'll take increasing share over time. And so computers that are like just more plug and play with that, so that someone doesn't have to be a techie to do it, kind of like how, I mean, decades ago, Apple just made the idea of having your personal computer just way, more consumer driven. Right now, people running local AI instances rather than using some of the cloud-based models tends to be a little bit more techy. Obviously you need pretty firm hardware to do that. And I think just over time, the tools around that will be easier. Whether it's a standalone like AI focused computer, with just kind of more of the hardware meant for that, or just kind of more integration with the existing, computer manufacturers. I just think it'd be more normal to have AI local instances in someone's house.
Lynn, so I posted on X about, I'm going to interview you about AI compute, your book, which we'll get into, and someone said, the entire global economy is in free fall, and you are excited for some AI horse shit. Laugh, laugh, laugh. And I said, because of the oil in the Middle East. So I do have to ask, what is your level of concern about the war in Iran and the impact on global oil prices and the economic consequences of that?
That continues to be the biggest macro news out there. I mean, we're 8 weeks into this roughly. It continues to be the biggest news. I mean, in the United States, we're not unaffected, but we see less of the extremes. I mean, in a couple weeks, I will be in Egypt for the next few months, and they have energy curfews at the moment. A lot of shops and cafes and stuff have to shut by 9 p.m. And that's in a place where they have pretty late night culture, like a lot of desert regions tend to do. And they have to shut at 9 because their natural gas import bill just tripled, and they have a low per capita GDP. So they get outbid by the Europes and the Japans of the world in terms of getting natural gas. And so it is a very real problem. It continues to be a really real problem. I think it disproportionately affects the lower kind of GDP per capita countries that get outbid. They get kind of stuck with the actual shortages. In addition, I mean, in the U.S., when gasoline goes up as much as it did, and as it trickles into transport costs and therefore other goods and trickles into food costs and all this, it does affect. I mean, the bottom 2/3 of the population more than the upper third. That's probably tuning into an investment podcast. Right. So that's why, there's a host of things you might be talking about, but I don't think that takes away from the fact that the Strait of Hormuz and that entire conflict does continue to be massive. There are some like macro news items that I tend to fade, like concerns around private credit, where I don't view it as entirely a non-issue, but when in terms of like say bank contagion, I generally fade that risk. But I'm certainly not fading the Strait of Hormuz risk. I think that's pretty much every bit as big as people are concerned about.
How long do you think the strait can remain closed without there being some severe consequences to the price of oil and therefore the world? Because some smart analysts who I've interviewed have said that they've expected it to already happen. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so far there's been some demand destruction offsetting it. Also, I mean, like we already see, it shows up in different areas unevenly. For example, jet fuel's more impacted. I mean, I saw research that point out that jet flights in Europe are like 40% higher in August than they are in like April, right? So if this goes on into the summer when peak kind of vacation season is among us, I think more people will be directly impacted by flight cancellations and things like that. Probably me at some point because I'll be flying around this summer, especially over in places with energy curfews. Um, and again, the kind of the long tail of countries that have lower GDP per capitas, they're already being impacted. I think more of them will be over time. More of them will probably have many currency crises because of it. Like we've already seen it, Egyptian pound devalue 10% pretty quickly. That's a small taste of what could happen if this thing goes on for many, many months. Um, and people will substitute, they will pull back, they will drive less. Um, Optional remote work will happen where it can. So I think some of the really big bears on the economy or they're super bulls on oil tend to maybe underestimate how much demand shift or kind of flexibility is built into the system now, especially maybe more than it was 20 years ago. But yeah, I think if we're still talking about the 6 months from now, there'll be pockets of the world where it's very, very painful. And then even pockets within the developed world, mainly the lower half of the income spectrum that is just severely harmed by a lot of this.
What were your thoughts on energy investing in oil and gas before the Iran war, and how have they changed since it's happened?
So I was fairly bullish on them. I like them as a slice that is different than normal stocks and bonds because both stocks and bonds in general prefer disinflation. So stocks prefer disinflationary growth and bonds prefer kind of disinflationary contractions, all else being equal, risk off. And a stock and bond portfolio tends to struggle during stagflation, or basically when you have that variable of higher input costs. And so I purposely maintain some energy and commodities producers, and similar assets that can do well in that more stagflationary environment, because I view there's being any number of potential shocks to the upside. If you asked me when I invested in these, am I betting on the Strait of Hormuz closing for an extended period of time? I'd say hopefully not, but it's part of why I own them. I've not been adding to them since they went up and since the crisis happened. Not that I'm bearish on them, I already have the position that I want to, so I'm not really chasing them here, but I continue to hold them. And unfortunately, the longer this goes on, the companies that are not affected by it, the ones that are just producing as they roughly were before, but are now getting much more money per barrel or per refined product. A lot of that drops to the bottom line. A lot of them already have decent balance sheets. So they can pay that out in higher dividends. They can retain that for, growth in the future. So I'm constructive on them, just not really chasing them, because I think you want to invest in them more based on structure rather than trying to bet when this particular crisis ends. At least the way I invest. There are traders that are more day to day. I tend to invest more multi-year.
So you brought up stagflation. It's something that a lot of people have said could be a consequence of this conflict. We're getting the inflation. We're not really getting the stag, right? The economy seems to remain resilient. Arguably, wouldn't energy stocks perform even better in a scenario where we're getting higher prices, but at the same time, for whatever reason, the economy seems to be resilient and we continue to get nominal and real growth?
Yeah, I think the economy is complex enough that there's not even really one economy. I mean, for example, the stag shows up in the fact that we just printed the lowest consumer sentiment reading on record of like, what was it, 70 years of data, lower than the peak of COVID, lower than the global financial crisis, lower than I think the late 70s, which was like the last low point. And so there are a ton of people that are struggling. I mean, for example, the good news about this tax season is that some of the tax cut benefits of last year's kind of mild stimulus, the kind of that locked in some of those tax cuts, the no tax for tips and all this, that's starting to take into effect. But in terms of rough magnitude, that's running into higher fuel costs now, for example. So a lot of people are seeing a wash where they were maybe going to get a stimulus, but now it's just offset by a roughly equal magnitude issue. So I think, again, especially if you're in that kind of lower half or lower two-thirds of the income spectrum, you are more in that stag. If you look at Atlanta Fed's GDP now estimate for what quarter one looks like in terms of annualized growth in real terms, it's pretty low. The job growth situation, I mean, obviously AI and changes in net migration are probably bigger factors there than these recent events, but overall job market's not very strong. So I do think that whether you look at in the United States or Europe or elsewhere, outside of AI and outside of industries that are kind of recipients of the fiscal deficits that we're seeing, that's where the stag is. So it's really that two-speed economy, that K-shaped economy. I'm not the first to point it out, but I think the metrics bear that out. So I think that's why we have a record divergence where because we're playing a run it hot, fiscal heavy playbook, and there is a lot to invest in. We have stocks, roughly at all-time highs, while you have consumer sentiment at literal all-time lows, and that's where that stagflation shows up in this case.
The K shape is interesting. I mean, you made a comment that listeners to financial podcasts are probably the top part of the K. If you go look at like the top charts of podcasts, though, there's a lot of podcasts that you've probably never listened to, that we've never listened to, that represent maybe what the bottom half of the K thinks of about financial podcasts, the more personal finance related things. And when you think about consumer sentiment, it's a survey, right? They're surveying everybody. They're not just surveying the top half of the K. Is it, we keep seeing this trend in negative consumer sentiment. It's not a new trend. It's something we've been going down and down and down, and yet the data continues to come. Is just the nature of the economy changing? Is the bottom half of the K less relevant? And especially with AI, is employment as relevant? And do you think that the new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, had talked about at his hearing in front of Congress, he talked about he wants to evolve monetary policy to evolve with the changing nature of the economy. I ask you as somebody who's analyzing the economy, is it changing? Are these indicators still as relevant as they were 5-10 years ago?
I think some of them become less indicative over time. I do think that, for example, there was an era where the number of people employed at a given time is super important. Now, when you can do a lot more with a lot less, I think that while employment is still a massive economic indicator, it's less of like the end all be all that it used to be. And I do think that the nature of things are changing in the sense that when you have a very kind of when you have a high degree of wealth concentration, it ends up being true that, I mean, that the top 10% are responsible for a very big percentage of total consumption, for example. And so when you have, let's say the bottom 20%, let alone the whole bottom 50%, the lower you go on that stack, they're struggling tends to matter more in terms of, say, voting outcomes or social political outcomes than it does in the stock market. And so it's not that those effects aren't real, but from an investor standpoint, they're less real until they start affecting policy. Whereas like bears will kind of point to them as reasons to sell stocks. It's like, well, maybe don't sell stocks until all those people vote in someone who's extremely hostile to stocks, right? So until there's enough of a feedback loop that actually impairs the legal, kind of economy there. I think that basically the combination of globalization, automation, has over multiple decades changed kind of the relationship between capital and labor, and AI is another addition to that kind of plan.
How close are we to getting anti-stock market, anti-AI policy? Dylan Patel of SemiAnalysis just did Patrick O'Shaughnessy's podcast, and he said, I think I don't want to misquote the timeline, but I'm pretty sure it was within a year he expects there to be anti-AI protests. How close are we to really feeling that and it becoming a major political issue? There have even been talks actually that despite the strong anti-AI sentiment among the populace, that Democratic sort of tastemakers were encouraging their politicians not to take an anti-AI stance in these upcoming midterms.
Yeah, I think where we see it might impact stocks, and obviously it's a country by country basis. If we're talking US stocks here, I don't think while midterms I think will be impactful in some ways. If anything, investors often like divided government because it means you can get fewer surprises on things because they're more gridlocked. I think really maybe where it starts to come into play is 2028 or later. I'm less of a political strategist other than just to point out that as the kind of the K widens, as the two-speed economy widens, and people are always surprised at how resilient stocks are. My point is that it's not that those effects can be ignored entirely. It's just that you have to watch the actual mechanisms for how they would impact stocks, and one of those is through, the voting booth, right? So rather than me trying to predict exactly what election that will matter, it's just saying that's the thing I'll be watching for knowing when the more disenfranchised part of the economy, which is being affected, will close the alligator jaws on record low consumer sentiment and record high stocks. Now, in an ideal world, we close those jaws by raising consumer sentiment. But the other way to close those jaws is to, kind of push down stocks, and you get a more disordered environment because of that.
I also think there's a chance that people are just more negative now because of social media, because very polarizing text, very positive or very negative, S&P to 20,000 or S&P to 200, that, that's kind of stuff gets clicks, and that may be resulting in a more negative outlook. Like if you don't think that's the case, then you're saying that true consumer sentiment is more negative now than at the depths of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, which is of course possible, but doesn't seem likely. Lynn, I want to ask, you are now, congratulations, you are an author of a new science fiction book called The Stolgard Incident. I want to ask, in what year does your book take place? It's been described as semi-dystopian, and paint us a picture of the relationship of technology and artificial intelligence, and the relationship between tech and the population it has, and there's the societal and economic consequences of that on unemployment, what people are doing, the vibe, everything. There we go.
Good question. It takes place roughly in the 2070s, so like the mid to late 21st century. And the way I kind of interpret it is that kind of like how if you compare this era to the 2070s, the 1970s, a lot of things look different, but a lot of things look the same. We're not like a radically transformed, but for example, the whole internet and everything that we're talking about in this podcast is pretty much entirely new. Whereas, houses, cars, social interactions, they've changed, but not like magic, right? And so I kind of take a similar approach when I envision the 2070s, which is a lot of things are radically different. AI is just way more integrated, just using AI agents for everything. And by then, robotics has caught up to some degree. So drones and robotics is just kind of a more ubiquitous part of society. It's semi-dystopian in the sense that there's like, pretty high kind of surveillance, pretty high kind of like politician cynicism and misinformation, where in an era where AI is so good that you can just make indistinguishable videos from reality in seconds, people have trouble trusting anything they see online at that point. Um, and so, it kind of trust kind of collapses or fragments in that environment. And I also envision VR kind of catching on a little bit in the sense that that's been a technology that's been very slow to catch on because it's up against some very hard problems. One is you're trying to take compute and make it wearable, which increase all the battery cost, the portability aspects of that, and then anything that interacts with multiple senses runs into all sorts of frictions. But I kind of explore the idea of what if they kind of crack that a little bit and make that more prevalent. So people some just get flee into escapism, which is that as the economy continues to widen, as you get some dystopian elements, technology, for better or worse, kind of eases the burdens where people can kind of create their own little reality, and kind of get away from it in some negative ways you can imagine in that type of environment, but also it gives them just more entertainment to do that is not necessarily expensive because a lot of it is just computer based rather than physical.
And roughly, what is the unemployment rate in the society you imagine? If it's not in the book, give us kind of a range. What, and is if there's an impact, is it an impact on an unemployment? People are looking for work and they can't find it, or is it to the labor force participation rate of people just say, hey, I'm chilling in the kind of world envisioned by Elon Musk of there's no need for money.
There is, so the book doesn't state the unemployment rate, but it would be notably higher than today's, or more specifically, as you point out, the labor force participation rate is lower. And so a lot of people are getting by on a little bit of side work here and there. Their overall resources are not that high. And, a lot of them would be unable to travel, comfortably. They're kind of like, what is it? Like, stay in your pod, eat the bugs, use the VR. Not necessarily
Soma? VR is the new Soma?
Yeah, yeah. So not in the extreme case, but in the sense that there is a lot of that in society that people kind of check out both physically, mentally, and in not a very healthy way. So it's not like such an extreme dystopian environment that you have like the Matrix where everyone's captured, or you have a super authoritarian North Korea style dictatorship. It's not like that dystopian, but it's kind of like the current system extrapolated so that it's even kind of more K-shaped, even more kind of technology interfering with normal social reactions. Overall, probably slowing population growth at that phase, and pockets of winners and losers. The book tends to follow people that are doing well economically, or at least well enough economically. So it only explores kind of the lower half to a moderate degree. That might be explored in later books in that world. It's certainly not the utopian vision of things. I don't think that everyone gets a penthouse. What was that recent tweet? Everyone gets a penthouse. It's
fully
not
automated luxury space communism.
Yeah, it's not that.
What how quickly does technology continue to advance? I mean, I guess particularly in AI, like if let's say AI is getting better at 40% a year, which some people say, oh, it's getting better so much faster, but 40% a year, 1.4 to the 30th power, that you get some extreme compounding there. Like, is there an asymptote in terms of AI? Because I mean, if the rate of technological advancement with AI continues at this pace, I imagine it is a drastically different world.
So I assume that they do run into certain ceilings at a certain point, kind of like how, I mean, we had Wright brothers to people on the moon within this course of one lifetime, human lifetime, but we ran into a ceiling, right? I mean, commercial aviation kind of stagnated, or even space travel kind of stagnated. I think in this world, basically AI was very powerful. It did change everything, but then it kind of runs into a ceiling. Either because Moore's law kind of runs into a little bit of where you kind of run into certain atomic limits. And quantum computing doesn't fix everything. It's kind of a more narrow solution set. So basically the overall kind of compute density starts to at least slow down to some degree. In addition, certain models, without kind of full consciousness do run into certain limitations where they can do things very efficiently, but they're still kind of remixing existing know-how. And so they just become kind of like how humans domesticated dogs and we build this symbiotic relationship, but there's obviously limits. I think it's kind of like we live in a world of AI, but there's still roles for humans in it. It's kind of how I envision it. And if anything, I kind of explore that humans start to turn to gene editing and stuff as potential ways for like the next leg of things they want to explore after they kind of hit, not like a hard ceiling in AI, but like a soft ceiling where it transformed a lot of things, but then kind of like how smartphones kind of reach their saturation point and desktop computers reach their saturation point. It's kind of like AI kind of reaches a certain saturation point, at least the way I envision it. Like one beta reader was like, well, Ray Kurzweil expects human supercomputer full like nanite integration in the 2040s. And we go past the singularity, and I was like, well, it's not. I'm purposely kind of not assuming that's going to happen. I'm a less of a bull than Ray, as you could say.
A little Cronenberg Crimes of the Future sort of feeling to it, the way we start to experiment with post-human existence.
A little bit, yeah.
Lynn, what is one of or your strongest held investment views on a multi-year horizon? It could be on the long side, the short side, any asset class.
Multi-years, I'm still bullish on Bitcoin. I am probably the contrarian take is I tend to be the value side. I tend to like banks, and I tend to like Latin America in general, including Latin American banks. So it's almost like a barbell view. Like I'm bullish on Bitcoin, I'm bullish on stable coins, I'm bullish on AI. But I think that there's still value in some of these kind of regulated fiat TradFi, kind of low multiple areas.
And perhaps because you said you're not that super concerned about private credit, you don't think it's systemic. Any thoughts on publicly traded business development companies or the alt managers?
Not a firm view. So it's not that I don't think there's any problems in private credit. It's just that I think the majority will be hitting the private credit investors. And that any sort of spillover into banks, the magnitude is not that big, and it's easily absorbable by the capital buffers they have.
That makes sense. Lynn, we will leave it there. Thank you so much. People can follow you on X at Lynn Alden Contact. The book is The Stuttgart Incident. I will be buying my copy. People listening to this should as well. I'm Jack Farley. This is Max Wheathy. We got many situations to monitor. We will be back next week. But for now, we're going to go back to monitoring the situation. Folks, take it away.
Make some predictions about how long that maternity leave is going to last. Because after her first child, I think Caroline took like 20 minutes off. So we'll see if people think she's going to come back quickly. Anyway, our three guests will be here once again tonight. Our pop-up simulcast with our friends at Monitoring the Situation, a new X-based genius idea about how to cover the latest news. For those of you who understand that term of art, monitoring the situation. Can we pop that up? Just show everybody what we look like on Monitoring the Situation. We're happy to be on there with them tonight. And there I am. You see me in stereo. If you're watching on a visual medium, you can see that I'm both on two-way and here on live on Monitoring the Situation. Hello to our friends at Monitoring the Situation. Thank you for the collaborative pop-up. At the end of the program, we'll be delighted to take your questions, your comments. That's only if you're here on the two-way platform. If you're watching on X or Monitoring the Situation or YouTube, please, no smack in the chat. We believe in peace, love, and understanding here. I'm distracted. I told the people in the pregame, I'm distracted because I went to a lunch today. This guy, Oz Perlman, he's the entertainer at the White House Correspondents' Dinner tomorrow night. And they did get a comedian, although he's very funny. I mean, but he doesn't do political humor. He does like magician patter, and he's a mentalist. And at the lunch today, he did like a little mini version of his routine. Kevin Sheridan, one of our guests tonight, who every time I see him, I think, why is Paul Ryan on our show? Because Kevin Sheridan looks so much like Paul Ryan.
Worked for him.
At least I know, at least in the tiny little box. Anyway, Paul Ryan was there, and he was indirectly involved in the trick, the main trick that the guy did. I don't know if you call it a trick. I just call it Satanism, because he basically hypnotized someone to say a number that someone else in the audience was thinking of. There's no explanation for it. Anyway, I was already looking forward to the dinner tomorrow night. Now I'm really looking forward to it, because this guy, most people in Washington never heard of him, and man, he's made a pact with Satan. That's my explanation. He and the devil got together, and he said he finished 20th in the New York Marathon. Maybe he said, Satan, if you allow me to finish in the top 20 in the New York Marathon, I'll do your business for you here on Earth. But man, I'm dumbfounded. All right, let's do a quick word from a sponsor. Then our guests will be here, and we'll run through our big stories again: the Fed, the war, and Caroline Levitt. Not Caroline. That's a story too. 4 stories, and then this New York Times story on the Justice Department. The president and his entourage left the White House a little while ago for Florida, where the president's doing an event, a crypto event tomorrow before coming back to Washington. Eclectic mix is always traveling with the president, including Bill Pulte, the housing guy, and Caroline. Was Caroline on the list? No, Susie Wiles was on the list. You guys have that list? I meant to send it to you. Hold on. I got to tell you the list. It was an interesting list. It's always interesting to see. You do a little Kremlinology. Who's traveling with the president? Oh, I remember why I was interested in it. Susie Wiles, James Blair, the outgoing deputy White House chief of staff. He's leaving. Maybe he hasn't left yet, or maybe he has. The president's body guy, valet, Walt Nauta, who got caught up in the document thing. Natalie Harp, Chris Ambrosini, Margot Martin, Bill Pulte, Meredith O'Rourke, and Boris Epstein. I always don't know how to pronounce his name. And he's someone I know pretty well, but I have a mental block on names, as you know. Anyway, they're all flying down to Florida with the president right now. The vice president, you have that tweet I sent a little while ago? The vice president was in the White House today, and here's some pictures of him taken by a member of the media leaving the building shortly after the president left for the airport. Go back to the previous picture. This is a little confusing. This is as confusing as Kevin Sheridan and Paul Ryan. Doesn't that guy next to him look like a mini me of the vice president? I don't know who that guy is. Put that guy's face in ChatGPT. See if you can figure out who he is. That seems interesting to me. All right, word from a sponsor, and then to our guests and our big stories and your questions here on 2A Tonight simulcasts on monitoring the situation. 20% off everything on Cozy Earth, ladies and gentlemen. This stuff is well made. It's high quality. I'm in Washington, as you know, and as I walk around, people ask me about 2A Tonight. They'll ask me about Next Up. They'll ask me about the morning meeting. A lot of speculation about who the permanent co-hosts are going to be. But as much as anything, they ask me about Cozy Earth. They ask me either, why did I wait so long to tell them about the bubble cuddle blanket? Or they ask me, is the bubble cuddle blanket really as great as you say, Mark? The answer is yes. Buy yourself one at 20% off right now. Go to CozyEarth.com, promo code 2way. Buy some Mother's Day gifts. If you bought a bubble cuddle blanket for your mom, in all seriousness, you'd probably move up in wherever the pecking order is in the will. That's how good they are. CozyEarth.com. You can buy robes and slippers for mom for Mother's Day. But if you listen to me, if you have any faith in my judgment, buy her a bubble cuddle blanket. CozyEarth.com, promo code 2way for Mother's Day, because home starts with mom. Thank you for your attention to that matter and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come. Our guests for tonight, Kevin Sheridan. The luckiest man, alive. Welcome back, Kevin. Thank you for being here.
Good to see you.
Are you going to this big shindig tomorrow night?
I may go to a party tonight and maybe the pre-parties tomorrow. I'm not going to the dinner itself, which I count as a blessing, because this one sounds like it go 4 hours or 10 hours.
It might. I may bring some sensible shoes. Eli Lake is here. Eli, welcome in. Eli, what's your fondest memory of the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
When it was an actual hot show, to show how old I am, I remember going to the Bloomberg after party and meeting almost the entire cast of The West Wing, which was surreal.
Which that year was a very big thing to do. Trying to think,
back in the day, in the 2000s.
What would the equivalent today be to meet the cast of The West Wing? To meet the cast of I don't know, what would it be?
The Pit.
The cast of The Pit. Thank you for being here, Eli. Of course, columnist for the Free Press and One reason we love Eli is he's iconoclastic. He says what he thinks is true, what he thinks is important. He is not a slave to the conventional wisdom. And Jim Kessler is back with us, another returning Jeopardy champion. EVP. What a great title EVP is. EVP of policy for Third Way. The folks from Third Way come on a regular basis. We love them here. They've built an enduring institution that weighs in on public policy in a very serious way. Jim, welcome. Thank you.
Great to be here.
Jim, tell us your best Donald Trump story.
My best Donald Trump story?
Yeah.
I once, when I was a much younger, I once saw him in a casino.
In Atlantic City?
In Atlantic City.
Yeah, that must have been big.
It was. It's like, oh, that's Donald Trump.
Yeah, Donald John Trump. Thank all three of you for being here. Very grateful to all. You've all been on before and we love having you. The Dow was down 79 points today. Oil down a little bit also. Brent crude up a little bit. And the oil prices bounced around as some positive about the first thing we'll talk about. Number one, please. Talks are on. This morning, the Iranians let out that some of their foreign minister and some others were going to go to Islamabad and maybe some other countries. And at the time it appeared there'd be talks. Then it was, no, they're just going to do some consultations. Well, they're doing talks. Whitcush, whatever we call them, Whitcush are headed also without the vice president. Here's the Washington Post headline. Iran talks to resume this weekend without Vance. White House will send Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Pakistan as Tehran decides not to send its top negotiator. Here is the Wall Street Journal. Same idea. Number two, please. Witkoff, Kushner to travel to Pakistan for talks with Iranian officials. White House says the Iranian foreign minister has already arrived in Islamabad. It says it isn't clear if he's going to meet with the U.S. delegation directly. And here's Caroline Leavitt at the White House today in her final gaggle before maternity leave, explaining why the president decided to send them. Number three.
The president was flexible in granting an extension of the ceasefire throughout this time. The president has decided to dispatch Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner back to Islamabad. The Iranians want to talk. They want to talk in person. And so the president is, as I've said many times to all of you, always willing to give diplomacy a chance. So Steve and Jared will be heading to Pakistan tomorrow to hear the Iranians out. We hope progress will be made, and we hope that positive developments will come from this meeting, and we will see. And the president, the vice president, the secretary of state will be waiting here in the United States for updates, and the vice president, I understand, is on standby and will be willing to dispatch to Pakistan if we feel it's a necessary use of his time.
Now, things change so much here in this story that it's sometimes hard to remember. But Eli, wasn't it just like a few days ago, it seemed like the Iranians wouldn't agree to meet unless the blockade ended?
Yes.
Is that, yeah. So
this counts as something of a victory. Although there's another piece of this, which is that the speaker of their parliament, the Majlis, Ghalibaf, is maybe no longer part of the negotiating team. That's the reporting coming out of Iran International. So it's unclear. So it's possible that when we say they're meeting with Iranian officials, but are they meeting? Maybe they're meeting with a new team. Maybe they're meeting with lower level people, and that's my understanding of it right now. So they're switching up who the envoys are.
Right. So Eli, one more for you. It seemed like that is a pretty big concession from the Iranians. The Americans, I don't think, are inclined to go, and certainly not the vice president, but even Steve and Jared, not inclined to go unless they felt the president made this clear. We got to be dealing with people who can make a deal. They don't want to negotiate with people who will just say, well, we can't do it. So is your assumption or knowledge that the U.S. side believes whoever is going to be there, that this is a meaningful group of people to meet with?
I don't know if we know that they're ready yet to make a deal, but it is, I think you're correct to point out that even agreeing to meet while the blockade is on is a suggestion of a concession on the part of the Iranian side. And I think the theory at this point of the White House is that once they fully understand the extent of the military, the damage done to their military and their defense industrial base and their nuclear program, plus they are facing a massive fiscal crunch, that eventually there's a kind of, the pressure will create the maybe conditions for the kind of deal that Trump would consider to be a win. And I don't think that that's entirely crazy. I should say that I think that makes some sense. The other side of that, of course, is that this is a regime that is based on the principle of martyrdom, going back to Shiism, that they are willing to die. And there are true believers we can say something about Vahidi, who is the head, sort of the head of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is the guy who, back in the Iran-Iraq War, which was a brutal war, he was against the ultimate ending of that hostilities. He wanted to keep fighting, even though it was so bad that the Iranians were basically telling 12-year-old kids to clear minefields. I mean, it was brutal. So if, the fact that he has the real power right now, as most people presume, would suggest that, he's willing to kind of go down with the ship. But I think there are plenty of other factions within Iran who are not. So that's what we can't really know all of that, but I think that's what's happening.
Right. Kevin, we've got a blockade, but we also have the ceasefire, and we've got the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. So are you more bearish or bullish on the prospect that these talks could yield something, and why?
I think the blockade is working. I think Iran is suffering real economic damage every single day that they can't get their ships to China and wherever. But I was on Turkish TV earlier this week talking with, with their host, obviously, and then an Iranian guest who was a scholar in Iran and Tehran, which I was surprised actually they could get on. And she sounded like it would take so many reparations and just wild stuff that is so not going to happen from this president that who knows, maybe it's just bluster, maybe she didn't know. But I think it's going to take a lot more time. Eli's the expert here. It seems like it's going to take more time.
Yeah. The thing you mentioned about thank you for all that, a guest popping up. Occasionally, either on my shows or on other places, I'll see, like, they're often academics or former government officials. They just pop up out of Tehran and do TV. It's weird to me that it happens sometimes, but not that often. I just wonder how all that happens. Jim, are you bearish or bullish on the prospects of a deal, given the totality of what we know and why?
I've been bearish from day one. I feel like the Trump administration, when they initiated this war 2 months ago, they felt that this war would have been over by 30 days by now, and it's still going on. And I agree with Eli. There are people there who, martyrdom is really part of, for a large group of people there, like part of the culture and the essence of their being. But also regime self-preservation is number one there for those who are in power. And I just believe that the Iranians in charge feel every day this war goes on, it's better for us as, the Revolutionary Guard than it is for Europe and the United States. Like each day of survival, the West gets tired of this and they're hanging on. So I just think it's going to take a while.
Okay, thank you for that. Well said. I want to show you one more piece of video from Caroline Levitt about the war and get everybody's reaction. This is number 5, please.
Trump has been clear from the beginning what the objectives of this mission were. The objectives of Operation Epic Fury were, of course, to significantly diminish the Iranian regime's ballistic missile capability, which we have done. It was to completely annihilate their navy, which we have done. As I said previously, it is sitting in the bottom of the sea. We've taken out more than 160 of their naval vessels. Ultimately, the goal of Operation Epic Fury was to ensure that Iran could never possess a nuclear weapon. And we've now transitioned into this diplomatic phase to get that done through the means of a deal. Now, President Trump has military options on the table that he always smartly retains as commander-in-chief. But right now, diplomacy hopefully continues, and we'll get to a place where the president's red lines will be met, where Iran will turn over their enriched uranium and where they will firmly commit to never obtaining, possessing, or moving towards creating and building a nuclear bomb. That's something President Trump has said for many, many years, long before he came into politics. He's just the first president in 47 years to actually act on it. And he deserves credit for doing so.
So, Kevin, all week on this platform, people have been leaning into the concept that the war is going to restart, that the president's going to use military force. And at the same time, the public opinion would suggest the public's not really keen on that. And people think, well, more bombing's not going to make any difference. It might even get the Iranians to get their backups more. But then on the third hand, people talk about escalating to de-escalate. So, as a student of the president, I know he's not confiding in you regularly about what he's thinking, but as a student of the president, is your gut that that is on the table, more military action? Or do you think the president's basically said in his mind, we're just going to bluff our way with threats to the best negotiated settlement we can get?
Yeah, and his support seems pretty durable. It's tracking, the support for the war is tracking with the support for Donald Trump, obviously.
Yeah.
So nobody's leaving the cult, independents obviously don't like this, or a lot of them. He seems content with playing this out and not really worrying about the midterms, no matter how crazy that might sound. So yeah, he could escalate to de-escalate. Eli would probably, have a better read on it than me, but some limited strikes or some show of force. He already said he's going to take out the mosquito boats, right? He said he's going to start hitting them. Anybody laying mines, he's going to hit. So there will be kinetic action still. Whether or not he's not going to take out power plants and bridges and all that. That's bluster and obviously just a negotiating tactic, in my opinion.
Okay, Eli, do you agree with that? That the notion of hitting those other targets, desalination plants, bridges, energy facilities.
Yeah, I wrote a column when he first put that on the table saying don't do it, because I just think that you end up harming the Iranian people, who are most of whom are our allies in this war, that more than you end up harming the regime. And I think you also will pay a huge price in the international community and the standing of the United States. That's just not worth it. I just don't think that would be worth it in that sense. I could understand it in the context of power plants that are just there for a nuclear facility. Sure, take that out, and then probably have already been taken out, but not in the way that he was talking about it. But I would just say this: obviously, it would be good to get the 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium. It would be really good to get a commitment. We'll never enrich, we'll never do any of these things from the Iranians. That's far less important now, because so much of their program is in rubble. Really, I think the bulk of this negotiation is just about getting the Strait of Hormuz open. And the other part of this is that if the Iranians think that this is a good long-term or even medium-term strategy for them, they're wrong. Because the Strait of Hormuz is a depreciating asset. Already the Saudis are figuring out other ways to get their oil to the Red Sea. And what you'll see is the market will react in such a way that if the Strait of Hormuz is risky, they'll get the oil from other places. There'll be other routes. And that will take some time, and that will be bad. But what Trump has done, to his credit, is that, there's a method to the madness. He has managed to calm the markets enough that we're now going into the third month of the war, and we haven't had the oil shock that many predicted as soon as those straits closed. So I give him a lot of credit for that, even though I think there are other problems with his communication style that are not good for sort of bringing along the country and all these other things. But he has managed to calm the markets, to his credit.
Yeah, Eli, thank you for that. Jim, I want to pick up on a thing Eli mentioned there, which is the gas price. The markets, of course, have gone up, but people, even in the administration, thought gas would be, oil would be rather $150, $200 a barrel. What's your sense of why that hasn't happened?
Yeah, oil is about $30 a barrel higher than it was 2 months ago. That's a big increase. Gas is about $4.05.
I'm not minimizing it. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
people really did think it would go higher. And if you taught this in an economics course or business school course and said, here's what happened in the real world, what would happen to the price of a barrel of oil, I think the professor would say would go a lot higher than it has.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's face it, the world is less dependent on Mideast oil than it certainly was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The United States is the largest producer of oil in the world. And there are other places where folks can get it. If you're in other countries, the price pressure is much higher. If you're in Europe, if you're in Australia, if you're in Japan, like, it is far higher than it is here. So a lot of the economic troubles are in other countries, not the United States.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back to Iran during the Q&A. Please raise your hand if you want in on the conversation. One of the things we do to monitor the situation is check the big websites of the major news organizations. The New York Times just popped a story connected to White House Correspondents' Association dinner weekend about the president's dinner last night with Mr. Ellison and the folks from CBS News. This is by Mr. Grinbaum of the New York Times, who covers this beat. Here's the headline, and I think there's a quote from the story. It just ran on the Times website. Text. All right, this is Michael Grinbaum, New York Times story. Mr. Trump's table included the First Lady, Melania Trump, and Barry Weiss's wife, the journalist Nellie Bowles, according to two people briefed on the event. Other CBS journalists who were there, Tom Sabrowski, Jane Crawford, who's the head of president of CBS News, the chief legal correspondent, Jane Crawford, Nancy Cordes, the chief White House correspondent, Weijia Zhang, the White House correspondent, who's also the president of the Correspondents Association. I know there were at least two other correspondents who were there, who I can't name, but there were others there. And a lot of people are giving CBS a hard time to have David Ellison host a dinner for the first couple, around the dinner, the correspondence dinner. And according to reporting I saw, the president spoke for over an hour. For over an hour. So none of you are journalists, so you wouldn't approach it the way some of my colleagues would. But Kevin, oh, sorry, Eli. I apologize. I mean, none of you covered the White House is really what I meant. But I apologize for saying that. But you're a columnist and a journalist. The other guys aren't journalists, but none of you are caught up in the intensity of the White House Correspondents Association. Kevin, any problem in your mind with this dinner?
Not at all. I mean, every network should be doing that. That's just basic. I mean, they would do it with Obama or Biden or any Democrat president. Why can't they sit down with the Republican president? They're not doing anything for him. They're just talking to him. What's wrong with that?
Jim Kessler, would the New York Times written a story like that if Barack Obama had dinner with the folks at CBS News? Would that be a story for the New York Times?
Yes, because the New York Times would wish they were at the dinner and they weren't at the dinner.
Right.
So they didn't have to criticize it. Look, I think it's perfectly okay to do these types of dinners. There's just this realization, journalism, especially on White House Correspondents' Week, like it just feels so different than journalism 20 years ago.
Yeah, Eli, I think Barry Weiss has a connection to the Free Press, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course, yeah.
So you've got a perspective on this. I will say that there are reporters in Washington I've talked to this week, and I've read about. Most of the people who do media criticism are left-wing people with Trump derangement syndrome. So you don't really get to read much about these issues in an unbiased way. But Eli, from your point of view, for Barry and the others at CBS to have dinner with the president, can you make the case that there's a problem with that?
I mean, I don't think there's any problem with it. I think that the reason that you're getting that kind of coverage, that it's some sort of scandal, is because it's a hangover from when, 10 years ago, when there was an effort to try to make everything Trump touched toxic, and that we can't normalize the guy. We are so far beyond that right now in our country. He's won 2 elections. He's the president of the United States. A lot of people hate him. A lot of people love him. But I mean, we're not in this place where it's like you can just anathematize him and act as if real journalists shouldn't try to get access to the president of the United States. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's even if you loathe the guy. I mean, I think the model here is Bill Maher. Bill Maher, roasted Trump for years and years, and finally he got invited to the White House. He talked about it with his audience, and by the way, Bill Maher still roasts Trump. It didn't change. It just gives him a perspective. So in my view, I don't really get it. I mean, I know Nellie Bowles really well, and Nellie Bowles has so much integrity. I doubt that it will change what she decides to write in her great TGIF newsletter. So I don't see it.
All right. One more thing about this, and then we're going to move on to a couple of topics. Then take your questions. Please raise your hand if you want in. I'm going to address my colleagues in the media. Meet me at camera 2. Donald Trump has done a lot of things antithetical to belief in the First Amendment. He's done a lot of things to limit press access. And those things should be scrutinized and covered and debated and pushed back against institutionally. But until we as a profession acknowledge what the media did on Russiagate and on Joe Biden's loss of a mental acuity, we don't have standing. We don't have standing to say Barry Weiss and Tom Sabrowski shouldn't have dinner with the president. We don't have standing with not just MAGA. We don't have standing with a lot of fair-minded people in America who voted for Donald Trump in part because of this. And you heard that on this platform for a long time. The lack of accountability on Russiagate and the lack of accountability on loss of Joe Biden's mental acuity, not just the failure to cover the story right initially, but the failure to acknowledge the errors and to really examine how two such colossal failures of professional malpractice by almost every major news organization in the country, until we're willing to give a full accounting of how that could happen and reasonable assurances that it won't happen again, it's very difficult for many people in America, including me, to take seriously saying, oh my goodness, what a scandal that they're having dinner with the President of the United States. So concludes that topic. Okay, let's talk about another New York Times story. No, let's talk about this. Number 7, please. It's a kind of a mystery. We asked a question here that was asked in Senate cloakroom and all over Wall Street. Why wouldn't the president just drop the case against Jay Powell to get two things he really wants? He wants Warsh confirmed on time. He wants Powell to not only not be Fed chair when Warsh is confirmed, but he wants him to give up his unexpired seats. I think it's only happened one time in the history of the Fed that if someone who was chair had their chair term end and they stayed on the Fed, but Jay Powell said, well, I may stick around because of this investigation. So everybody said, well, why doesn't the president just call Jeanine Pirro and say, Judge Jeanine, drop the case? Well, today, Judge Jeanine went on X, which is where the Justice Department should really do its business. I'm being sarcastic about that, but she went on X, and here's the headline from, I think this is the Washington Post, if I recognize the typeface. Justice Department drops criminal probe of Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Excuse me. The move could clear the way for the confirmation of Kevin Warsh, Trump's choice to lead the central bank. It will clear the way for his confirmation, I'm quite sure. I think the bigger question now is, will Powell leave the Fed, which is a pretty high priority for the president now? If he doesn't leave voluntarily, the president will fire him. I think he'll fire him even if they don't have a decision in the Cook case, which is before the Supreme Court. They've heard the arguments and they haven't ruled about whether he can fire members of the Fed for what he says is cause. Jim Kessler, as a longtime watcher of Jay Powell, I think you've played Mahjong with him, gone to High with him. You know Jay Powell as well as anybody. Anyway, do you think Jay Powell, this will be enough to get Jay Powell to go?
No. I think he's going to stay. I think he won this battle. He'll stay for as long as his term allows him to stay. This was a victory for Tom Tillis. Also, look, the Department of Justice, it is the Department of Vengeance. That's what it's become under Donald Trump. And Jeanine Pirro, I'll say it, she's a hack. She shouldn't have this job. A professional should have this job. She's the wrong person for this job. So I think he's going to stay. It was a win.
Okay. Eli, do you think Powell will stay?
I don't know enough about that kind of thing,
Yeah.
but I will just say I really would like to see the revenge lawsuits and the revenge prosecutions at the Justice Department end. I am one of the journalists, the few journalists who wrote about the lawfare against Trump and what I thought was the politicization of the Justice Department against him.
You did.
And I thought it was terrible then, and I just don't see how two wrongs make a right, and I think it debases an institution that needs to really be above the fray of politics.
Kevin, I want to hear what you think, but let's listen to Caroline explaining that the Powell probe is, as Judge Jeanine Pirro announced, moving to the Inspector General's office rather than being done by DOJ, although she said they might reopen it. Here's Caroline on the Powell probe, number 8, please. I say, here's the Powell probe. Caroline Levitt on the Powell probe. This is number 8, please.
Go ahead.
Ending the probe
Sure.
to Jerome Powell. Did the president sign off on that? What was his involvement, and why now after ratcheting up some of the rhetoric around that earlier this week?
As you saw, Judge Jeanine Pirro, or former Judge Jeanine, U.S. Attorney Jeanine now, put out a statement saying that the case is not necessarily dropped. It's just being moved over to the Inspector General, who has critical tools at their disposal to continue to look into the financial mismanagement at the Fed. This has obviously been a priority for the president. If you drive by the Fed building, the president has a point. This is a project that's been going on for a very long time. It's costing taxpayers billions of dollars, and I think it's in the best interest of the taxpayer to get to the bottom of it. So the investigation still continues. It's just under a different authority, and that's what you'll continue to see.
Eli, you're not going to like the next story, but let's let Kevin respond. Kevin, will this just all look like that season of Dallas where it was a dream?
Of all the DOJ business that his base wants him to do, Epstein scalps and, go after Obama and Clinton's and all, this doesn't even move the needle at all. Nobody cares about this. Fine, move it over to wherever and just, move on and get the Tillis vote and get this Warsh confirmed because, clock's ticking on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you, like Eli Lake, believe that there's been lawfare, reciprocal, retaliatory lawfare going on, and you're unhappy with it, you may want to turn down the audio, because the New York Times multi-byline story, monitoring the situation, reading the New York Times webpage, Todd Blanche, the acting deputy attorney general, who is the president's former lawyer, who has seemed to be unreluctant to do what the president wishes, is characterized in the new New York Times piece as all in on lawfare, which the Times interprets as something to curry favor with the president. Here's the headline, number 9, please. I'm going to read some excerpts. It's kind of an extraordinary story, even by the standards of lawfare. Is that the right one? That's a little tiny thing. Here it is. Todd Blanche targets Trump's enemies amid jockeying to lead Justice Department. That's a journalistic weasel word, amid. It doesn't say he's targeting them because, it just says amid. Jockeying to lead Justice Department. Mr. Blanche's actions are meant to demonstrate progress on the president's priorities, chief among them payback. Also artfully written. His actions are meant to demonstrate. I'm not sure how they know that, but they assert that in the subhead. Here's a bit from the story. It says he's going after Comey. He's going after Fani Willis. Number 11, please. Is this 12 or 11? Yeah, this is 11. Anyway, that's 9, 10. Here's 11. For Blanche, still few tasks. So again, it says he's renewing the investigations into Comey and Fani Willis. But then this is one I want to highlight. Few tasks are central to mollifying and demanding president as fast-tracking indictment of Mr. Brennan. This is John Brennan, the former head of the CIA and MS Now contributor, despite the fact that multiple inquiries have already shown no evidence of wrongdoing. Mr. Blanche is broadly overseeing the Brennan inquiry, which for now has 2 components. The first, examining whether he lied to Congress in testimony in 2023, could soon result in the case being brought to a grand jury. The second, related to what Mr. Trump's allies have cast as Mr. Brennan's involvement in, quote, a grand conspiracy by the Obama and Biden administration officials to keep Mr. Trump out of office each time that he ran. And that is expected to drag on longer than the first case playing out in Florida. So, Eli, I know you don't like political prosecutions. Is the Brennan prosecution clearly in your mind fit that category, or might Mr. Brennan have violated the law and this one's clean as a whistle?
Let me make the point like this. When Bill Barr was the Attorney General and he wanted to review how the FBI began its investigation into Trump and Russia and how it chose to target various people around, what he did was he believed that there was a problem with the process. So he asked kind of U.S. attorneys who were not really partisan types to overlook and review all of the material. And then he came out and made decisions based on that. Chief among them is John Durham. John Durham has a sterling reputation of taking on corruption in the FBI and when the Whitey Bulger case and things like that. And that gave it credibility for those who were willing to look at the facts. I mean, there was a very partisan atmosphere. This is out of the gate. It looks like your thumb is on the scale. And so if you thought, as I did, that the decision to announce an open investigation into Trump, as Comey did in 2017, was a breach of our norms, and it was very bad, then it's like, in 2024, the Justice Department under Trump is saying, hold my beer. I'm going to say all the quiet parts out loud. And that is, in the end, I think it harms the case of the president, because I don't think that John Brennan's name should be, covered in glory, or Jim Comey. I think that they should be cautionary tales, that we don't want our leaders of the intelligence community to be like that. The problem is that this turns them into martyrs with their own tribe, and they will not get prosecutions, as the first Comey debacle showed. So I don't see how anybody wins this way. And I just think it is, it's playing to this kind of obsession from Trump, whereas to be a better friend would sort of be to gently politically kind of push back and say, there's a good way to do this and there's the wrong way to do this. And I don't think this helps them.
Brilliantly said. Kevin.
It's not just an obsession of Trump's, though. It's an obsession of the base as well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There are people who are pissed off that there have been no real prosecutions, that the Comey thing was so ham-fisted and didn't go anywhere. People saw how Brennan and Comey and Clapper and all of them cooked up the Russia hoax, got away with it, and have never been held accountable at all. So there are a lot of people in America that feel this.
I don't. Can I just push just a question, Kevin? Can't you make the argument that winning in 2024 is itself a kind of payback?
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue. I mean, the Comey legacy, the Clapper legacy, they will not be remembered well at this point. And power matters. Elections matter. Why can't that just
trying to run a coup against the sitting president?
I agree with you. It was terrible what they did. I wouldn't. I'm not disagreeing. I wouldn't necessarily call it a coup. My point is only that there was an opportunity for Trump and broader MAGA to say, we don't do that. That's why you should trust us.
But they're going to do it.
No. Instead, what they said was
they're going to do it to us.
They do it to us, so we do it to them, and that's the only way to stop it. That is not the way to stop it. That is the way to make sure that it continues for the rest of our lives. Because I guarantee you, Democrats will win a presidential election, and when they do, they will start looking. You're already seeing them say it. They say they want to expand the Supreme Court and make the District of Columbia state.
How do we
All
stop
that
it?
is like,
how else do we stop it?
How do you stop it?
Someone
You stop it by doing a good job as president. Hold on.
Yeah.
You do a good job as president, and you said, we are now establishing the new norms, and we really don't want to do this kind of thing anymore. Now, I don't think that that's foolish. I think that that would be the winning strategy. But instead, what's going to happen is eventually Democrats are going to win, and you're going to go through the cycle again and again, and it's going to tear the country apart.
To put Trump in jail for life. I mean,
hold on, Jim. I wanted to let you in, but I know Eli needs to go. And Eli, very grateful to you for spending the time with us.
Thank
We'd
you
love
for
to have
having
you
me.
on. We hope you'll come back soon. Grateful.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay.
Jim, grab Eli's beer, take over his jacket, and
right.
Thoughts on the debate the two just had.
Yeah, look, that was a very interesting discussion. Let me take this from kind of a Democratic perspective, which is the Democratic base feels that Merrick Garland, Joe Biden's choice for Attorney General, was an absolute disaster, and that he was way too soft on Trump and way too soft on what they saw was Republican corruption. And he was seen as someone that maybe not half-heartedly, but was, I think, by the book, and ended up essentially dropping the case there. So with Trump, and I think you saw this with Pam Bondi, she was given a job that was impossible to do, and she did it poorly. And the job was, please Donald Trump as Attorney General, go after, it's a vengeance department, do it. Luckily, our court system, our legal system is still strong enough that these bogus cases just can't rise up there. I'm hoping when Democrats win, and I think they will win in 2028, when they win, like, we somehow clear the decks on this. Because I agree with you, Kevin, like, when do we go back to some version of normalcy?
I pray that happens. I just don't see who's going to stand down in the Democratic Party if they get elected. They're going to go after everybody. And obviously Trump and his entire family are going to be he'll pardon himself, he'll pardon his whole White House. But they'll go after regular Republicans. They'll go after whoever they can go after, because we just saw it. When they have power, that's what they do. And I want it to all end. I'm not saying go after people who haven't done things wrong, but clearly there are people that you could go after right now, and they haven't even done that yet.
Yeah.
Well, just on that, there's, if Democrats retake the House, which is very, very likely, there's already push like, let's impeach Donald Trump. And I can tell you, as a centrist Democratic organization, our answer to that is going to be no, 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 no. Like, let's not do that. And let's not stoke the flames, but also, like, please the online Twitterati crowd. Like, I think both parties need to stop doing that.
Yeah. This has been going on since at least the Robert Bork confirmation hearings. Both sides have done plenty of stuff. I will just say, only one side tried to send a president to prison. And
Well, I don't know about that.
Bill Clinton had a special counsel he appointed.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, but the Bill Clinton made it hard for them not to do what they did. But I will say, both sides have dirty hands. Unfortunately, for the optimists who think this could change, we had 3 straight 2-term presidents, Clinton, Bush, and Obama, who put at the centerpiece of their public life, bringing the country together. All 3 of them ran on it. All 3 of them talked about it. All 3 of them did it in their home states. And all 3 of them failed more than the previous guy. So people ask me, well, who could bring the country together? You find me somebody more dedicated to that proposition than Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. You will look a long time. Now, Governor Shapiro and some others, but he stands out for me. Governor Shapiro talks like he'd like to do it, and he's done a decent job of it in Pennsylvania. But the pressure from the base of the Democratic Party, as has been said, is going to be enormous. It's going to be enormous. And Donald Trump they'll go into ChatGPT and say, give me a list of everyone Trump should pardon. Kevin Sheridan will probably get a pardon. Doesn't need one, wouldn't ask for one, but he'll pardon everybody. Yeah, just prophylactically, as we say in the Sheridan household. All right, there's more we could talk about, but I want to get the community in here. So a quick word from a sponsor, and then we'll go to your questions. If you're here on the platform, please raise your hand. Again, we continue on monitoring the situation with our colleagues at our pop-up with them. FastGrowingTrees.com. You need more green in your life, ladies and gentlemen. Spend some green to get some green, but spend less than you might think with 20% off at everything on FastGrowingTrees.com with the promo code 2way. It's America's top, largest, most trusted online nursery. Thousands of trees and plants sold, over 2 million happy customers, including yours truly. Nothing more thrilling when I order something and a box shows up. Sometimes it's 8 feet long with something inside that's alive. And with the Alive and Thrive guarantee, everything you get is going to work just great. It's going to grow. You don't need to be an expert. And they give you advice. You can get advice before you buy. You can get advice after you buy from the folks at Fast Growing Trees online. We'll tell you what you need to do. Right now, great deals on spring planting essentials, up to half off on select plants, plus 20% off on your first purchase. Everything on the site at checkout. Use the promo code 2way, fastgrowingtrees.com. Now is the perfect time to plant. Let's grow together, ladies and gentlemen. Use 2way to save today. Again, fastgrowingtrees.com. All right, monitoring the situation. The Iranian foreign ministry says there are no planned meetings to take place right now between the Iranian and U.S. Delegations in Islamabad. The interlocutors, the Pakistanis, in whom many in this administration have less confidence than they did before, will apparently be shuttling message back and forth. So no Vance, no Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, and as of now, at least, no direct conversations. If you think that can lead to a better outcome than last time, you are indeed an optimistic person, but we shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, time for your participation. John from South Carolina joins us. John, thank you for being part of 2way. Let everybody know what's on your mind for Kevin and for Jim.
Thank you, Mark, for inviting me in. Jim, I know you're probably going to disagree with me, but I really would be interested in your insights to this. So let's just say I'm a historian. I'm going to write a book about what's happened 30 years from now, and I'm going to make a case that it's favorable, and this is the reason why. Number one, it's hard to negotiate with people who want to kill you, so it's really a hard task. Number two, they had 11 bombs that they can make, nuclear bombs. Each bomb can probably destroy within a 5 square mile radius, probably kill 100,000 people instantly. And number three, President Trump has reshaped the Middle East. So that's the book that I would write 30 years from now. Where am I wrong?
So first of all, I hope you're right that the resolution of this is that it is a reshaped Middle East. I'm skeptical that that's going to happen. And look, I thought when President Trump in June of 2025 struck Iran and the nuclear facilities, like that was the right thing to do. This invasion of Iran seems to me to be very poorly planned, not understanding how deep this was going to go, how long it was going to take, and the cards that Iran could play, particularly the Strait. And then I want to add one other point and moving it to another continent. And Mark, you wrote a column that I saw today in the Wall Street Journal on this. that's about China. And right now, the United States has a lot of distractions, and China doesn't have many distractions at all. And I think America has one fierce enemy, that's Russia, and one fierce competitor that could be an enemy, and that's China. And that's where we have to be focusing and less on what's going on in the Middle East and Iran.
Well said, Jim. Thank you for that. Jim was nice enough to mention a piece I wrote for the Wall Street Journal. We can put that up. This is based on a series of interviews I've conducted over the last week and a half, I guess, with Scott Bessent in his office at the Treasury Department. We talked a lot about China. We talked a lot about AI. There's some biographical things in there about him. Kevin Sheridan, did you know that the Secretary of Treasury waited tables as a 9-year-old because his family needed the money? Did you know that?
Yeah, I think I heard that his father went bankrupt or
Yeah,
something.
that's right. Anyway, you see there the drawing that they did, the Secretary Scott Bessent, Donald Trump's economic engineer. If you're fortunate enough to be able to afford a subscription to the Wall Street Journal, it's available now on their website, their Friday interview series. Jim, thank you. And John, thank you for the question. It's a great one. Very well framed. Rick Hall, welcome in. Tell folks who don't know where you are and what's on your mind for Kevin and for Jim.
Hi, Mark.
Yes, sir. Hold on, got to unmute again. I might have muted you because I'm Butterfingers. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I hope this isn't too far in the weeds, but I have a congressional primary question on 2 races for different reasons. One is if Thomas Massie wins, does that give permission for the party to really start to separate from Trump?
Great question. So Massey's the primary. The president's all in on trying to beat him, and hard to know what's going to happen in a primary like that. So it could go either way. But Kevin, you first. If Massey loses, does it have an impact on how people think about opposing the president? No. Why not?
No, because he's such a one of one. Massey is really by himself, and so if he wins, it's because he's got a specific brand that's working for him. I don't see that as indicative of what others will do.
Okay.
But
yeah, Jim.
People may flop off on their own, but not because of that.
Jim.
I think the Louisiana Cassidy primary might be a little bit more indicative, but if you saw what just happened recently with Tom Tillis and standing up for Powell, he's not running for re-election, and that is still the way it's working. If you're not running for re-election, you stand up to Trump, and if you are, you don't.
Yeah. Rick, thank you. Great question. And everybody's going to watch that closely. I don't have a good read on that race. I've asked folks in the state, and some people tell me Massey's going to win, and some say it's going to lose. Colleen, welcome in. Unmute, please. Thank you for being part of a 2-way question for Kevin and for Jim.
Hi, Mark. How you doing? Thank you for calling me. Hi, guys. I know Mr. Kessler said earlier that he thinks the Democrats are going to win in 2028. I'm a Democrat. I don't see anybody on the horizon that could possibly, I mean, I like Rahm Emanuel because I think he actually has a policy platform, but no one else has presented that. And also you were talking about Russia and China, and I understand the geopolitics very well, but I think our biggest enemy is internal. I think it's the polarization and the division. And I think that's the biggest threat to our democracy these days. Because when I listened to Senator Schumer this week attacking the president while we have troops in the field, and when I hear all the media, basically almost supporting Iran, rooting for Iran to win, I get depressed. And when I hear President Obama saying what happened in Virginia was a victory, I know it's good for Democrats, but it's not good for the country, what happened there. So I don't know how you view it, but I think our biggest enemy is within, and our enemies abroad enjoy the division.
Colleen, thank you. Jim.
I don't disagree with anything that you said. I think these are all huge concerns, and thank you for your concern and citizenship and speaking out about those things. It's super, super important. I'm optimistic about 2028 because this is always the bleak period where Democrats look like they are crazy far left. All right. But Democratic primary voters in presidential elections are ruthlessly pragmatic. And when you look at the 4 early states that are likely going to be this time around, and I don't know the order, but I'll just say the 4: New Hampshire, South Carolina, Michigan, Nevada. Nevada is going to be a primary state, not a caucus state. Iowa is out. Iowa was a caucus state. Caucuses make you further left. I think those 4 states will weed out the far left candidates. And unless the moderates are really splitting, it'll allow a moderate to get through. And just remember in 2020, Joe Biden was the moderate and he won that race. When he got in office, Elizabeth Warren staffed the entire White House and he moved far to the left. But when he ran as a moderate. So that's what gives me optimism.
Kevin, how do you view the other side on that stuff?
I think they ran on vibes last time and it didn't work, but I think they're probably going to do it again. I don't see an agenda that makes any sense. They talk about affordability, but that's just that's just, okay, we're against inflation. Yeah, so are we. What are you going to do about it? They don't ever say that. Mondami is the model I think they're going to follow. I think that's probably who's going to have the most, best chance to win the primaries. But I don't know who that is. I don't know if it's AOC or it's Gavin Newsom or whatever. I don't know that they actually have to have a prescriptive policy agenda because they didn't really have one last time. And it may just be a reaction to Donald Trump being in office for 4 more years.
Mark, can I just say one other thing to Colleen on this?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I don't know if Rahm Emanuel is going to win this race. He's way down, way down in the polls. He is going to affect this race greatly because he is out there and he is saying what he thinks needs to be said. And he's not about making friends. He's about getting his views out there. I think he's going to have a big effect on the race no matter where he finishes.
Yes. It's interesting. There's a number of candidates, and we talk about this all the time when I do my 8 for 28 on Next Up. Rahm Emanuel, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, and Governor Bashir, all 4 of them. I have people who are great sources of mine whose judgment I trust who say they're top tier and have a good chance. And I have people who say they don't have any chance, all 4 of them. And there's others I could put in that category too, but those 4 really stand out to me because it just shows you how unsettled and frankly, how weak the field is that people on those 4, Harris, Emanuel, Buttigieg and Bashir, they really boom and bust for my sources. Either they think they're super well poised to do well or just the opposite. Colleen, thank you. As we monitor the situation, of course, folks, that often involves the president's Truth Social feed. He's posted a couple things. I guess he's on the plane now and he's waiting for something good to watch, not watching us for whatever reason. He posted a thing about Hakeem Jeffries, called him Hakeem High-Tox Jeffries, said he was a low IQ individual. Now here's something else he posted. And I show this with some trepidation, but he's the president of the United States, and so I don't think we can look away. Here's what he said. Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe in this case, without verification, she's an extremely low IQ individual. Now you think, well, that's pretty rough and tough for the president of the United States to go after someone who's a MAGA influencer. He also posted this picture with it. A faux cover of Time magazine. It says "Vile Person of the Year, Candace Owens, lies." This is a meme that someone else posted, but the president reposted. And I'll give our guests an opportunity to comment on this because I know they're both eager to weigh in between Donald Trump's repost and Candace Owens. Kevin.
Yeah, his Truth Social game has really gotten going lately. Yeah, this war on the podcasters has been happening for now a couple weeks, and I don't think it's going to cool off. But who knows? He had Joe Rogan in the White House the other day, and maybe he mends fences at some point with them because that's kind of what he does. But right now, it's just
Jim. I have said for a while, there's really no analog for this in your party. There's just the roughness between Steve Bannon and Roger Stone and Candace Owens and the president himself. Man, they're just eviscerating people on social media. I'm wondering why you think, is your party just more genteel, or would you argue against my premise?
I'm not saying that couldn't happen with our party. I think it could if it works. If it gets you clicks. I mean, we're having this big Hassan Piker debate over on our side, which frankly we initiated. That they are trying to keep us, I don't know if genteel is the right word, but like fighting normally. Just on this Candace Owens thing, though, Mark, I think people are willing to say, okay, Trump does this stuff. I don't like it, but the economy's going well. I feel good. He's doing stuff. So I don't care. But people don't think the economy is going well. People don't think Iran's going well. People don't think cost of living is going well. There's so many things they don't think is going well that not only does it feel like a distraction, it feels like a character flaw for a president to have at this moment.
Yeah. Well said. And you speak for tens of millions. Kevin, where can people see your stuff? You got like a TikTok game people should know about? LinkedIn? Where are you?
Yeah, I pop around on TV.
Yeah. Turkish TV sometimes, I hear.
That was a good one this week. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll see me on, I don't know,
all right.
CNN.
Do you post your media appearances anywhere? We just got to luck into it.
I will start doing that, yes.
Okay. Your family will probably appreciate it too. Jim, tell us how they can track the Third Way and you.
So Third Way is a think tank. It's thirdway.org. Check it out. My Twitter feed is @ThirdWayKessler. If you follow me, I'll follow you back. Love being on this show.
Very grateful to have you both on. Last show of the week, barring some news emergencies where we'll pop on the air. We'll be back on Monday. Take again the shot so Jim and Kevin can see themselves on monitoring the situation. And we'll continue our pop-up partnership with the folks at Monitoring the Situation next week as well in this program. Monday, there's Jim on Monitoring the Situation, your debut. Congratulations. Monday, we'll be back, morning meeting, 9 a.m. And there's a new episode of Next Up. If you haven't watched or listened yet, I talk about the White House Correspondents Association dinner. I run through the history. I show you some of the best comedy from previous presidents, and game out a little bit based on talking to folks around the president, what kind of comedy he might do tomorrow night here in Washington. Grateful to Eli and Kevin and Jim and all of you for being part of Two Way. Have a great evening, a great weekend, and I'll see you by Monday, 9 a.m. Take care, everybody.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to MTS. Welcome to MTS Live. I'm Gabriel. Fantastic to have you here this morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday morning in Melbourne, in the Melbourne studio, in the Melbourne office. I'm working overtime right now to cover the news, or mostly just to talk to my friends live on the internet. We have a fantastic guest this morning. We've got Max Sparrow from Pangram Labs. Your favorite kind of like AI slop hunter. and Max, like fantastic timing because you have I mean, maybe I should get you to introduce yourself and say a little bit more because I think what you're doing is so interesting. I remember, I think that the first way I heard about you, Max, I think this is probably the best intro I could give. The way that I first heard about you at Pangram Labs was, I think, a tweet from friend of the show, Rune, friend of the show at TZ. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. And Rune said, it doesn't seem to be a technically impossible task to identify AI writing in the wild. But as far as I'm aware, this is what Rune was saying, as far as I'm aware, there's only one person trying to do it seriously, and it's Max at Pangram. And I was like, oh,
that's true.
Oh man, I gotta track this guy down. So why don't you tell us just really quickly a little bit about yourself maybe and a little bit about Pangram?
Sure, yeah. So I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Pangram. We've been around for about 3 years now, but I think like only really started to get traction in the last 6 to 8 months. My background is in machine learning. I studied computer science at Stanford. I was in Stanford Vision Lab doing robotics research for my master's. And then first job out of college, went to Google. I was training large display ads models. And so been very involved in AI and machine learning. But then, post ChatGPT came out and then GPT-4 came out and we're like, okay, this is really serious technology. It's going to have a ton of second order effects. And so let's see which of these negative second order effects we can help mitigate. So that's how we started Pangram.
I mean, that makes perfect sense. And it's just more evidence of that tweet that went around a few weeks ago that was everyone who read less wrong in I think the original tweet was everyone who read less wrong in 2007 is now a billionaire. But it's but it actually goes broader than that, right? Which is anyone who was just in this space and interested in the last 5 to 10 years has just it has become an enormous part of their life and career trajectory. So
yeah, everyone who's watching what's happening. Yeah, it's like the trend lines are very clear and you just have to believe that they're going to keep going.
So tell me, I mean, very naively, when you're reading a piece of text, there are, and everyone's kind of familiar now with the kind of big tells that you're reading some AI generated text. It's not X, it's Y, whatever. You have these kind of verbal tics, and this is completely natural, but I have been using Pangram over the last few months on and off, changing my email every time so I stay within your 4 free requests.
You don't want to pay us $20,
so I never have to pay you money. And I've been really impressed. Actually, the software actually really picks up. You're actually able to really pick up much more than just those kind of simple verbal tells or simple textual tells, the phrases that reoccur across. So do you want to say just a little bit more about what the technical challenge is and how, I mean, without giving away all your secret sauce?
Of course, no, we're pretty open. We've published 3 papers, so all the secret sauce is on archive. You can find it if you want. But maybe high level, what we're doing, we are training a very standard machine learning classifier, and then we have human text, which is labeled as human, and then for every human document, we have a synthetic mirror, which is AI generated document, same topic, same length, same style, but an AI wrote it instead. And so our model's able to contrast these 2 documents and learn the difference in sort of the decision tree of each individual document.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I mean, it's very interesting. It just, I'm shocked at how little text you need to. Anyway, I should stop shilling you. What am I doing? This is your job. What I should say is now you have
it's way better when you shill than when I do.
It's way better when I
really shill. Does it really work? How do you know?
Yeah, and then some gullible Australian is just on a video being like, no, it's really good. No, so tell us. I mean, you've got a big product release today. It was buried a few tweets down on I hunted it down on your page. And so why don't you just tell us a little bit more about that, and then I will reveal to everyone how silly I am and this big mistake that I made this morning.
Okay, now I'm super curious. Yeah, so basically, obviously we have this model. It powers the dashboard on pangram.com where you can go paste in text or upload a document to check if it's AI. But honestly, that's helpful for some things, but I wanted it to be more proactive and bring it closer to people's daily lives. So what we did is we created this extension that will go automatically scan everything on all your social feeds. So X, LinkedIn, Reddit, Substack, Medium, and it'll check any long form posts, anything above 50 words, and it'll classify it as human, AI, or assisted. And then you can then click in to see more details on the classification.
It's kind of obvious, but it's also, as soon as I saw you talking about this, as soon as I saw this come up, I was like, this is just such a natural way of using Pangram, because like it's kind of, you know, I'm like copying a tweet and posting it over in my Pangram tab, and like just when I'm trying to, so actually it's like such a natural way of doing it. So it's kind of interesting. Like I just installed the Chrome extension this morning just before our call, and it gives you an option right at the end to select which of your social media feeds you would like Pangram to monitor. And I'm not a LinkedIn guy, but I can imagine if you set this thing on LinkedIn, folks, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
It will be. LinkedIn has the most AI content of all of the feeds that I've seen.
That's a good question. Are you tracking this internally at Pangram where you're seeing the most?
Well, for the first like week or two where we've only had it internally, my ranking is the most is LinkedIn, and then it's Twitter, and then Substack. Honestly, I don't use Medium. Or Reddit as much as I used to. So I don't have good data on that. But I think the idea is we're going to get a bunch of people using Pangram. We're going to be able to compute some really cool aggregate statistics and hopefully have something cool to share.
That's super interesting, because there is this idea that's gained a lot of traction, I think. I think it was probably as soon as ChatGPT 3 came out, probably, or maybe even GPT 2, there was a moment where people were saying, in a few years, we're going to have a dead internet. We're just going to be scrolling pages and pages of slop. And I think, like, I would say that view has been, in some ways, less vindicated than I expected to be. If you look at how good these models are at generating text, I would expect, just naively, I would expect a lot more. But then I think what became evident when people have started to do it, is that, like, you don't want to read. There is you immediately bounce. Like, there is nothing more disappointing than you see like a 3-paragraph tweet that looks like potentially interesting, and you start reading through it, and you're like, okay, you're kind of waiting for like the punchline, and then you just like come across in the middle of the text, it's not X, it's Y.
Yeah,
and it feels. It hurts. You're like, oh great, yeah, I just wasted like
30
seconds of my life. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like completely. And it's not that I have no objection to AI as a tool. I find obviously the technology extremely interesting. I think that's like that's the house position of MTS. We like AI. We're interested in it. We find the technology very interesting. It's clearly going to be the story in technology over the next few years. I think it's the appearance of an insight that's not really an insight.
Yeah, it's hollow, it's empty.
Yeah.
There's not as much real behind there as you would have liked. Maybe there's something, but like if you just read the original prompt, you probably would have gotten like the same insight, but a lot faster.
Feeding in the latest press release of breaking news into a model, and then they're just generating out of a 3-line Bloomberg headline, they're generating like a 6-paragraph response.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, the information density of this just like dramatically went down. So super interesting. So I mean, and I think what I want to do is I'm going to pull up the Chrome extension. Okay, the problem I had this morning was I saw that now the Australian dollar not doing too badly right now, but Strait of Hormuz, there's no diesel getting to my country. I drive a French car. Like I'm facing some serious economic pressures right now.
It's dire.
And so I was like, I saw this post from Pangram with the Chrome extension, and it was like 2 weeks free if you sign up for the Chrome extension. I was like, great. And then when it came time to sign up, I just went through my Pangram account and paid normally, like a fool, and got 7 days free instead of 14 days free. So
sorry about that.
A classic.
I'll go into your account.
Do not even think about it. I'm not asking for special treatment. It's worthy of paying for it because as soon as I started using it, I was like, this is sick. But the reason I said that is because if you're watching this right now, if you're joining us on MTS Live, we've got Max Sparrow from Pangram, the CEO and founder of Pangram. They've just released a Chrome extension. It does a bunch of things. I mean, the kind of most trivial example is you can select any text and right click to run it through Pangram to check if it's AI generated or not. But the kind of more interesting thing, I think, is you can set it to automatically review all of your social feeds as you're scrolling. And we'll do a little live demonstration, I think, because it's like pretty interesting. And I'm going to try and ideally we would be able to find a real slop. Do you know off the top of your head, do you have like a slop account that usually your go-to slop account?
Yeah. You ready for it now?
Oh, just give it to me and we'll go to it later.
Akash Gupta is
Akash Gupta, that is
slopper.
exactly the guy I was trying to think of this morning. Dude, I was like, Akash Gupta? Okay, this guy's the GOAT. We're going to talk about that. But before we do that, I just wanted to check, Max, I just wanted to get your sense, I have found this very useful, just as someone who likes to scroll the internet and likes trying to catch people on Twitter posting slop in a kind of snitch way. It's not a huge, it's not a great reflection on me personally. Can you tell me, who is your customer, Max, and who is coming to you?
I think the ICP for this product is anybody who has ad block. So if you want to make your internet experience a higher signal to noise ratio and just fewer distractions, less slop, I think the Pangram extension will do a lot of the same things as ad block, but for different kinds of content.
Yeah, I think that I hadn't thought about that way, but it does kind of make sense. The same way that the pre-GPT internet, you pull up a page and there would just be a 3/4 ad for fine cougars in your area. And it was just kind of this psychic noise of it's 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. I can't really deal with finding cougars in my area right now. And it's kind of AI has the same effect.
And now it's more insidious. It's there's startups that will promise, hey, we're going to get you a bunch of brand mentions on Reddit. And then they're going to go use their fake accounts that have done some karma farming and just use AI to organically mention your brand on Reddit. And so you'll start to see this in comments where it's there's something that is AI generated. It also is a brand mention. It's coming from one of a few startups.
Oh, that's interesting. And I mean, that's
so it literally is an ad.
It's literally an ad, but it's just framed. It's literally been paid for by the company to generate brand mentions. And do you find, I mean, this is just a personal reflection, but I kind of used to use Reddit as the joke was you would search best backpack and then you would just append Reddit to the search to try and get,
Me too.
human responses, right? Rather than Wirecutter. Yeah, exactly. But as you said, as you're kind of implying there, that feels to me like it's changed really dramatically. I don't really feel like I have any faith in Reddit as a platform to represent that anymore. And it's kind of been gradual, over the last few years. I feel like that's happened.
I think Reddit's gotten very astroturfed. I think part of the problem is for a while there was some alpha, and Reddit is where the real user reviews are. The real people are talking about this. Because before, if you look at the Amazon reviews, of course they're all fake. That was the first to fall. And so I think Reddit seems to kind of be the second to fall. I don't know how you shop now. I do some combination of looking at professional reviews again, like the Wirecutter, even though I know they're getting paid and they're getting their own cut. And sometimes I use ChatGPT or Claude, but I also see it. I look at its searches. It's searching product name Reddit, so it's doing the same information.
Yeah, it's a bit, for sure. It's turtles all the way down. It's, my ChatGPT instance is searching cast iron pan Reddit and then reading a bunch of reviews that are posted by bot accounts. yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nightmare. Absolute nightmare. We live in the future, the hell of our own creation. And I mean, you know what? It's interesting. I wonder if it coincided a little bit with, there was a bit of an effort from the Reddit executive team to kind of clean up the site. And they deleted all of the subreddits that were about watching people fall out of buildings and stuff. I think that was quite a few years ago. I mean, look, maybe net good, but not if you're trying to find a cast iron pan, because nothing kills advertising faster than being featured on an account of guys falling out of apartment buildings. And I feel like that's there is a sense in which, Elon, please don't rate limit my account. There is a sense in which X is, Twitter is kind of reliable. The it's so radioactive to advertisers that you can kind of trust it, just because it's like it's difficult to astroturf something with such a large population of out and out racists.
I think that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, like nobody wants to come on here and like, be featured along with the neo-Nazis, except me, I guess. I'm
you and
I'm
me.
kind of here against my will.
MTS
No.
Live, we're streaming live on Twitter.
Actually, I
because
love
it's
Twitter.
authentic. You can, me too.
My favorite thing about Twitter is that I have so much fine-grained control over my feed. I choose who I follow, I choose who I mute, I choose who I block. On Reddit, it's like I'm on our headphones, or I'm on our cast iron pan. Like I don't know who these people are, right? It's just like you're there with the community, but you don't have this like fine-grained control. So I can block all the Nazis. That's fine. And eventually, I know the new user experience. I heard it sucked. Maybe it's gotten better, but like at this point where like I have a mature account, I feel like it's in a really good place.
You've dialed it in, Max. Yeah, I think Nikita has been talking recently about the new account experience on X. I mean, I would just say, like, the one really interesting thing I noticed the other day. Again, I was trying to do some like commercial research. I was trying to buy a gift for someone, and so I was on Reddit against my will, and I was like, I clicked on someone's account basically to check if they were a bot shilling something. And it just like the thing that comes up is like, this is a not safe for work account. Like you can't. And in Australia, interestingly, Australia just introduced some regulation banning under 16s from using social media. Part of the consequence of that is that you can no longer access adult sites without confirming your identity.
Do you need to like put your ID in?
Yeah, I've never gone through the flow, but what I've read is that you have to like post your passport and
that's
your
brutal. Oh my
mother's
God.
maiden name, and like it's like an absolute just like I'm just going to give Pornhub my personal details. The interesting thing here is
that.
Well, I mean, exactly. But the interesting thing about it is, if you want to check the account of someone on Reddit. Like, I don't have a Reddit account. I just kind of browse it from Google, basically. And if you want to check someone's account now, I think you now have to go through account creation and sign up if they have like a not safe for work. Anyway, the point being, I've gone well off the track here, Max, but the point is, the internet is kind of degrading in these strange ways. And I feel like Pangram is a bit of the vanguard of like fighting back here. So what I'm going to do, we're going to go to Akash Gupta. Akash, I'm sorry for picking on you, mate, but you've built a business model out of doing this, and you kind of deserve it.
He's like one of the top 10 like tech substackers. He gets plenty of money, so we can. We're
not punching down here. We're punching up still. That's really good. So I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully everyone can see that. And I've got up here to start with. I've just got the Pangram Labs announcement tweet. So today we're releasing the Pangram Chrome extension. That's what we've been talking about here on the show. If you're just joining us now, Max Barrow, CEO and founder of Pangram, they're fighting slop. They're fighting slop on the internet. I'm a big fan. After weeks of bouncing between free trial accounts by putting full stops in my Google email address, I have finally ponied up and signed up for a proper account with Pangram.
Finally have a proper free trial.
A proper 7-day free trial, and we're paying yearly, so I am going for like the 20% discount you guys do for like the yearly payment or whatever. So I hope everyone can see this. We're gonna look up. We're just gonna demonstrate live.
There's the second A there's 2 A's, I think.
Oh, there's 2 A's. We're gonna try this.
Or maybe it's the first one.
Oh, here we go. It's cool.
Yeah, it's the first one.
Twitter search knew exactly. Okay.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Sign in to see AI result. Okay, we might have to come back to this. Oh, can I just do this? This is my fault. I've probably set it up wrong.
Interesting. Maybe just refresh the page.
Okay, let's go. I don't know if we can see this on the screen right now.
We can.
I've right-clicked. We've put it through Pangram. 100% AI generated. Beautiful work, Max. Beautiful work.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
And I wonder, maybe refresh the page. Let's try this. We'll see if it... Okay,
oh, yeah,
bang.
There we go.
AI. So this little red AI button here, if you click that, it pulls up on the sidebar, it pulls up a full analysis of the text. If we go down here, it is rivers of blood, folks. Rivers of blood. Read every post.
This
man,
he puts out so much content, so many words.
He is just locked in.
Do you think he even reads them all?
That's a good question. I reckon he's got a few MD files, you know what I mean? He's just running it.
Yeah, he's got his like skill setup going, and he's just like, maybe you just even like connect it to the Twitter API. You let it go autonomously.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. He's working. Yeah, exactly. It's just firing off headlines. And I mean, it's kind of impressive. But as you said, he's a big account. I've accidentally linked to him before. He's got 240,000 followers. One of his 11 posts, most recent posts scanned by Pangram, was human generated. Is that what that means?
Yes.
This guy is
maybe
a
false negative.
slop cannon, folks. He is just writing the world's #1 AI PM newsletter to 200K. He is absolutely crushing the slop. And he's followed by many of my closest friends and confidants. They have taken the bait. Maybe it's just a convenient way to get the headlines. You're just like, yeah, have Claude pre-process them for me.
Yeah, he does a lot of like, here is a like archive preprint, and then we're gonna, turn it into like Twitter engagement bait with like a long post or a thread. So I think like there's some people who claim like this brings value to people, like they were never going to read the original archive paper, so instead I use AI to put it into a digestible form for people. But I mean, I just want to give people the power to like understand, like, yeah,
it's
you're just
nice
getting
to
this
know,
from LLM.
right? Yeah. There's no additional insight being generated here beyond what you could gain by plugging this archive paper into your own LLM of choice and talking through it. So very interesting. Fantastic product. Is there anything? I mean, what else should we know? Like, what is the roadmap here? Because it seems to me, I can stop sharing my screen now. We can take this off the screen. I just wanted to show how it worked because it's so cool to watch it in action, and it just kind of works enough shilling for me. I'm just like really impressed. But so, take me back a step. Mm-hmm. In general, if we kind of situate this as like there is I think you might have called it a bit of a Red Queen situation, where as new models come out and there might be, AI generated text might get harder to catch, and then there's a kind of defense side to this as well, what you're doing at Pangram, where you guys get better at locating or identifying AI generated text. So kind of take me through how you see the next 6 months of this playing out.
Yeah, so I mean, Pangram's been a bit of a like back and forth with the frontier models for a long time. Every time a new LLM comes out, actually, I've always been pretty happy with how well Pangram generalizes. Like whenever Sam Altman posts like, hey, this is like a unreleased creative writing sample or something, then we check it and Pangram says it's AI. Or same thing with like the Mythos writing samples in their system card. Pangram was able to catch those.
Oh, interesting.
Pretty interesting. But I think it's because we train on Claude Opus, and so it has a lot of the same base and training data. But yeah, I think we are always training new models. Every like 3 to 6 weeks, we're coming out with a new model, and I think we have ground to gain. So I want to do more in terms of better granularity. So like if for example, like 3 sentences of a post is AI generated, I want to be able to say like these are the 3 sentences. And then also we want to do better in the like in between realm in terms of like AI assistance. So I think this is a bit of like a uncovered right now. Like our false positive rate is 1 in 10,000. So anything that's purely human, if Pangram says, yeah, there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that Pangram says AI, which is very low. But I think in the like in between area where it's like, oh, I use like a decent amount of AI assistance, we want to be able to like differentiate that from like this is fully AI generated. Like this.
That was going to be my next question, because I wondered if you have if you start with a text which is AI generated, and then you kind of edit it, you change around a few words. That seems to be something that like is trainable for your kind of method of detection.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. So like our latest paper on this edit lens, it was accepted to iClear, by the way. So if anybody's, in Rio at the iClear machine learning conference,
Oh, awesome.
hit
Yeah,
up
fantastic.
like most of the research team is from Pangram is there. But like that was exactly the problem we tackle where we add on these additional prompts like ChatGPT, make this more formal or help improve this writing. And then we like measure the cosine distance between the original text and the ChatGPT improved text and are able to have some measure of the degree of AI assistance. But I think there's definitely like more ground to gain here.
So the year ahead is kind of like we're expecting, frontier models keep getting better at writing. I mean, it's interesting to me. A lot of the focus for kind of frontier labs has been obviously on coding improvement.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know there are people working at the big labs who are focused on prose quality and writing quality and kind of distinctive voice and those kind of things. So it is something that's been worked on, but it hasn't seemed to have been sensibly from an economic perspective, it has not been the priority over the last few model releases. Over the next year, I mean, if what you're saying is you can take the model outputs from the Mythos system card, which was like, the way that Dario and co pitched this was like, it's too scary to release. We're locking it away in a vault underground because it's too dangerous to put out there. And you're saying blind, straight out,
we can detect it.
Pangram was able to mark those as AI generated. So even if you're in a Discord right now and you have secret access to Mythos and you're using it to write AI slop on Twitter, it's going to be picked up by the Pangram Chrome extension.
Yes.
And so it's actually not a question now of can you identify text which is AI generated, even from frontier models, even likely from the next iteration of frontier models. It's now a question of like, okay, how granular can we get in analyzing a text? Can we find single lines or slight changes or edits in tone and identify that? And I think the purpose here, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that I would use that kind of information is not to rule out or rule in a given piece of text. I mean, if you've used when I write for an American audience, I'm like, please remove all my Australianisms from this text.
Oh, wow.
So that sweet, innocent Americans can understand what I'm saying and they don't see an S where they expect to see a Z. And like that kind of thing is, in my view, a perfectly legitimate use of the technology. But I think it seems to me that the more fine-grained granularity you can give to this kind of analysis, the more useful it is just for understanding, like, not just at the individual level of, was this particular piece of text written by AI or with AI assistance, but at the kind of large, like, kind of ecosystem level where you can start going, like, how much of Twitter, how much of X is being written with the assistance of AI? Or if you're a company, it strikes me that from an enterprise perspective, you might just be interested from an AI adoption analysis perspective, being like, what percentage of our internal documentation was written with the assistance of AI?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting things in terms of like, companies wanting to use this for either like how much of our code or documentation or other things are written by AI, or the other side of like, we need to give our employees like tools for their cognitive security. Like we need them to like be able to know when something else that somebody sends them is AI generated.
100%.
But yeah, I think like the more granular we can get, definitely the closer we can align to like, is this worth paying attention to? Because I think obviously if something like has a little bit of AI assistance, maybe it's like even more worth paying attention to. Like somebody took some care and spent some time with this. Whereas the fully AI generated stuff, I want to know so I can get it off my feed.
Yeah, 100%. That makes perfect sense. And do you see as well, like, this is just a thought that's just occurred to me, it's not particularly insightful, but is this something that the labs themselves are interested? Is there a feedback mechanism or like a sense in which this plays into interpretability research where you're just trying to understand what is like actually going on mechanistically in AI generated text?
I think this is not mechanistic interpretability, but it is a form of like black box interpretability research. And some of the interesting things that we get here, which maybe is not interesting to a big lab, is we are able to see the model families in the embeddings of our model, where like Claude Claude 3 is kind of close to like Claude 3.5, and then Claude 4 is maybe on like the other side of this. But it's like completely in a totally different embedding space than like the ChatGPT models. And then also like O1 and O3 are like way off over here. So there's a lot we can see in terms of like how close are different model families, and what aspects do they share and what do they not share.
That's really interesting. So is this the kind of thing where, like, if you had a large enough corpus of data here, you could say, for example, of all the papers submitted to this particular journal, we see traces of Kimi K 2.5 in 30%, Claude Opus in 30%. Is that the kind of specificity you can get with model identification?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think for a lot of these, it's like we're pretty sure it's a Claude model, but like it's hard to say with
Exactly
great
which
confidence
one.
whether it's like Opus 4.7 or Sonnet 4.7. Like that's
Sure.
these are very similar models. And also, if one model is distilled from another model, then there's going to create some confusion between them. So, yeah, I think we kind of see this when our model is able to generalize to a new LLM that we hadn't trained on at all. Like, I wouldn't want to accuse a lab of distilling a model, but it's like, okay, either it distilled or used synthetic data from a frontier model that we trained on, or it shares like a very similar like pre-training and like RL stack.
Wow, that's really interesting. So you can actually see if you take a sample of text generated by, let's just say, an open source model of some kind, and you can actually, you have tools to compare that to text generated by the frontier models, and you can place I think you use the word embedding space. You know, you can kind of do a proximity analysis and be like, how similar is this to the output from different model families?
Yeah.
And the interpretation there is either you've distilled the model or you've used a lot of synthetic data. I mean, that's the same, you've used a lot of synthetic data generated by that model in training your own model.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very interesting stuff. I don't think we've published anything on it yet, but we're, probably soon.
I mean, a bit of an off the topic question, Max, but how do you feel? You mentioned at the top of the show that Pangram has published quite a few papers. I think you said 4 papers.
Three papers.
3 papers, and then there's one that's been submitted to this conference happening in Rio right now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us? I mean, what is it like running a kind of a consumer product company? Or probably also, I imagine you have an enterprise angle as well, but alongside like some of this more research focused work.
Yeah. I think it's funny because like we always think of ourselves as research first. Like me and my co-founder were both like total machine learning people, engineers and research scientists. And that's been like the core of the product for a long time. The reason we chose it was it's an interesting machine learning problem rather than like, I'm going to make an app, because that was a little bit closer to like aligned with my skills. But I think, I don't know, I think it's aligned really well with our skills in that like we have this moat of somebody else can't just come in and like ask Claude Code to like clone what we have, like because the accuracy and the like the data work is machine learning is really hard. And so I think that's been really fun for us. We're kind of just, honestly, if you ask me, like the whole team, we're here to have fun. We're here to publish and like help make the world a better place, and shape the world in the direction that we want to. And so I think the research is a really important part of that, and we're never going to stop publishing.
That's fantastic. It's a great answer. So, Max, I mean, look, I think thank you so much for coming on the show. It's been so fun to have you. Before we let you go, can you say, so I mean, just give us the pitch. So we've got this the latest product that Pangram Labs released today. It's a Chrome extension that lets you you can use it to check whether any given arbitrary piece of text is AI generated, but it also can kind of monitor your social media feeds in live, in live time. That's awesome. What's next for Pangram? Are you hiring? Is there anything you want to shout out particularly here at the end of the pod?
Oh, we are hiring. So any researchers or engineers, like DM me. I'm very interested in, we're growing the team quickly. We're based in Brooklyn, New York. So super excited. If anybody finds me on Twitter, I feel like it's probably going to be a good fit.
Right.
But yeah,
Max is great. You're great on Twitter too. Like you're having fun. You're out there.
Yeah. I do it for the love of the game.
Love the
and the
game.
like $50 of Elon bucks every 2 weeks from
You guys
from
are
my
getting paid. You
monetized.
guys are getting $50 of Elon bucks.
I don't count it as revenue. It goes straight to my bank account.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's not commercial revenue. Max, thank you so much for coming on the show. What a great chat. Fascinating question. I think it's going to be live. It's going to be an interesting question for a long time. So we'll have to have you back on the show, and we can hear about what's happening in the slop space. Shout
Thanks
out
so
Akash
much,
Gupta. He's
shout out
on the
Akash
leading edge.
Gupta, the goat,
On the leading edge.
the slop goat.
The slop goat, the greatest of all time to do it. All right, well, I'll leave you there, Max. And I think we'll say goodbye to Max here. Thank you so much for coming on the show again. It's been so much fun having you. We'll just do a quick headline review, I think, on what's happened in Iran overnight, because I would be remiss if I didn't talk about that. So again, if you've just joined us now, we just had a great chat with Max Sparrow, CEO and founder of Pangram Labs. They do AI text detection. It's fantastic. They've just released a Chrome browser extension. Check it out. It's great. 2 weeks free, I think they're saying, which I foolishly overlooked. So go and get your 2 weeks free on Max's dime. Fantastic. So I'm going to quickly change direction here just for the last 5 minutes of the show, and then I think we'll wrap, because we've had, it's been a great show today. It's Saturday here in Melbourne, so I really ought to be lounging around in the autumn sun. But what I will say is, overnight we had, yesterday we had a fantastic conversation with Dan, and Dan and I talked about the situation in Iran. I think Dan was able to speak in much greater depth and detail than I have ever been able to as a kind of weekend warrior. He was able to speak in great detail to the kind of characters, the individuals within the Iranian government who are driving the negotiations, who are kind of changing the situation on the ground there, and who have the decision-making power. And that was really interesting. And then to have that conversation with Daniel yesterday, and then overnight there was talks of a second round of negotiations, this happening tomorrow, US time, in Pakistan, that would be led by the US negotiating team. And then overnight we saw Iran's foreign ministry spokesman. There was an announcement basically that the present at those negotiations. So the foreign minister had announced that he was going to be present. He was going to Pakistan. So the Iranian foreign minister has gone to Pakistan, but he will not be taking place in the negotiations there. So both the US and Iran will be present in Pakistan for what was planned to be a day of peace negotiations, but they will not be negotiating. So I think it's what's the interpretation? I had a quick check-in with Daniel this morning, and his view was basically that this is kind of exactly what we expected. The more conservative forces within Iran, those who are a little bit more hawkish on this war with the US, they are keen to hold back from negotiations. But the foreign minister, who belongs to the reformist side of government, which currently has or the reformist faction within Iran, which is relatively disempowered, he has gone to Pakistan, presumably to take part in the negotiations. And at the last minute, that's been called off. So it might be a kind of situation. I think the implication was that there might be a few notes passed back and forth between the US delegation and the Pakistanis, who might then pass that note on to the Iranians, and they might travel back and forth schoolroom style, but there won't be any official meeting there. So this kind of follows the news that President Trump had extended the ceasefire between the US and Iran. So we're not expecting to see an immediate resumption of hostilities, but both the Iranian blockade of the Strait and the US blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and also Iranian shipping around the world, those remain in place. So we kind of remain in this cold peace, where the ceasefire is still in place, the blockades are still in place, there's no negotiations happening this Saturday, and I think it's a bit of a watch and see situation. We'll see how this all plays out. Hopefully we'll have Daniel Al-Saidi or someone else who's interesting, who has an interesting view on this, to come on the show and talk about it next week, and we can review the week in progress. So thank you so much for joining us here on MTS. I think that is probably the end of my show. I just want to say thanks again for coming, for watching. Big shout out to Max Sparrow for coming on this morning to talk about their new product announcement. If you are watching the show now, please follow us on X. We are MTS now. MTS. What are we? What are we? Why don't I know my own Twitter account? We are MTS Live. We're at MTS Live. Why did I doubt myself there? We're at MTS Live. We are MTS.now. Follow us on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I'm at GBRL_Dick. And thank you so much for joining us. What a good day. I'll leave you there. Have a great Friday, and I will see you next week.